Hello, folks. We're popping right into trial
so
here.
I was intending
There.
to mention
Just arguing motions.
The defendant
Still.
acknowledged a text of that photo in one of the interviews.
All right. Is there a problem with that aspect of it?
So, Mr. Munt,
Wow, by the way. Good morning, Sarah.
That this photo was sent is hearsay.
No, Mr.
However-
Mutlu sent the photo to Mr.
No, what they're saying is that Anna Walsh sent the photo to Mr. Fasto in this series.
Morning,
of text
Jim.
Exchanges. So it's contained in the text messages that we're objecting to.
All right. What paper number is it?
Your Honor, this was the government's motion in limb to admit text messages.
That's
So
of the defendant. That's a different issue entirely.
I don't know, Your Honor. They had moved to admit text messages. I don't know the paper number. It's just the.
It's the defendant's text messages that they moved to admit.
No, there
Morning,
were text
Jane.
messages. There's also, maybe it's the nature of the relationship. Is it that one you're thinking of, Ms. Houston?
Somebody give me a paper number so I can get on the same page with you.
Your Honor, it's paper 200. It's the Commonwealth's motion to admit text messages. The last paragraph deals with Mr. Fastow and the victim's text messages.
To which I wrote in my effort to be ever transparent. This is going back to motion in limine number 13, paper number 197. That's not the one.
Your Honor, I believe I have it as paper number 199, which is Commonwealth's motion to eliminate 13.
Here's what I'm going to suggest. The Commonwealth, I assume, intends to offer, or this testimony would be offered through Mr. Fastow. When is he testifying?
This week, Your Honor, I think maybe Thursday.
All right, then we deal with it later on down the line. And,
That my own.
all right,
Yes, Your Honor.
now, the other motion that was filed, same question. And that has to do with the Commonwealth's motion to eliminate to exclude the defendant from making any reference of his plea of guilty to the disinterment and to the line to the police. Is that impacted by anyone's, is that going to, not ruling on that, is that going to impact anyone's opening?
It will not affect the Commonwealth's opening. We're looking to avoid it.
It will not.
It will not?
It will not for opening, no.
All right, so I just want to be as transparent and as clear as I can be on the record. So I have not ruled on that, which means failing to rule it at this point, which I'm happy to rule on it. I don't think the law is going to get any clearer because there is no law on this. But that means that's going to put limitations on the defense in terms of what you can open on, right?
Yes, Your Honor, I understand.
All right. I just want to make sure that we're all speaking the same language.
Trying to save the defense. Heroic, Your Honor, but
Judge,
not necessary.
just so there's no surprise, there is a statement in my opening that said he lied to police. That doesn't trigger this issue.
He
Yes,
can
it
say that.
does. Yes, it does.
Ken,
Yes, Your Honor, I apologize.
well, to the extent that you need to hear it out of my mouth, he can say that. He can say, I misled the police. He can say, I lied to the police.
I still think it would trigger that common sense. You can't ask, the defense can bring it up, but the prosecution can't. That would open the door. Just saying.
All right. Are there any
Still
more
an opening,
preliminary
though.
matters? We have 16 jurors in the House. My intention with regard to them is to inquire of them first thing now, after I greet them, and ensure myself by asking the 3 questions that I go through. It's actually 4 in this case because I added the social media, no social media, no news media. I'll presume for the sake of argument right now that all of them are going to have
Hey,
been
Benny.
obedient to that. If they aren't, of course, we'll deal with it and we'll address it.
Yeah, they're not going to be. Let's be honest, Your Honor.
And we'll go from there. If we get We still have 16 in the box. We'll swear them in. And then we'll be off and running. Any questions about that?
I like her.
Come on.
We'll be off and running, she says. We'll be going.
Your Honor, no question about that. There are some housekeeping matters. Counsel wished to have 4 witnesses recognized. I have them here. And in addition, we had a series of stipulations that we wanted to present to the court.
Okay.
Okay then. Stipulations,
Sorry,
let's hear
I
them.
didn't want to interrupt you. And forgive me because I was focusing on the Richard Walker email. I didn't hear your judgment on the hole in the ceiling.
On the what?
The hole in the ceiling.
The entirety of that motion is denied.
Okay. So with that, I could have the officers that counsel wishes to recognize be brought in, and we could have them recognized right now.
Yeah.
Okay then.
I'd like to bring up one issue.
Oh boy. It's the issue,
Before
sir.
this?
It doesn't matter, just, I'll wait till they're recognized and I'll bring it up.
Morning, Scorpio, my friend.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Just identify yourself for the record.
Today's
Good morning. Good morning. Good
Jerry.
morning. Good morning. So you're all in here because the defense wants you to be recognized, which means that you're under court order. You need to make yourself available for this trial whenever you're told, and the lawyers will be back in contact with you when you
Hey, guys.
are actually
Your mom.
needed as the case goes along. Do you understand? And you agree to come back? All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, done. Done. Cyber Monday, folks. Just remember that.
Your Honor, I'm handing up to the clerk 3 series of stipulations. One is concerning the Richard Walker email. Now that it's going to be admissible, we believe that stipulation could be read to the jury. There is also a stipulation concerning the chain of custody of the known DNA samples, which would negate the need to call certain witnesses from the FBI. And then finally, there's a stipulation.
Thanks, Jesse.
This third one does not need to be read to the jury, but it's just for the record and can be marked as for ID concerning financial records. And so we were going to have that. And then also, I believe we have a stipulation concerning the federal conviction and federal charges.
All right.
Ooh.
So
let's
I'll
hear
have
it.
these all marked for identification at
I
this
want to hear the
point.
stipulations.
I don't usually send stipulations to the jury. I just consider it like any other evidence, and by sending
Which
it in
would
as a
be
special something.
Something both sides agree
it
to,
seems
a
me
stipulation.
to improperly highlight that evidence. They've got to remember what the stipulations are. That said, if they ask me back what the stipulations were, I typically answer that question,
Yes,
but
Your
I don't send them in. So I'll have them marked individually for identification. Where are we right now with regard to that? All right, D for dog is the stipulation.
Girl, I got my
regarding
notebook ready.
Richard Walker.
I'm
E will be
ready.
The stipulation
Scorpio's
regarding
pens
the
that she
DNA
got me.
samples
Got my
of
notebook
Anna
ready.
Walsh and Brian Walsh.
I'm old fashioned.
F
I
will
got to
be the
write it out.
Stipulation regarding authentication of records. And G will be the stipulation regarding the federal
DNA.
prosecution of the defendant. And when we get to the point in the case that you wish me to read those stipulations, just cue me by ID number that this is the time you want them to be read.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Sweet. We ready. We are ready.
All right, Attorney Tipton.
First, the preliminary instructions, we're asking that no consciousness of guilt preliminary instruction be given.
I don't have one in there. All I have is the elements of first degree murder by premeditation and the normal beyond a reasonable doubt and presumption of innocence, all that stuff.
Okay.
But there's nothing about COG in there.
Okay. And secondly, our understanding was that the sentencing was going to occur today. Are we wrong about that?
I don't know that we set the day to take place, but I also don't think it's going to have bearing on the ruling on that other motion if you're concerned about that.
I guess the next question is, does the court know when sentencing would be scheduled?
Well, we can talk about it. Nobody was pressing the issue, but now maybe that's changed. I think when we took the plea last Tuesday, or maybe it was the Tuesday before, right? we had talked about giving the Commonwealth sufficient time to get a victim impact statement in. I haven't seen that. At some point, it sort of felt to me like maybe we just do it all together. If there's a conviction at the end, if not, I'll just
Makes
set on the
sense.
other two charges. But I don't have any, firm beliefs about whether it needs to be done before or after. So if
I agree with her. It should be done at
do
the
it
end.
sooner rather than later. Put the other side on notice that the victim impact statements need to be to me by a certain date so that I consider them. And if there's anything beyond in writing that the defense wants me to consider, I'm happy to consider that too. So,
We'll talk to the Commonwealth.
all right, sounds good.
I'm in my cat suit today, literally. I bring my little out sometimes in the warm cat suit because it's very warm. It even has a face on it. I kid you not. My kitty has a face on it. It's super warm and it's super comfy. So today, we're Cheetah. Oh, of course they are streaming. Of course. I mean, not for nothing, but did any of these people who are magically streaming the trial now catch anyone up on what this fucking trial is about? Of course not. Probably not, right? They just think that, like, the new biggest thing is what they like. To me, it's like, do any of these people even interested in this case? Like, I know I am because it's local. It's also something that has gone far beyond being local at this point. And it's from the area that I'm from, right? So it's a onesie. It is a onesie, girl. It is a onesie. It doesn't have feet on it, though. It's a footless onesie. So I can wear my own socks. But yes, it is a onesie. Yeah, I guess. But Yuri was there. We just saw Yuri Buchanan. I've actually met him. He's very professional, very straightforward. Okay, Dougie, we're happy to see you pop in, my friends. Hope you have a good day at work, lady. Have a good day at work. I know a lot of you are probably just listening from work with an earbud in. Oh, yes, and I forgot to mention my tree. Wallflower got me this beautiful pink tree for Christmas, so I could get a pink tree because I had one and it broke when we moved, and so I didn't have a tree this year. So for my birthday, she bought it before my birthday, but she got me this beautiful pink tree, and I love it. I haven't put it up yet. It's right here in the box. Today is actually my oldest's birthday. My oldest, my baby, is officially 21 today. And to me, it's not just a birthday where she turns 21 and is of legal age to drink. To me, she's made it 21 years with her very rare terminal illness, and I hope she makes another 21 or 100 more, Every day is precious with our loved ones, and for me, this is a big milestone for my girl. So happy birthday to my firstborn, my oldest, forever my baby. She's 21 today. Oh, I have one. It's not a unicorn. It's a party llama. I have this one. I have a party llama, and I have a Yeti. She is a rock star. She's my adopted mom. I love her to pieces, and I get to talk to her about all sorts of things that when you don't have a mom, never thought you'd talk about, right?
Hear all persons having any due for the Honorable Justice Diane Fournier, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, drawn near, give your attendance and you shall be heard. I was at the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in this honorable court.
Yes, I love you. Yes, mother.
Good morning.
I rang.
Morning. It's nice to see you all as a group for the first time. Victors, I hope you all had a nice holiday break, and we're here to start the trial today. Before we go take any steps to further the trial, I want to go over with you and ask you each individually as a group, but you're going to answer.
I'm so proud of her.
Whether you were able to comply with my orders that I placed on you when you were in panel. So the way I do it is I'm going to ask you the question. There's 4 questions. And then I'm going to ask you to answer once verbally, yes or no. And then nod your head, yes or no, until you and I make eye contact. and I will scan first from the left rear to the right and front left to the right. And keep on nodding until you really know that I connected. Sometimes you think I connected and I didn't, and then I'll have a long pause. Sounds more complicated than this. It's really quite simple. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case? Were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case? Were you able to comply with my order that you not go on social media or access any news media? And you all still have open minds? With those 4 questions all answered in the affirmative by each juror, we're ready to begin today's work.
Would you like the jurors sworn, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Members of the jury, if you could please stand and raise your right hands for me. Do each of you solemnly swear or affirm that you will well and truly try the issue between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to the law and the evidence, so help you God? Thank you all. You may be seated. Members of the
I
jury,
love it.
hearken to the indictments returned by a Norfolk County grand jury. Mr. Walsh, if you could stand, please. Norfolk Criminal Indictment Number 2023-0091 alleges that Brian Walshe, a Cohasset in the County of Norfolk, on or about January 1st, 2023, at Cohasset in the County of Norfolk, did assault and beat Anna Walsh with intent to murder her, and by such assault and beating did kill and murder said Anna Walsh in violation of Mass General Law, Chapter 265, Section 1.
Ooh, just get present.
The defendant has pleaded that he is not guilty, and he has placed himself before his country, which country you are, for trial. If he is guilty, you shall say so and no more. If he is not guilty, you will say so and no more. Thank you, Mr. Walsh. You can be seated.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So jurors, as I told you in the impanelment period, you will be responsible for deciding this case. Please pay careful attention to the evidence.
I think of you, my friend. Think of all of you guys.
When the evidence is complete, I will explain the legal rules that you must apply to decide this case. You will then meet in private to discuss and consider the evidence, apply those rules, and work together to reach a unanimous verdict. Before we start the trial itself, I'm giving you some initial instructions, also known as the pre-charge. I will explain the indictment that Madam Clerk just read aloud and describe what will happen during the trial. I will explain my role as the judge, the lawyer's important role, and your role as jurors. I will discuss some of the legal rules that apply to this case, and I will explain and remind you of some important things you must do and must not do during this trial. A moment ago, Madam Clerk read the language of the indictment in this case. An indictment is a legal document that formally accuses someone of a crime. The indictment in this case charges Mr. Walsh with
I know, I don't see the bald spot.
The indictment is not evidence in this case, and the fact that the defendant is facing this charge does not mean that he is guilty of committing any crime. As I told you when we were choosing you as jurors, the defendant is not guilty to the charge. And at the end of the trial, you, the jury, will decide whether the prosecution has proved the charge beyond a reasonable doubt.
I love this judge.
Let me give you an outline of the trial.
I have some Christmas surprises.
The prosecutor and the defense will make their opening statements. An opening statement is a summary of what the lawyer expects the evidence will show. After the opening statements, you will hear testimony from various witnesses. The evidence may also include documents and other things. The prosecution will call witnesses first. Then the defendant will have the chance
Me too.
to call additional witnesses
Ho, ho.
if he chooses to do so. Both sides may question each witness. After you see and hear all of the evidence, each side will make their closing arguments to summarize the evidence and suggest conclusions you may reach based on the evidence and the law. The lawyer's opening statements and their closing arguments may help you make sense of the evidence you see and hear during this trial, but the openings and the closings are not evidence. At the end of the trial, I will instruct you in detail on the legal rules that you must apply in deciding this case. And I give them to you both orally, as I'm doing now, but you get written copies of the charge that go back with you as well. You will then discuss the case in private and work together as a jury to agree. Let me next address the roles of everybody in this courtroom, and I'll start with myself first. As a judge, I am responsible to make sure this case is tried fairly, efficiently, and according to the law. I must make sure that you see and hear only evidence that's allowed under what we call our rules of evidence. Those rules determine what evidence the lawyers may and may not present to you. The purpose of these rules is to make sure that what you see and hear during this trial is relevant to the case.
I'm such a child. And here I am a big child.
One of the lawyers says objection. That means that that lawyer thinks a particular answer or an exhibit that's being offered violates those rules of evidence. If I'm not persuaded by the objection, I will say overruled. That means that the witness may answer the question, or the other party may show you the exhibit, and you may consider the answer or the exhibit as evidence. If I instead say sustained, that means that the witness may not answer the question, or that the proffering party may not show you the exhibit, because under our rules, you may not consider the answer or the exhibit. If I sustain an objection, you may not talk about or try to guess or speculate what the answer might have been. There are times when I may say to you, disregard something or allow a motion to strike, something that you've already heard or seen. If that happens, that means that the testimony or exhibit that I strike, you must disregard it and you may not consider it. As the judge in the case
make me cry.
trial, there may be times when I
Happy
give
tears.
mid-trial instructions on a particular area of law. And at the end of the trial, I will give you, as I said, those detailed oral and written instructions. Let me next talk about the role of the lawyers. The lawyers in this case have their own important role. Their job is to bring to your attention the
No, not
evidence
every
and
day.
arguments that best support their position.
This is
They
like
may
the
also object to evidence, as I
full
just
instruction
offered by
for the jury because it's the first day.
Please don't hold it against any of the lawyers if they make an objection. The lawyers have to let me know when they think there's a potential evidentiary issue that I need to decide. Let me next talk about your role. Jurors, you have the most important role in this trial. After you have heard and seen all of the evidence in the case, you will decide who and what to believe. Whether the prosecution has proved the defendant is guilty of the crime charge based on the legal principles I explained to you. You must decide this case based only on the evidence you see and hear.
Guessing about 3 weeks.
And on my instructions. On
About.
You may not decide this case based on suspicion, guesswork, or speculation. The evidence consists
I love
of
this
the
judge.
testimony of the witnesses.
I don't know how many
On this witness
total
stand,
witnesses.
call it, and any other documents or things that become exhibits in the case. Other things that you see and hear during this trial are not evidence. Again, the opening statements and closing arguments, not evidence. And the questions that the attorneys ask, they're not evidence either. A witness's answers are evidence, but a lawyer's questions are not. A very important part of your job as jurors is to decide who and what to believe. Whether testimony is contradicted or it is not, it is up to you to decide whether you believe it. You may believe everything a witness says, part of what a witness says, or none of it. The same is true of each exhibit. You must decide whether you believe what it shows or you do not. In deciding who and what to believe, you should ask and consider some important questions. First, was the witness honestly trying to tell the truth or deliberately lying? Though a witness is taken
I
oath
know,
to tell the
sorry.
truth, sometimes a witness says things that a witness knows are false. If you conclude that a witness lied to you about something, then of course, you should not believe that part of the testimony. Second, was the witness accurate? Or did the witness get something wrong without meaning to do so? Sometimes a witness may recall seeing or hearing something, but still be mistaken. If you conclude that a witness tried to be truthful, but that some part of that person's testimony wasn't accurate, then you should not consider the inaccurate testimony. I have no opinion about who or what you should believe, or about how you should decide this case. So please don't take anything that I do or say throughout this trial to suggest to you what you should believe or how you should decide this case. I want to next talk about fairness. Our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age,
Financial status
ability,
doesn't always happen.
gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal character.
Doesn't always happen. Morning, Sam.
You have agreed to be fair, and I'm sure that you want to be fair, but it's not always easy. One difficulty comes from our own built-in expectations and assumptions, and they exist even if we're not aware of them, and even if we believe we don't have them. Some of you may have heard of this as called as implicit bias, and that's what I'm talking about now. As a judge, I have the same problem as everyone else, so let me share a few strategies that I found to be useful. First, slow down. Don't rush to any decision. Hasty decisions are more likely to reflect stereotypes or hidden biases. Second, keep an open mind. Avoid drawing conclusions until the end of the case when you and your fellow jurors deliberate. Remember that when you deliberate, you will have all the evidence and all the time you need to make a careful decision. So there truly is no need to start making your mind up before then. Third, you should listen closely to the witnesses. That's the best way to ensure that you decide this case based on the evidence and the law instead of upon unsupported assumptions. Fourth, as you listen to the testimony about the people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as members of any particular group. Finally, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? At the end of the case, I will remind you of these strategies and ask you to focus on the evidence instead of any unsupported assumptions you may have. All we ask is that you individually and as a group
Benny's
do
here,
your best to
or was
resolve
here.
this case based on the evidence and the law without sympathy, bias, or prejudice to the best of your ability as human beings. I want to turn now to certain legal principles and rules that you must follow in this case, and I will discuss these again in more detail at the end of the case. But here are some key things that you need to know from the beginning. First, let me talk to you about the presumption of innocence. As I told you during the jury selection process, every person who is accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent of the crime. Mr. Walshe is presumed innocent of the charge in this case. That means that you must consider Mr. Walshe to be innocent now and must still consider him to be innocent at the end of the trial unless the prosecution has proved beyond a reasonable doubt through evidence presented during the trial that the defendant committed the crime charged. And I will explain what I mean by reasonable doubt in just a moment. The defendant does not have to do anything to convince you he is innocent. He does not have to explain anything to the jury. The defendant does not have to testify, call or question any witnesses, or provide any evidence at all, because you must presume he is innocent. Instead, it is up to the Commonwealth to prove the charge against the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden of proof never shifts to the defendant. At the end of the trial, after you've seen and heard all of the evidence, you will deliberate with each other, meaning you'll discuss the evidence and decide on a unanimous verdict. If you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt on the charge, then your verdict must be not guilty on the charge. You may find the defendant guilty of the charge only if all 12 deliberating jurors agree that the Commonwealth has proved the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. So the burden is on the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the charge made against him. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it's not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt, for everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all of the evidence,
Openings are my
have
favorite.
in your minds an
And closings.
abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that's been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the prosecutor. If you evaluate the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. That is what I mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
I still think beyond reasonable doubt needs to be explained better, bottom line. No supporters that I
Must
see.
prove the charge here beyond a reasonable doubt. To do so, it must prove each element or component part of the charge.
I do think without beyond a reasonable doubt needs to be explained much better.
As I said, the charge here is murder. And the Commonwealth is proceeding on the charge of first-degree murder on a theory of deliberate premeditation. In order to prove the defendant guilty of murder on the theory of deliberate premeditation, the Commonwealth must prove 5 elements beyond a reasonable doubt.
But I didn't see any supporters or anything
Caused the death of
yet.
Walsh. That the defendant intended to kill Anna Walsh, that is, the defendant consciously and purposefully intended to cause Anna Walsh's death. Third, that the defendant committed the killing with deliberate premeditation, that is, he decided to kill after a period of reflection. Fourth, that the defendant did not act in proper self-defense or proper defense of another.
They sure do, Scorpio.
No mitigating circumstance. Those are the basic 5 elements.
His mother's in there,
Really,
Jesse
what
said.
I'm trying you to absorb it at this point is that there are 5 component parts, and each of those component parts, the
Who made
Commonwealth
turkey sangies after?
again, beyond a reasonable doubt. Let me talk about some of the housekeeping matters that you may be thinking about. One of truth, you may ask about these actually when you were being selected as jurors, and I'll start first with note taking. At the end of the trial, when you meet in private to deliberate, you will have all of the exhibits with you. We cannot provide you a transcript of any of the witnesses' testimony, however.
So write it down.
Rely on your own memories of
And
what
notes.
each witness said to you. You may take notes during the trial, if you wish, and our court officers will pass out at an appropriate time a notepad and a note writing implement, a pen or a pencil. I don't know what we have here today. Some jurors find it helpful to take notes while listening to the evidence. It may help you focus on.
I feel you on that, Christy. I don't have any relatives really alive to hang out with, but
Some of you may not want to
I
take
feel
any
you.
notes, and that's perfectly fine too. Whether you take notes or not, it's entirely up to you. Whether you take notes or you do not, you need to pay close attention to each witness and what they say. In deciding who and what to believe, you should watch and listen carefully to each witness. Think about whether the witness seems believable, whether the witness's memory seems reliable, and anything else about how the witness testifies and what the witness says that helps you determine whether and how much to believe that witness. When you deliberate at the end of the trial, remember that it is your memory.
I was starving. That's why I had to eat.
Your notes may help jog your memory about what a witness said, but they are not a substitute for what you and your fellow jurors remember about the testimony. Do not assume that because you or another juror wrote something down, that it is more accurate than your or another juror's memory of what the witness actually said. Your notes are confidential. No one, including me, will read them. The court officers will collect your notebooks and your writing implements at the end of each trial day and will keep them safe, and they'll be returned to you the following morning. And at the end of the trial, I will order the court officers to destroy any notes that were taken.
I feel like they shouldn't destroy them. It should be a study into what they were thinking and writing about.
If you have any trouble seeing anything,
Why destroy them?
If you need an unscheduled break, please raise your hand and one of the court officers will come over.
It can show biases and help us make the legal system better.
I remind you that we take a morning
Never understood why they did that.
break at about 11 o'clock, and that's usually about 20 minutes to 30 minutes, depending on what I have to do during that
Yeah,
time.
he gives me the egg five too.
And then we proceed on to the lunch hour at 1 o'clock. We take a break from 1 to 2, and then the afternoon session is the longest session, 2 hours long, between the hours of 2 and 4. So you can predict.
Oh, no, not 2 hours. God forbid you sit for more than friggin' 3 hours and actually do an entire case past 4.
At any point during the trial,
Norfolk County
court officers know and will get me.
and Massachusetts in general.
And do it through a note is the best way. Finally, jurors, I'm not going to give you the longer version of this because I just asked you about this morning. But it's imperative to the administration of justice in each criminal case, and in this one, that you abide by those rules that you agreed to. If anybody needs another written version of the order that I gave to you, I have plenty of them. Don't hesitate to ask. But I remind you, no social media, no news media. Don't do any research about this case on any medium. Don't talk to anyone about this case. And continue to have open minds as you listen to the evidence in the case. It's the first thing that I'm going to ask you every morning, and it's the last thing you're going to hear me remind you of every night. All right?
I heard this judge was good with schedule and time. That is what I've heard. Is that this judge is very good with time, scheduling, and even actually going past 4 o'clock if she needs to. The part that pisses me off here in Massachusetts is most other states, they don't start at 9 and then go till 4. That's not even an entire day, right? They start at like 8 and they'll go till 5 or after in one day so that they can streamline the process of a trial. Starting at 9 and mostly not till 9:30, 9:40. Some judges, and I've waited in courtrooms and waited, and court's supposed to start at 9 and judge isn't even on the bench till 10. And then they take a break at like 11. It's insane the way it works here in Massachusetts. It's fucking slow. And really, judges shouldn't be allowed to just waltz onto the bench whatever time they feel they, want to. It should be, this is other people's time as well. There are people who are wrongly accused who have to end up going to court for an arraignment. And, says you got to be there for 9 a.m. You could be sitting there till 4 p.m. because they're taking their sweet ass fucking time. Why? Because you were charged with the crimes. They don't give a shit how long you have to wait. They don't give a fuck about your time. And it's like, well, what about the people who are wrongly accused? Sitting there, waiting. Whether it's a traffic ticket or assault, it doesn't matter to me, right? Everyone's time is valuable, even the people sitting in the courtroom, even the jury. So why the fuck are we, stopping it right at 4 and being okay next day, and we don't start till after 9? I mean, that's insane to me. Most states have weekend court, which I don't agree with weekend court, but I do agree with going
Senators,
past
I know
4
that you
o'clock,
will try this case
probably till
according to the
6
oath that you
or
took
9 to
this morning.
6, because you're
In that
taking these
oath, you
hour-long
promised
plus
to well
breaks.
and truly
Come on.
try the issues between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to the evidence and the law. If you follow that oath, approach this case with an open mind and make your decisions fairly, without prejudice or bias or sympathy for anyone, then you will arrive at a just and fair verdict. It's now time for the opening statements. You will find that there are customs in the law, many customs in the law that dictate how the case plays out. And the first custom I'll alert you to is that the Commonwealth opens the case first. DA Connor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, because it's a waste of everyone's time. And the judge, and thankfully this judge is prompt. But a lot of other judges, they just do what they want. They wait till 10, 9:45.
2023.
Openings.
Teresa Marchese returned to work after New Year's home. She works at Tishman Speyer, and she is the Director of Human Capital Management. That is to say that she's the Director of
Night and weekends in some states.
Tishman Speyer is a real estate management company, but it's a global real estate management company.
No, I don't think he'll testify.
All over the world. And this office that Ms. Marchese works in is in Washington, D.C. When she returned to her office in Washington, D.C. that morning, she was alerted that one of her coworkers' husbands was trying to find her coworker. The coworker was Anna Walsh, and her husband is Brian Walshe. Teresa Marchese knew Anna Walsh because she hired her. She hired her in February 2022 to work at the Washington, D.C. office of Tishman Speyer and to manage
Volume's all the way up, folks.
in Washington, D.C. She also knew.
Damn, I'm going to miss that.
Anna Walsh commuted from Cohasset to Washington to work at Tishman Speyer, and that her husband, Brian, and her 3 children were still in Cohasset at this time. She also knew where Anna Walsh lived in Washington, D.C. Anna Walsh had bought a townhouse right near where Teresa Marchese lives in Washington. So when she heard that Brian Walsh was looking for Anna, she got concerned. And she spoke to her boss, Jeff Chubb.
I'll cover me and Gioni on a break. That's what we'll do, Jane.
And called Brian Walsh. Brian was calm, and he said that on January 1st, Anna left their Cohasset home for a work emergency and had to fly back to Washington, D.C.
Agreed, they could use lapel
I haven't
mics.
spoken to her since then.
It's crazy.
This is the longest they've ever gone without speaking. So, Teresa Marchese went and drove to Anna Walsh's townhouse. She took another employee with her, and on the way there, she had another conversation with Brian Walsh. Brian was calm, and he gave her the combination to the garage so Ms. Marchese could get into the building. Ms. Marchese got there. She was able to look in the windows. Nothing was broken. Nothing was out of order. She got into the garage, and she found some cardboard boxes that had yet to be unpacked, some car seats, no car, no Anna Walsh. Now, the door from the garage to the home, that was locked, so she couldn't get inside. So, Ms. Marchese called Mr. Walsh back again, and she told him,
Yeah, I need lapel mics myself.
to loop into this conversation.
I have pink ones on my wish list.
Speyer's global head of security, who also works in Washington, D.C. His name is Hugh Dunleavy. He's a retired Secret Service agent. Mr. Walsh is calm. Mr. Dunleavy is looped into this conversation on the phone, and Mr. Walsh's demeanor changes. He becomes very upset. Mr. Dunleavy calms him down, asks him a series of questions, and Mr. Walsh repeats, Anna left the home in Cohasset on January 1st to come to Washington, D.C. for a work emergency.
It's not me, it's their volume.
Mr. Dunleavy follows up. Have you called the police? What is the local police department in your town? You live in Cohasset. You need to call the police. The call ends. Mr. Dunleavy works with the Washington police and helps facilitate them getting into the home in Washington, D.C., and Anna is not there. He also calls the Cohasset police just before noon on January 4th. And he reports Anna missing. Hugh Dunleavy from Washington, D.C. calls the Cohasset police, and that is the first time Anna Walsh has been reported missing to the police. And it was done just before noon on January 4th. And no one has seen her since January 1st. Over the next few weeks, it'll be the honor of Ms. Cusick, Ms. Yaz, and myself to represent the Commonwealth. And in that time, we will prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of the premeditated murder of his wife, Anna Walsh. And we're going to do that by presenting evidence. And evidence will come to you, as Her Honor pointed out, in two different forms. One is kind of tangible. You'll see photos of the family home in Cohasset at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway. You'll see videos from different stores. You'll see Anna Walsh's banking records. You will also see objects, like a Tyvek suit, like a hatchet, like a hacksaw. Now, in addition to those objects, you will hear from witnesses. Witnesses like Teresa Marchese and Hugh Dunleavy, who I just mentioned. You'll also hear from a group of witnesses that are Anna Walsh's friends and colleagues. They will tell you that Anna was 39 years old in January 2003. She was married to the defendant. She had 3 children. They'll tell you that she was a Serbian immigrant, that she came to this country and began working in the hospitality industry by working in hotels in Washington and Massachusetts, and that she transitioned to real estate. She got the opportunity to work for Jem Mutlu, who had his own real estate company. She actually wound up running that company for him. That was until February 2022, where she got what Brian Walshe would refer to as a dream job, where she got to work for Kitchen Spire. And she would make more money than she had ever made before in her career. She had purchased a townhouse in Washington, D.C., and she was expecting to have her family come with. However, Brian and the children had stayed in Massachusetts. And the reason is that Brian had previously pled guilty to a count of fraud in the Boston Federal District Courthouse. But he hadn't been sentenced yet.
To the art.
Now, he was accused of owing over $400,000 of restitution. At this point in time, Anna was the breadwinner for the family, and she had moved to D.C. She was still commuting back and forth, but looking to have the family join her in D.C. And Brian too. However, when she bought the townhouse, she did this with the aid of a real estate agent by the name of William Fastow. She was introduced to Mr. Fastow from her former boss, Jem Mutlu. Mr. Fastow will testify. And he will tell you that they became friends, and that friendship became romantic. And that carried on into November of 2022. When Anna needed to go visit her mother,
It makes me so sad for
who
her.
was sick back in Belgrade, Serbia. Anna flew to Dublin, Ireland, the weekend of Thanksgiving, and Mr. Fastow joined her for that weekend. She then flew and visited her sick mother in Serbia, and then would return back to the United States. Mr. Fastow, after Dublin, would go back to Washington, D.C. But Anna missed Thanksgiving with Brian and the children. And then on Christmas Eve that same year, Anna went out to dinner with Mr. Baxter. They went out to dinner in Annapolis with another couple. And she stayed the night. And she was supposed to get a flight out on Christmas Day. But she couldn't get a flight. So she had to drive up from Washington, D.C. to Cohasset. And she missed Christmas Eve and most of Christmas Day with Brian. She would fly back to Washington, D.C. And on December 29th, she would go to dinner with one of her friends who will testify before you. And that friend will say that she was uncharacteristically tired and emotional. You'll also hear from a series of witnesses that dealt with Anna Walshe right before New Year's. She returned back to Cohasset on December 30th, and she was going to stay with the family until January 3rd. You'll hear how she went to a bar class, B-A-R-R-E. It's an intensive ballet class. You'll hear from the instructor who will say that she did exceedingly well in that class. A person who was with her in a nail salon will testify. She got her nails done on New Year's Eve. And Mr. Mutlu will testify. He went over to the Walshe family residence on New Year's Eve for dinner. 3 adults were there. It was Mr. Mutlu, Brian, and Anna. He got there around 8:30. He brought some snacks for the kids. Actually got to play with the oldest child. And he spent the night talking to his friends. He'd characterize them as jovial. They shared champagne. They weren't drunk. They were enjoying the new year. They actually signed the champagne box. And you'll see that, where they were looking forward to the new year. Brian cooked. Brian was attentive. Brian also said to Mr. Mutlu that night that he had lost his phone, it had been misplaced, but he had felt free as a result of it. Mr. Mutlu left that home on New Year's Day at 1:30 a.m. And there was no mention of a work emergency in Washington, D.C. that would require Anna to fly out or leave the family home at 6 or 7 a.m. that day. Now on January 4th, after Hugh Dunleavy had called the Cohasset Police Department, the Cohasset Police Department dispatched Officer Greg Lawrence to go speak to Mr. Walshe at his home. Officer Lawrence went. He was met outside by Brian Walshe. Brian Walshe informed Officer Lawrence that Anna had left on January 1st, had taken a Uber or Lyft to Logan Airport to fly out to Washington, D.C. for a work emergency. Gave her a phone number for Anna Walshe, described her as 5'2", that she was 39 years old, approximately 115 pounds. He hadn't heard her. Officer Lawrence went back to the Cohasset Police Department, worked with other Cohasset police officers, trying to find any connection to Uber or Lyft or local taxi cabs. Cohasset police would then begin a process of pinging Anna's phone. You're going to get to see the records from that, but essentially the process involves the cell phone carrier, in this case Verizon, sending a signal out to the phone to try and locate. And the Verizon records will show that the last time that phone that belonged to Anna Walshe interacted with the network was shortly after 3 a.m. on January 2nd. And when it did so, it was in the area of the Walshe home. That same day, Cohasset Police also tasked Detective Schmidt with investigating this case. He and Officer Lawrence would go back to the Walshe family residence at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway and interview Brian Walshe. And he recorded it. You'll get to hear the recording. And Brian will talk about how Anna was commuting back and forth from Cohasset to Washington for work, how there were some issues with his federal case, and how Mr. Mutlu had come over for dinner that night on New Year's Eve, and how Anna had to leave between 6 and 7 on January 1st. He also, in that interview, described what Anna was wearing when she left the house. Blue-gray hunter boots, a black jacket, and an Hermes watch. So Sergeant Smith will testify before you, and he will tell you that he worked on this missing person investigation and called in additional resources to help. On the 5th, he had his own department do a search of the woods near the family home. On the 6th, he called in a task force made of several different police departments to do further searching of the woods in and around the Walsh family home. Contacted the state police to use their resources. He also got the opportunity to speak to Mr. Walsh on January 5th, January 7th, and January 8th. And when he did those interviews, he was accompanied by detectives from the state police. And those interviews were recorded. You'll get to hear those interviews. And Mr. Walsh, during those interviews, will explain that he and Anna were happily married. He had no knowledge of any extramarital affair. That Anna had her dream job. That it was taking care of the family. And conversely, he didn't take a salary this year out of his company that was a consulting company. He told the police that he owed over $400,000 in restitution on his federal matter. That this case was causing stress on his marriage. That he might have to go to jail. He said that they were very happy and that the biggest problem was that they were apart. Brian also told the police that Anna's job had caused her to miss Christmas Eve and Christmas Day with the family. And that Anna traveling to visit her sick mom caused her to miss Thanksgiving with the family. And that he did not want to have an argument with Anna about missing another holiday on January 1st. He had a discussion with her about Christmas Day. He was concerned that by him looking around trying to find her, she embarrassed her. So he tells the police, I didn't want to have an argument. So I understood she was going to come back, and she left for that emergency at work. You'll also have access to financial records that will show that Anna Walsh had approximately $200,000 in accounts at Fidelity, and that there was over $1 million in life insurance in Anna Walsh, and that Brian Walsh was the beneficiary of those policies. And in addition to the Cohasset police, the Massachusetts State Police also worked with them on trying to find Anna. You're going to hear from two troopers in particular, Trooper Nicholas Torino and Trooper Connor Key. They are digital forensic specialists. They have special training in examining computers, tablets, phones. And in this matter, they had the opportunity to examine a MacBook, iPads, and cell phones that were at the Walsh house. And they will explain that on Christmas Day, when Anna had missed Christmas Eve and was, after spending the evening with Mr. Fastow, and was driving up from Washington, D.C., the cell phone that Brian Walsh was using looked up Mr. Fastow on the internet. And that on December 27th, a MacBook that used the Apple ID for Brian Walsh, between 8:30 and 9 o'clock, researched best strategies to divorce for a man, best state to divorce for a man, Washington, D.C. divorce laws. On December 29th, Brian Walsh's cell phone was researching buildings that Anna Walsh managed for Tishman's Fire and emergencies she had handled for them in the past. Trooper Guarino will also explain to you the internet history of that MacBook that had Brian Walsh's Apple ID. beginning on January 1st. At 4:54 a.m., the MacBook searched best way to dispose of a body. And then with
The search is
more than an hour.
his locations.
At 6:24 a.m., same day, the same device, searched how long for someone to missing to inherit. How long missing to be dead? Can you throw away body parts? Later on that morning, on January 1st at 9:33 a.m., the MacBook went to search how long does DNA last? And then an article. Is it possible to clean DNA off a knife? 30 minutes later, the MacBook researched disposal of a cell phone. At 10:28 a.m., the MacBook researched, I am the user of my wife's credit card. She is missing. And again, on January 1st, at 11:28 a.m., it searched best way to dispose of body parts after a murder. Trooper Guarino will explain the numerous websites and searches done by the MacBook in the morning and early afternoon on January 1st, and that these websites were about cleaning blood with ammonia, bleach, and hydrogen peroxide. Websites visited included those as whether it is better to throw away crime scene clothes or wash them. One site was entitled, "You want to get away with murder? Use a special deterrent." This type of activity on the MacBook continued into January 2nd, when it looked up, how long does Lowe's keep security footage? How to saw a body. How to dismember a body. Can you be charged with murder without a body? Can you identify a body with broken teeth? The MacBook also visited websites for apartment complexes in Brockton and Chelsea. One in particular, Chatham West in Brockton. Brian Walshe told investigators that his phone, which was an iPhone 13 mini, had been misplaced and not found until the afternoon of January 2nd, 2023. When investigators examined that phone, they learned that it had been connected to a power source. It had been unlocked 4 times by either using the face or the passcode. Investigators will also tell you that the location data from that phone showed that it remained in the Walshe residence until the afternoon of January 2nd, 2000.
He has to know he's been screwed.
However, there was another phone.
A lot, Sam. I'll fill you guys in on that on a break.
An iPhone SE, which belonged to one of the children. When investigators examined the location data from that phone, they found that on January 1st,
This case.
the phone traveled to a Walgreens in Cohasset.
I always say do your own research.
Then to a liquor store.
Double, triple check.
Nearby the defendant's mother's home, an apartment complex in Swansville. To a CVS in Danvers. To a Lowe's in Danvers. And to a Stop and Shop in Swansville. You will see the surveillance video from those stores. You'll see the video from Walgreens, where a white man with dark hair using a credit card buys Band-Aids and antibiotics. You'll see on the surveillance video at the CVS in Danvers that a white man with dark hair, now wearing a mask, buys hydrogen peroxide using cash. You'll see the surveillance video from the Stop and Shop in Swansville, where a white man then goes buys ammonia with cash. And you'll see the surveillance video from the Lowe's in Danvers, where a white man wearing a mask and dark hair buys several items that cost more than $400 using cash, including a Tyvek suit and cutting instruments such as shears, snips, and a hacksaw. Investigators will explain how the cell phone location data from the iPhone SE shows that it went to a Home Goods in the morning of January 2nd, and that Brian's iPhone 13 mini went to a Home Depot in Rockland in the afternoon, January 2nd. You will see the surveillance videos from those stores. You'll see a white man with dark hair at Home Goods buying scented candles and area rugs. And you'll see a white man with dark hair at the Home Depot buying more cleaning supplies. 20 pounds of baking soda, mop, buckets, and a hatchet. The investigators will also explain to you that Brian Walsh's cell phone on January 3rd was located near apartment complexes in Brockton. You'll see the surveillance videos from some of the apartment complexes, including one of Chatham West. You'll see someone going to the dumpster and then leave. The investigators will also tell you that on January 5th, Brian Walsh's cell phone was in the area of dumpsters and a trash compactor by his mother's apartment complex in Swansea, and that this was before he was interviewed by Detective Schmidt later that night. On January 9th, the police went to those dumpsters and they took that trash compactor and that dumpster to a facility in Peabody where they searched the contents of both. And they found an Hermes watch, blue-gray hunter boots, a black coat, a COVID vaccination card with Anna Walsh's name, rugs, a Tyvek suit, a hammer, shears.
Tyvek's like a full painter suit with like a hood, a white suit.
And a hacksaw. The police will tell you that these items were packaged and brought back to a laboratory.
I love that's how you found me, Sam.
Examination.
Hopefully other people will
Some of
follow.
these items were examined for DNA. And the DNA was compared to samples they had from Anna and Ron. Scientists from the state DNA lab will identify DNA of Brian Walsh and Anna Walsh on the Tyvek suit. They will explain that Anna Walsh's DNA was found from items in the dumpster, including drugs, the hatchet, and the hacksaw. Jem Mutlu said goodbye to Anna Walsh about 1 o'clock, 1:30 a.m. on New Year's Day. When he left, she was home, she was alive, she was with her husband. No one has seen her since her husband said she left on January 1st. She has not accessed her finances, her email, her phone has made no calls, and no one has found her body. During this case, we ask two things. The first is that you keep an open mind. Do not rush to judgment, but instead, see how all the evidence fits together. Pay careful attention to the timing of certain events. And second, use your common sense. Don't leave it home. Bring it with you here as you make your examination of every piece of evidence. And at the end of this trial, we will speak to you one more time. And it is at that time we will ask that you find the defendant guilty of murdering his wife with deliberate premeditation. Thank you.
Thank you, 88 Connor. Just why don't you take a break and stand up, shake a leg.
I'm dying to see if the defense says this was an accident, because they have to come up with some explanation, and I'm guessing it's going to be
Regain your focus.
accident, third party, someone else did it, blah, 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 whatever. Sorry, my boob is itchy. I kid you not. I have an itch.
Now we'll hear from the defense for the opening statements. Attorney Tipton.
Thank you, Your Honor. Brian Walshe lied to the police. Lied to him on January 4th, lied to him on January 5th, lied to him on January 7th. Brian Walshe went to Lowe's and bought tools. Brian Walshe went to Home Depot and bought tools. Brian Walshe, beginning about 4:54 a.m., began a frantic and tragic search that you will hear about.
A search? Come on.
You will hear evidence that those searches evolved from how best to dispose of body to even darker.
You think, like embalming?
As he wrestled with the fact that Anna Walshe was dead.
We have a lot of bush watchers that watch for a couple months or whatever before they ever speak.
That evidence that you will hear will be hard to understand, but it is true. On January 1st of 2023, Jim Mutlow left the family home of Brian and Anna Walshe sometime between 1 and 1:30 in the morning. Anna and Brian Walshe continued to celebrate the news. They went upstairs to the bedroom. About an hour later, you will hear evidence that Mr. Walshe got up, went back down the stairs to clean the kitchen. You'll see evidence that he looked at his email. You'll hear evidence that he then returned to the bedroom, intending nothing more than to crawl into bed with Anna Walshe, the woman he loved. When he entered the bedroom and began to get into the bed, he sensed something was wrong. You will hear evidence that it made no sense to him. But he nudged Anna, his wife. She didn't respond. He nudged her again, a little harder. She didn't respond. He nudged her now in a frantic and panic reaction to where she actually rolled off.
Oh, she died in her sleep, and he frantically hit the body.
Now he is
not buying it,
and he doesn't understand what has happened and what is happening.
And he doesn't call 911, right? Yeah, makes plenty of sense.
It didn't make any sense to him.
Come on.
It makes sense that somebody that he had just been with and
Not buying this.
New Year's Eve,
She died in her
into
sleep.
New Year's Day.
He doesn't know. Come on.
You will hear evidence in this case of sudden, unexplained death. You will hear evidence that it is rape. You will hear evidence that it happens in young people and old. You will hear evidence it happens in male and female. You will hear evidence it happens during the day and during the night, that it happens.
They also call BS.
The trained athletes.
It didn't fucking happen, in my opinion.
You will
Sorry.
hear evidence that it can be the result of both mechanical and or electrical problems within the body. You will hear evidence that it might be
Please.
cardiovascular, pulmonary, neurological, or other reasons. You will
I knew
hear
it.
evidence
He was trying to claim an accident and hide the body. Come on.
occurs in people who have never manifested a symptom that something might be wrong. And in fact, you will hear evidence that sometimes the first manifestation
This is a sad excuse.
was wrong with someone is the sudden, unexplained. That's the evidence you will hear.
Suit up doesn't just happen. Usually suit up is a result of things
Sudden,
like seizures.
unexplained death is known within the medical
come on.
community and the forensic community.
Yeah, this is their story, Kim.
It is to this day
Crazy.
well understood, and that is the evidence you will hear. And
I
it
don't think
is
the jury
not
will
well
buy
known
Not well known,
non-medical professionals. And you will hear evidence. Brian
because it doesn't happen all the time.
Some
But he just cut her body up instead. Stop it. Come
1
on.
hour he's with her, he cleans the kitchen, he comes back up.
And she's dead.
She is dead.
Oh, please.
You will hear evidence in this case that Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe loved each other.
This,
Yes, there
okay.
was stress in the marriage. Stress born out of a simple problem that took its toll. And that's the pending federal case that had begun in 2018 and was still going forward. And what happened was, over time, Anna Walshe got a job in DC with the support of Brian Walshe. It was a huge stepping stone in her career. It paid twice the salary. And they talked about it. And you will hear evidence that they had to make a decision. Brian could not leave Cohasset because of the pending federal case. So who would take care of the children? Well, Anna worked in DC. Brian did. And he did.
A nanny.
There was stress in commuting back and forth between DC.
I'm sorry. This is like a really bad defense, in my opinion. Probably the only one he could come up with, but bad.
Brian Walshe.
Should have went with like third party did it. And you got afraid someone was going to come back for you. I don't fucking know. Anything would have been better than this.
Of 2022. And that's what the evidence will be. Yes, there was an affair. You will hear evidence of an affair. An affair does not make someone a bad person, does not make someone a bad mother. Make no mistake about that. But yes, there was an affair, not between Brian Walshe and Anna, but between Anna Walshe and William Fasto. The evidence in this case will be that Anna Walshe did everything she could to hide that affair. That she did not tell her closest friends, her confidants, some of whom lived in DC, the same person, Alyssa Kirby, that she spent December 29th with, drinking and talking about her life. She hid the affair. William Fasto will tell me that he was unaware of any plans of Anna ever telling Brian about the affair. William Fasto will testify that they behaved differently in public in DC to make sure there was no appearance of the affair. William Fasto will testify that Anna Walshe told him she would be devastated if Brian ever learned about the affair. Brian Walshe didn't know about the affair. He did know.
I agree, Jane. This is just bad.
Anna Walshe had a crush.
Yeah, they had a nanny.
Still a big crush on her.
Sorry.
And he did not react in a jealous way. And you will hear evidence that
Oh, sure, sure.
close to a decade that these two people were in love. And all you have to do is look at the evidence
Apparently, Sam.
and the photograph you'll see of Anna Walshe. And the evidence will establish she is a beautiful woman. And it was not unusual for her to comment to Brian. I had some man look at me today. I think he liked her. That didn't upset Brian, not over a period of 10 years.
I do that. And my husband's
Told
like,
him
feel good about that? I'm like,
that she had a
yeah.
crush on William Fasto, the man
He's
who
like, you should.
sold them
We laugh about
a
it.
$1.3 million townhouse in DC. Didn't upset Brian. He trusted her. In fact, you will hear evidence from Melissa Kirby that Anna Walshe told her, I wish you would be jealous.
Huh? Why would you wish that your husband would be a jealous psychopath? That's weird. Everybody gets jealous, but nobody wants that.
No financial issues or problems Anna Walshe just got that job in the early part of 2022 that paid close to $300,000 a year. They own that townhouse in DC. It was worth over $1 million. They own whole life insurance policies on their sons in the amount of $1 million each. Whole life that you will hear you can borrow against if you need cash. You will hear evidence that Brian Walshe's mother gifted them money, and actually you'll hear from the landlord of the home that they were living in at the time that Brian was living in, taking care of the 3 boys while Anna worked in DC, that it was his mother who was paying the rent, because that's what grandmothers do. There was no financial problem here.
Crazy that she
They
would
owned
pay that.
investment property in Massachusetts.
Right, Sam?
The evidence in this case is that Brian Walshe loved Anna Walshe.
I agree, Jane.
You will hear that she spoke of him in glowing terms to William Fastow. That she said, I want people to see the Brian that I know.
Ninjas.
You will hear how she talked about her relationship with Brian with Alyssa Curry. And notwithstanding the fact that Anna Walshe was having an affair, she described their relationship as open and honest. He believed their marriage was open and honest because he loved her. You will hear how she described Brian as her best friend to her friend Alyssa Curry. You will also see evidence of text messages that you may use to determine for yourself if there was love between these 2 individuals. The importance about those text messages that you'll see is simply that they're dated. The ones you'll see are dated beginning December 25th of 2022, 7 days before New Year's Day. On 12/25, Anna Walshe and Brian Walshe are texting each other, and she is sending him 7 properties, listings, primarily out of Zillow, 7 listings of properties in the greater DC area. Bethesda, Annapolis. They're searching for future investment properties.
Not here, my friend. He's guilty,
You'll see
in my opinion.
that, and you'll hear evidence that then she comes up to celebrate Christmas with Brian and their 3
Nothing to do with Proctor. They have a million pieces of evidence, digital and all.
Now that she's back in DC, these text messages between them. And they're talking about one of their properties. And they're talking about the fact that it, in fact, sold.
People need to stop making this about Proctor. This case is not about Proctor.
What to do with the proceeds.
Evidence speaks for itself. Like, come on.
You'll see on 12/28, text exchange between Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe. Now, she's back in DC. She's not feeling well. She's telling Brian, I don't feel well. So I'm going to stay at home and work at home today in DC. And they joke. And on the text, Brian says something like, well, I guess I'll have to get you a plunger. Anna responds, I'll tell you what. I'll buy the plunger. You buy me that Porsche. Why? Because Anna Walshe wanted a Porsche.
Okay, and
On that text
so?
exchange, right after she says that, you'll see postings that he sent to her of the Porsches he'd been shopping for the woman he loved.
Women? I mean, woman, sir.
That he was shopping for Porsches because she had asked for them.
Yeah, but it wasn't his money he was spending. It was hers. Duh.
You'll see a text exchange between them where they're talking about a 3-story brownstone that she had found that maybe they'll buy for an investment. And you'll see the text references to how much it cost, the square footage it's up and below. You'll see text exchange between them where they're talking about possible renovations in the future. They are talking about the future. And this is on 12/29. And then on 12/30, simple texts between them about her catching her flight from DC to get to Cohasset for New Year's. She texts them, I've landed. And what you see in those text messages are she begins to send Brian pictures of her playing with the boys now that she's reunited with her 3 beautiful boys again.
Maybe because she didn't know
7 pictures
who's
sent
going to
by
murder
Brian
her.
Walshe back to Anna,
Just saying.
taken of her playing with the boys.
Cool. She planned future
Do they sign off these texts?
to keep him happy.
You'll see them.
And clearly she didn't know he was going to murder her. So there's that.
And Anna Walshe says, love you too.
Okay. And
We've come full circle in this opening, and now we're back to New Year's Eve. Jim Mutlow, the family friend, is invited by Anna to come to the house to celebrate New Year's Eve. You'll hear evidence that he was thrilled. He was thrilled to be with 2 people he'd known for years, but he hadn't seen in some time. He knew their kids, 3 beautiful boys. He'll describe how when he drove up in the driveway, Anna Walshe ran down the driveway in her heels, no coat, on a cold winter day to hug him. And then what happened? They all went into the house. And what was occurring in the house? Brian was cooking New Year's. He was feeding them as they all talked for 4 to 5 hours. And what were they talking about? They were talking about the future. They were talking about investments. Anna Walshe told a story about how Brian had found a ring for her and the whole adventure of finding the ring and buying the ring. She talked about it in glowing terms when she talked about how Brian did that.
okay. Yeah. Normal talk for someone who doesn't know they're going to be murdered.
4 or 5 hours that he was there. He saw
His Google search is so bad.
that Brian was happy and Anna was happy. He described the atmosphere as jovial.
People are always happy till they're not, sir.
He
Come on.
described it as loving. As adults do for New Year's Eve, they celebrated with wine and champagne.
Oh no, not that.
You will have that box, or at least photographs of that champagne box, where they signed it. And what Anna signed on that box she wrote, let's make 2023 the best one yet. She went on to say, courage, love, perseverance, compassion, joy, and signed it, love. Nothing was more important to both Anna and Brian than those 3 beautiful boys.
Well, clearly she didn't know she was going to be, unalive. So.
The problem of the federal
Morning,
government,
Lisa.
it was stressful. When you heard in the Commonwealth's opening the reference to a divorce search, please understand that the other evidence will be that that singular search occurred between conversations between Anna and Brian about the sale of their property. You'll see that that search occurred about 8:30 on 12/27. And why is that important? The evidence will show that the only time Anna Walshe talked about divorce with William Fastow, she talked about it in terms of Brian and I attempting to preserve the family assets. Why is that important? Because yes, there was $400,000 of restitution that was going to come due. And yes, Brian may have had to go to prison for some time. And what did that mean? It meant that there was going to have to be arrangements, not just to pay the money, which wasn't going to be a problem, but the boys had to move up to DC because Brian could no longer take care of them. And there would be all that added expense. And they went so far as to talk to Robin Howe, their nanny, their babysitter, and asked her if she would consider moving up. So there were expenses. So when you talk about preserving the family assets, you have to decide, how is it that I make sure, how is it, as Brian Walshe will tell you, how is it that I make sure that my wife and my 3 sons are financially secure if I have to go to prison for a day, for a week, for a month?
Financially secure. He's not the breadwinner.
They were talking about.
So that doesn't even make any
All of the other
sense.
digital data that the
She's
Commonwealth has
the
been
breadwinner.
poring over for 2 years.
It's her burden, not his.
You will not hear evidence of any other conversation about the divorce. And you won't hear it from William Fastow. In fact, William Fastow will tell you he had resigned himself to think Anna Walshe was never going to be Brian, father of your children. Jim Mutlow left around 1:30. Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe went upstairs. He went back down to the kitchen about an hour later to clean it up. And then the impossible, the unimaginable happened. It didn't make sense to Brian Walshe. It was confusing. He never thought anybody would believe that Anna Walshe was alive 1 minute and dead the next. And all he could think about were those 3 boys. What would happen to their 3 boys now that Anna is no longer here? What will happen if they think he did something bad to Anna? Where will those 3 boys go? And so,
Yeah, so definitely cutting up the body and hiding it is a better idea than calling the cops, idiot.
he tried to hide so he could hang on to those boys. Brian Walshe never killed him. Brian Walshe never thought about killing him. He would never think about that.
I love the evidence, my favorite part, and cross-examinations.
Jurors, once again, why don't you stand up, shake a leg? 15 minutes before the break, but it's been a long little stretch here, so I can either break you now or we can start the evidence. Does anybody, just with a show of hands, need a bathroom break? We'll hold on for 15. All right, we're going to take a break early, and we'll see you back in about 20 minutes.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm over here taking notes because that's what I do, is take handwritten notes because I'm a bozo and I have to write it down in my own way. Little bullet points. I have to. I just have to. That's how I operate. I just have to.
Please be seated. Does anyone need to address anything with me?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll take about a 20-minute break. And Commonwealth, what's the lineup today?
It's going to be Sergeant Harrison Schmidt for the entirety of the day. The intention is to try and get through the audio interviews today, Your Honor.
And everything went well with the editing, so to speak, of the...
Yes, we've made all the edits that we encouraged and the ones that the court told us to make.
All right, and the defense is all set with that? Have you watched it yet, or?
Yes.
All right. Let me know if you need me.
Yes, Your Honor.
Maybe Judge.
Right? Here's your certificate. Okay, so hold on, let me. I muted. They're still standing. I did not mute. They muted it. So they're taking this break. Let me just kill the audio anyway. So they're taking this 20-minute break early. Usually it's at 11 o'clock. Hold on, let me just. I'm going to start seeing if this is like a pattern. And we'll see if they come back in 20 minutes. So it should be 11:06 if it's actually 20 minutes. Let's be honest here. Why weird that they're removing him from the courtroom instead of leaving him in there for the break. I don't know why they would do that, but Sam's right here in this very snarky but hilarious sort of thing where she's like, yeah, in a CPR class, they teach you how to don't do CPR, don't call 911, just deem the person dead and cut them up and dispose of the pieces at your leisure. Here's your certificate, thanks for coming. I do not believe that she died on her own in the 1 hour after. So this is what he claims. And the defense kind of effed up here, right? Because the defense says that Jim left at between 1 and 1:30, right? Then he says that Brian, in this last part, he said Brian waited an hour before he went down to the kitchen, so that would make it 2 or 2:30. But before, in his opening, and this is why I write shit down word for word, because then I catch it, he claimed that. So basically, in what he just said, he would have went down to the kitchen between 2 and 2:30 and would have been done cleaning it until 3 to 3:30, right? And that's when he supposedly found her dead. Earlier in his opening, in the beginning of his opening, he argued that she died between 2 and 2:30 and failed to sort of put the timeline in perspective there. So is it 2 to 2:30 or 3 to 3:30? Did he take an hour to clean the kitchen after Mutlu left at 1:30? Or did he wait an hour to clean the kitchen and didn't go down until 2 or 2:30, which would make it 3 to 3:30 when he was supposedly done? Already that's sort of falling apart because the defense attorneys didn't properly think through what they were gonna say here. I do not believe, not even a little bit, that she magically died on her own. Does it happen? Yes. Does it make sense that she died on her own and he nudged her once and she didn't answer and he nudged her again and she fell off the bed because she was dead? Because this is what he claims, right? And obviously at that point, he is now claiming he went into panic mode and decided he was going to cut her body pieces up, dispose of them, lie to the police and say she was missing. Why not just call 911? Even if you were afraid and you wanted to just hide the body and say she was missing, why cut it up? Why take the extra step to cut it up into pieces? I can't. My sarcasm is always kicking in, I feel like, or kicking out sometimes. But no, just no, okay? In my opinion, no. I do love that Lou had to tell us that, Lou's popped around and a lot of the people who are streaming it are going with the conspiracy theory of Proctor. The problem with that is Proctor has nothing to do with the Google searches that Brian Walshe made. It has nothing to do with the witnesses that saw or were there who left between 1 and 1:30, right? It has nothing to do with what Anna did or didn't do in DC. So it's like, you can't blame Proctor for all of the evidence that exists in this case. Without Proctor, you still have all the evidence that exists. So realistically, to argue that conspiracy, Michael Proctor, it's tainted, it's blah, 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 would be to just ignore the fact that there's evidence that he can't fake, that point directly to Brian Walshe. Now let's remember, Brian Walshe clearly already pled guilty to basically moving her body, and he already pled guilty to lying to the police, right? So I knew at that point that his only arguments after that could have been an accident or someone else did it, right? So he's claiming an accident, essentially, that she just died. You know, she went and laid down and just died, which I'm not buying, obviously. Those are pretty cool window panels. Yeah, I have to agree on Canoni being the worst. She let far too much shenanigans, or shenanies as we call them, go on in her courtroom that this judge clearly would not allow. And I just wish that we had definitely a better judge in that case. Oh my God, we totally should. You know, Fanny was the fan from the Reed trial. We're going to need to make a new name for this fan. What do you guys think? You know? What do you guys think the name should be of this fan? I think you guys can come up with something good. I have faith in all of you. You know? Should it be Fancine? Fancine, not Francine, but Fancine. We had Fanny the fan because that made sense, but Fancine, Chopper, Chopper style, Chopper style. That's a song from like forever ago. Chop, chop, come on, chop, chop. Yeah. Chopperty Choppersons. Fancine. I mean, I think hold on, you know what? Let's see. I got an idea. Oh, sorry. My new ring. My new skull ring that I got at the flea market. Because as you guys know, I have this little one here I got from K Jewelers like 10 years ago. More than 10 years ago. Maybe 15 years ago. This one I got on a motorcycle run for Boston Children's Hospital many years ago. And this one I saw yesterday. I really wanted one that had pink eyes but didn't have pink, so I got blue instead. All right, let's see. Let's see here. Also, I do have, and I've been waiting. Today's the 1st of the month. So I have been waiting till today to sort of give away. We have 10 memberships that YouTube gives me to give away per month for free. I'm going to wait until a little bit later to give them away when other people are here. There's a time difference, and me being on so early and other people streaming kind of throws it off, where there's some people are in other chats, some people are not even up yet, you know, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm going to wait until other people are here before I do it. But we want to make sure that everybody has a membership before Christmas Eve for our Christmas Eve pajama party. So I can't believe it's December 1st either. Again, it's my firstborn's birthday today. She turns 21, and I'm a proud mom. And not because she's 21, like I said earlier, for those of you who weren't here earlier, I'll repeat, and that she can have her first legal drink. She's actually never had alcohol. She's just a good kid. You know, by the time I was 21, I had already, had plenty of alcohol with my friends. I worked at a bar. It just wasn't a hard thing to get. I had an older brother, whatever. But I'm proud because my daughter's disease is terminal, and there's a lot of unknowns. Less than 200 people on planet Earth have her disease. And so there was a 16-year-old girl who died of my daughter's disease a few years ago. And then there was a 36-year-old man that died a few years of my daughter's disease. So there's just not enough known about it to know when it happens. The life expectancy of it is very vast person to person. It can be different person to person, and her disease can cause different things person to person to happen. So, 21 is a big deal. This is, been going on since she was a baby. She's had a G-tube since she was a literal baby, about 6 months old. So hitting 21 is so bittersweet, because my firstborn isn't a baby anymore, even though she'll always be my baby. But also because she's outnumbered the odds at this point. The odds are always stacked against her, and yet again, she blows through them like the strong, smart, independent, funny kid that she is. Compassionate, kind, definitely sarcastic like her mother. Sometimes she can have a dark sense of humor, but she hit 21. She's made it past 21 years of age. And I hope she lives long past when I'm not on this earth anymore, that's for sure. And beats the odds again and again and again and again. But the happiest of birthdays to my baby, who will forever be my baby, even though she's not technically a baby anymore. All of my children, all of my daughters, because I only have daughters, but they will always, all three of them, be my babies. My husband sort of incorporating the fact that we have three daughters into that song that he had written for me was a big part of why I loved it so much. Talking about our three girls, because he does an amazing job as a dad, being a bonus dad to my oldest and my middle. That's dad to them, you know, to my oldest and my middle. Their dad is not in their lives, his choice, but he has stepped up since they were little and been dad, 11 years. So since my oldest was 10 and my middle even younger. So that's dad and always has been dad to them. And I remember my oldest daughter's quinceañera when she turned 15. Me and my husband paid like $600 for her quinceañera dress. And even though we had asked her biological dad to sort of help us out with the dress or pay us back some of the money, we knew essentially we were never going to get that money back. And my husband was perfectly fine with that, because that is the dress that his daughter wanted on her quinceañera. And that's the dress that she got. That is the dress that she got with alterations and all. So it cost us a pretty penny. And, I give all my girls a choice. They can have a sweet 16 or a quinceañera or Spanish. So they can choose to go with the quinceañera, or they can take their dad's side and do the good old sweet 16 style. So my oldest chose a quinceañera. My middle chose a sweet 16, and to be determined on my little. But my husband took the time and the care to do these things as her bonus dad and someone she's always just called dad, right? And to her, it's not a bonus dad, it's just dad. To my girls, that's just dad. And I couldn't, as you guys know, my dad adopted me when I was 4, or between 4 and 5. He married my mom around that time, and that was dad until the day he died, right? I do have a biological dad who was very sick but alive. I didn't know him until I was an adult, and obviously we don't have the same bond that I had with my dad, the man who raised me and the man who, took care of me and read me bedtime stories and played with me and bought us a pet and helped us paint our bedroom and took us to the park and, covered for me once in a blue moon as a teenager. I had the most amazing bonus dad on planet Earth, but he wasn't a bonus dad to me. He was just dad, right? He was just dad. Got this tattoo when my dad died. And the really cool story surrounding the tattoo is that my biological dad obviously saw the tattoo, and my biological dad had told me that he was just extremely grateful that my stepdad, or just to me, just dad, had stepped up to take care of me, and that my dad admitted that he couldn't have asked for a better person to have done that. My biological father is an alcoholic. I think he knows that he couldn't have taken care of me or done what my dad did in taking care of us. But when my dad passed, he committed suicide, I was just turning into an adult, 21. Just got sober, had been in a program, and I got this tattoo, and it says daddy, and it's got wings on it, and it's a cross with rosary beads around it, and the wings are on the cross, right? And my biological dad had said to me, like, that is a beautiful tribute, honey, to your dad. And, you know, my biological dad doesn't and never did hold any ill will towards the other man that raised me to be who I am. And that will always be daddy to me, no matter what. They both are my dads, and I love them both equally. But my dad is a very important person still in my life, hence why he lives inside this necklace. His ashes are in this necklace. And I picked this necklace, a lot of you know this, specifically because my dad wore a really chunky cross like this. My dad was a drummer. He played music. He loved music. He also played the piano, the guitar. He worked in a music shop. He taught music lessons to kids. Music was a big part of his life. He used to play the piano in church. And then after church, we actually have, for Mother's Day one year, my little brother gave me this amazing video that he like remastered of old like VHS tapes of like my dad playing the piano after everybody at the church has left, or my dad, you know, playing the drums at home. And my brother made me a beautiful Mother's Day video of all of these old videos of my dad, and it was probably one of the best gifts, besides the song that my husband had written for me for my birthday, that I've ever gotten, because it means so much to me, right? But on this cross, and you guys can't see it from there, but there is a little set of drums etched in to the front, and drumsticks etched into the front of this cross. And when I saw it, I was like, it was screaming to me, like, this is the one that your dad's ashes are going to go in, because this is so him. He wore a cross just like this. Drums were the thing that he played in his band. And it just screamed dad. And so this is where I hold my dad's ashes. My dad goes with me everywhere. And even when my necklace had broken and I didn't have a new chain for like 2 years, my friend Kara actually got me this last year for Christmas, this chain as a replacement to the one that broke. But even when the chain broke, I used to keep this little emblem here in my purse in the very small short pocket. Because my dad, I don't go anywhere without my dad, right? I don't go anywhere without my dad. I need my dad. And even if he can't talk back, the universe sort of tells me what I need to hear. And so I think about all the things that my dad did that left an impact on me. And those are the things that I help my children with. But my husband wasn't around back then, you know? He didn't get to meet my dad. He's not my biological dad, obviously, but I get to meet my dad. And yet my husband so much reminds me that being a bonus dad isn't just something that they take lightly, like my dad didn't. My dad never treated me like stepdaughter or a half daughter, or I was always just Elise, his oldest daughter. And it's a funny story because nobody called me Elise. Only my dad did. My name is Elisa. Only my dad called me Elise. It was his sort of pet name for me. And it was so weird. Well, my dad died and people just started calling me that. Like nobody up until that point besides my dad had called me that. And then after my dad passed, I was at Earthfest, actually. And after his funeral and everything, like a week later, I was at Earthfest. I walk into a Dunkin' Donuts and I'm getting a drink to walk back over to Earthfest. It was on like an intermission. And the Eagles, my dad's favorite song from the Eagles, Hotel California, comes on. And it's not a song that just pops on the radio, right? And I go back to Earthfest and I'm sitting down and it's an intermission. And again, same song, you know, Eagles, Hotel California. And, you know, it's funny because I'll talk about my dad like this. And within 12 hours, my husband will be at work and Hotel California will come on the radio and he's not here, so he doesn't know I'm talking about it, but he will call me and just let the song play and be like, were you talking about your dad? Like, it's just one of those things that like, you know, like they're there. It's amazing to me that there are men out there that will step the hell up, even when they're not the biological dad, and love those kids just as much as if they were. My dad never loved me any less than the ones that he made. I never felt like he loved me less. Even when my parents split, he didn't just pick up my sisters. He came and got us all on the weekends. He didn't have to, right? He didn't have to do any of that. But he did, right? Because he loved me just as much as he loved them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have adopted me, right? And my husband does the same. And when my girls were much smaller, I used to tell them how lucky they were to have such an amazing dad, because not everyone gets that. Not everyone gets a bonus dad, and certainly they don't get a bonus dad that treats you just like they're your own. Some people never get another one ever again, and I was lucky enough to have my grandfather in my life who was like a dad before my dad married my mom and was around, and then my dad. So I had two very strong men in my life that taught me what it was like to feel and be loved. And both of those men were smart and funny, intelligent, but kind, very kind. And I see all of that in my husband. And I just thank God that my children got lucky enough to have exactly what I had with my dad. Because if it wasn't for him, my two oldest wouldn't have a dad, right? When they need something and they don't think mom's going to give it to them, they call dad. They call dad because they know dad can't say no, especially to his girls. It's just not something he has the capacity to do. Yeah, I cried like a baby too. And to be fair, I like now know every single word. My husband's like, I listened to that song so many times after it was made. He was like, before I could even give it to you, I kept singing it, listening to it. So he knows all the words. It was a good live last night. It is just a different color. Uh-oh. Thank you, Kimberly. Bingo, Biker Daddy. It's wonderful. Bingo, the dad that stepped up, not down. I actually like Elise. It's what people have called me since my dad passed, and I find it a good tribute to my dad. Because it's easier for people to remember and say. Otherwise, they call me Alicia, Eliza, Elise, Eliza, Alicia, Alyssa. Hold on. This is, let me shut off the. Let me see. Why is it not? I just turned on the. Oh, because they still have it muted. Okay, cool. I'm like, wait a second, hold on. I don't hear any volume. They have it muted still. So I don't have it muted. It's unmuted on my end. They have it muted. Right? Yeah. I found it to be something, again, nobody called me that until my dad died. So I find it to be, my best friend used to go nuts. She passed away a few years after my dad, but it drove her nuts. She'd be like, it's Elise, Elise. But then after a couple of years, she kind of just, let it be and gave in. I was like, whatever, like whatever. It would drive her bananas. But it's just easier for people to say. To be honest, that first day of school when your teachers are all trying to say your name, there's no Z in my name. And it's not said Elisa, it's said Elisa. So my husband was telling me when he had the song written, he had to actually like spell out what my name would sound like. And I'm like, did you spell it UH-LEE-SAH? And he's like, I didn't put the H, but it was S-A. And I was like, yeah, that's how I have to spell it out for people to like, if I'm typing, for them to understand how to say it. Lisa. So I always just write like the way it'll sound, which is UH-LEE, Lee, and then sa. So I do SAH, so they get the, but Elise is just so much easier. And after my dad died, you have to remember, my dad's been gone I was 21, I'm now 39. So, they sure do. They sure do step up. right? They sure do. And I was just lucky, right? And I remind my girls how lucky they are. My two oldest, because my youngest, that is her dad, but he doesn't treat her any differently than he would treat any of the other girls. To him, when anybody asks him how many children he has, he says 3 daughters, right? That's 3 daughters, because it's exactly what we have. 3 daughters. 3 little pains in the asses. Pains in the asses that I love, but pains in the asses. You know, that's a good point, Lou. Because he's not a journalist. I mean, even Meredith said so. I just looked. She calls him out on being a liar and a fake journalist, and I love it because it's just validating everything that I have already said for years now. And it's like coming from somebody who doesn't even like me. So, come on now. You know what I mean? Like, it's just validation. Hey, why'd they remute it? That's weird. It's just validation. Like, was just with him with over a year and a half, 18 months, whatever it was. She's got the same story that every woman who's ever been with him has, and anybody who's ever been a victim of his has. Why anybody believes him at this point is fucking insane. And shout out to Bonnie, the raccoon there, because she has been posting videos that literally show the lie that he told, and then him like sort of either backtracking or stating the complete opposite of what he's claiming. So it's like, I don't know how anybody could believe a word that's coming out of his mouth. She's showing his lies right to you. Apparently, I don't know, I didn't watch, but last night he apparently had to basically admit that his lawyers have been paid. It's like, bro, we already knew that. Oh, I recuperated. What did he say? He recuperated or something like that? Like, it's recuperated. He recuperated all the money that he spent on lawyers, but that's not what he said the other day on Billy Bush. He said he spent more of his own money than Karen Reed did. That's not now he's claiming he has recouped the money that he spent on lawyers. Which is it? And why should you be recouping anything? Stop committing crimes and then expecting other people to pay for the attorney, right? Come on, man. You keep committing. Oh, well, Jersey was 20 grand. Well, you chose to get an attorney for that. Maybe don't. Yeah, reimbursed. He got reimbursed. I recouped. Okay, why are you recouping anything, right? He says he didn't make millions. I know that to be a fucking lie. He made hundreds of thousands just off the merchandise alone and his Turtle Club. That's crap. He did. It's bullshit. He absolutely did. And it's funny, Lou, because I was just saying, and Jesse was just saying that like everyone is live for this case. And I'm like, I haven't seen any of these people extensively go over this case in over a year. No, we just went over it again so that people would be prepared for the trial to remember sort of this case is about, the evidence in the case. So we just did a live stream about it. But I find it funny how people just jump on it right away thinking it's going to be like the next big thing that pays them out. And it's like, you know, I have found in this industry a lot of people want to be lied to. Because if you go to the channels of people that are just lying through their teeth and have been proven to lie through their teeth, watch their super chats or their donations. It's like one after another, after another, after another. Then watch mine. People want to be lied to.
All rise to the court, please.
It's weird. Don't ask me why. It's fucking weird.
Not yet.
Although if you do want to support the channel, you guys know how to do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, Revolut, Super Chat, Super Sticker, membership. There's a link in chat pinned to the top. You can use debit, credit. You can remain anonymous.
I would say by the typing that's going on in the front row.
Oh, absolutely he would.
So I'm going to ask, press is welcome here at all times.
He was fed
It sounds like you're taking a transcript of what's going on.
the Karen Reed case. So, I mean, if he's not fed a case, he actually doesn't know how to read court documents or understand legalese, so he can't cover a case. That's the difference. Is he's not smart enough or he doesn't know enough of the legal system to cover a case on his own without being fed the details. He is just a narcissist. They do, right, Lisa? It's weird. I do feel vindication, though. I keep looking at Meredith's
I hear certain things, but I'm
Twitter.
quite a distance from you. I found it disruptive to what I'm doing. And so I expect that you found it disruptive to what you're doing.
They're supposed to
And I
be
wanna make sure
talking.
that you are clear-headed
to each
in
other.
your job. So if you find that that's not working, you let me know. All right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
You can bring that.
Oh, he made a fuck ton from the Karen Reed trial, and still does. Still does. He Oh, I love that, Wallflower. I'm going to love you because I love you. I'm excited about our members live stream for, I'm going to wait a little longer before I give out the 10 free memberships for the month. I'm going to wait until a little bit later until there's more people here. But for those of you who are watching from X right now, over 100 of you, when I do announce that I'm about to give them away, and you have a YouTube channel that you
Thank you, Your Honor.
follow.
With permission, the Commonwealth would call Harrison Schmidt.
Harrison Schmidt, you might want to pop over here on YouTube when I give them away so that you have a chance to actually get one. Maybe, but it's like, why do you want to be lied to? If you go and you read Meredith's Twitter, a lot of what she's saying is things I've been warning people about for years about him, that I predicted long ahead of time that he would do when they broke up. And it's like vindication,
And you may
really.
proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
They called me
Sir,
a
could you
liar,
state
right?
your name and spell your last
The
name for the
cult.
record?
Harrison Schmidt,
Obviously, I'm not lying.
SCHMIDT.
And sir,
Harrison
I'm going
Schmidt.
to ask if you can keep that microphone a little bit closer to you so it will help amplify. Now, sir, where do you work?
It's true.
Cohasset Police Department,
And what is your rank at the Cohasset Police Department?
Sergeant.
And how long have you been with the Cohasset Police Department?
Full-time since 2012.
And how long have you been a sergeant?
Since January 2023.
Before January of 2023, what was your rank within the police department?
Detective.
And how long have you been a detective?
Since 2014.
And what were your responsibilities in January of 2023?
General investigations.
In addition to doing general investigations as a detective, did you have additional responsibilities with the Cohasset Police Department?
Yes. The lead firearms instructor, taser instructor, certified to certify officers to become firearm instructors, use of force for the department, and active shooter.
Now, in addition to the Cohasset Police Department, do you work with any other law enforcement organizations?
Yes.
Which one, sir?
The Metropolitan Law Enforcement Council.
Can you tell us what that is?
It's MetroLEC. It's a consortium of police departments that come together with mutual aid to share resources and personnel to create specialized teams.
How many police departments are a member of MetroLEC?
About 50
And how long have you been a member of MetroLEC?
since 2015.
And what is your responsibilities within MetroLEC?
I'm on the SWAT team, and I'm the lead firearms instructor for the SWAT team.
And does MetroLEC have a search and rescue team?
They do.
Can you tell us about the SWAT team's interplay with search and rescue?
The Metro SAR team, search and rescue, if they need physical searchers, they will pull from the SWAT pool.
Now, as a result of working with MetroLEC and Cohasset Police Department, how many fatal investigations have you been involved in?
Dozens.
And how many missing person cases have you been involved in?
Between both, about a dozen.
And sir, with your missing person cases, have you been able to recover each individual?
No.
What are some of the reasons why not?
Medical issues, exposure to the elements, suicide.
Now, are you familiar with the investigation into the disappearance of Anna Walshe?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that investigation, sir?
I'm the lead investigator.
And when did you become involved in that investigation, sir?
January 4th, 2023.
Oh, I'm
And
sorry,
About what
Lieutenant
time on
Dan.
January 4th did you become involved?
I was notified on the
Agreed,
way
Jim.
back from SWAT training by a supervisor that there was a missing persons investigation beginning in patrol. So I was requested to respond and assist.
And so about what time of day do you think that may have been?
I went to the police station about 4:00 p.m.
Now, sir, when you went to the police station, what did you do to begin your investigation?
I coordinated with the patrol officers that initially responded to investigate.
Yes.
I reviewed their reports. I conducted queries in law enforcement databases to get background information.
And after doing all of these activities, did you have the opportunity to do anything else to further your investigation that afternoon or evening?
Yes.
What did you do?
I went to Mr. Walsh's home and interviewed him.
Now, where is Mr. Walsh's home?
516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
And can you tell us about that street? First off, I take it's in Cohasset.
Yes.
And does that street go by any other designation?
CJC Highway or Route 3A.
And so, as it being Route 3A, is it a busy street or is it like kind of a smaller side street?
3A is super
2
busy.
lanes divided by a double yellow line, main thoroughfare through town.
And about what time did you go to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
About 6:30 p.m.
And who went with you?
Officer Lawrence.
And why did you bring Officer Lawrence?
He was the initial patrol responding officer.
And so that night when you got to the Walsh residence, can you tell us what happened when you arrived?
I was greeted by Mr. Walsh.
Okay. And when you were greeted by Mr. Walsh, who else was home at this point in time?
His 3 children.
And what were the children doing?
They were
3A turns into 2 lanes
And
down near
whereabouts?
Hingham
in the
and
kitchen.
Cohasset.
There's a kitchen island that they were seated at.
Your Honor, with the court's permission,
I used to live in
proceed
Hingham.
to what's been marked as Exhibit
Right near
1,
Cohasset
a
line.
photograph with the file number SLD 7068.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
Ms. Gilman?
Marked and admitted as Exhibit 1.
Thank
Miss
you, Your Honor.
You want to move
Gilman!
them all in? Are there
There's no
Hey, Miss
objections to this
Gilman!
group? I just want to be as efficient as possible. You want to move them all in?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, how many are there?
52, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes, it goes
And
alongside
do
the
you have
water.
an index of
Turns into
what
2
their
lanes though.
designation is, or can you get that to the court? so that
3A
we have
goes
a
all the way
record
down.
of that?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll give that to the court at the lunch.
All right.
Into
So any
Cohasset,
objections? I know you've, and
through-
by the way, jurors, before a case starts, the parties work together collaboratively to see what evidence they can agree to and what they can't, to limit the rulings. And they've agreed that these 52 photos are fair and accurate representations of what they report. And so the defense is agreeing that those 52 photos offered by the Commonwealth are now marked and admitted into evidence. They will be marked by the.
I wish I fit in kid size.
1 to 52.
Unfortunately, I'm a size
you, Your Honor.
large.
No, in evidence. Thank you.
Now, sir, looking at Exhibit 1, can you tell us what we're looking at? Oh, well, you were going to have a tough time looking at the back.
Yeah, no, that's 1 lane right in front of their house.
And if I could, sir, I'm going to ask that you could put that as close to the judge's bench as possible.
sorry.
So it's not blocking any view.
Sure, sorry.
Thank you. Sir, can you see it?
Yes.
Excellent. What are we looking at?
This is the front of the residence at 516 CJC Highway.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Gilman, if we could have Exhibit 2, file number SLD 7067. What is this we're looking at, sir?
Still the front of the house, focusing on the right front corner.
And at that right front corner, are there any other entrances or egresses to the house?
Yes, there's a side door recessed on that little 3-step porch.
When you went to the house that night, which door did you go to?
That door.
And perhaps now's a good time for me to ask you, can you tell me how this house is situated from the street at Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
It's set back a long driveway. In front is another house and a used auto car dealership. It's in a wooded area.
And that's what's around the house, is the wooded area?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, could we have Exhibit 3, file number 7175? Sir, what part of the house was this?
This is the kitchen.
And when you got to the home that evening, where were the children?
In those island bar seats.
Now, you get to the house. What is it that you do with Mr. Walsh that evening?
We sat at the dining room table and conducted an interview.
And do you see Mr. Walsh here today?
I do.
Could you identify him for the court, please?
The gentleman seated over there, blue shirt, blue suit, white shirt.
Your Honor, if the record may reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Now, sir, where did the conversation with Mr. Walsh take place?
The dining room.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 4, the 7178? So what is it that we're looking at here?
This is the dining room.
And where was Mr. Walsh when you had your conversation with him?
Seated in that front right corner towards the camera.
And where were you seated?
The far seat, the seat that has that black jacket on the back of it,
Where was Officer Lorenz?
on the window bench.
And where were the children while this interview took place?
They were in and out of the room.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 57177? Sir, what are we looking at here?
This is the area in between the dining room table and that kitchen island.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have the next exhibit, Exhibit 67131? I'm sorry, 7124. My apologies. And sir, what is this again?
This is a closer view of that buffet table. in
And
the
then
dining
when
room.
you were there that night, what was in the house as far as pets?
A dog.
Ms. Gilman, can we have 7131, which I believe is exhibit now 7? Sir, where is this in the home?
If you go in that side door, you're in a hallway. If you take a right, there's a sunken in family room.
And is that dog the one that was home that night?
Yes, Hans.
Any difficulties with the dog that night when you were talking to Mr. Walsh?
No,
And where was the dog that night when you spoke with Mr. Walsh?
in that crate.
Looks like a German Shepherd.
You're at this point in time, the Commonwealth would seek to play the interview of January 4th. I have not marked this in the exhibit yet, but I have it on.
Ooh, interview.
All right, subject to the objections that have been preserved. Any other objections?
No, you're.
All right, so this will be, are you offering it?
I'm offering to have this marked as the exhibit. And
All
then
right.
Ms. Gilman will be able to play it.
It'll be marked and admitted now into evidence as Exhibit 53.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Exhibit 53,
Same.
you've had the
Standard-
opportunity to
standard
review this,
protocol.
correct?
Yes,
And does that fairly and accurately
Could be a
reflect
puppy.
the conversation you had with Mr. Walsh that night?
it does.
Thank you. At this point in time, Ms. Gilman, I'd ask if you could press play on Exhibit 53, the interview from January 4th.
Oh, this is gonna be good.
Okay, the quarter is on. It is 18:39 on Wednesday, January 4th, 2023. My name is Harrison Schmidt. I'm a detective with Cohasset Police. Present is Officer Lawrence and Sir Brian. Can you state your name?
Yeah, Brian Walshe,
Brian Walshe. Okay. Brian, what's your date of birth?
13175.
Okay. And we're at your home on 516 CJC Highway.
Yes, it's right by White House.
Perfect. So could you do me a favor? I know you've explained a lot of this
Of course.
today. Could you just do me a favor and start at the beginning? So I understand your wife, Anna, she travels a lot for work.
She's in DC for this great new job she got.
Okay.
And we're to follow shortly, but it's taking longer.
Awesome. So starting most recently, she was at work.
One second.
Yep.
That's okay. Can you please let me finish this and I'll get you on mute, please? Yeah. Okay,
One second. Do whatever. We're on your turf, so do whatever you need.
Thomas, you guys behave, thank you. All right, yes, go ahead.
So most recently, so Anna, it's my understanding that Anna came home on, was it Friday?
Friday morning, she arrived, yes.
Friday morning she came home, okay. And she flew from DC to.
Yes, I can show you she sent me that information.
Sure, I would love to.
You can look up, yeah, you can look through all of them, but that was the last one she sent me.
This is,
That's,
your text.
no, she texted me so I would know when she was
Okay.
coming in. I asked.
So this is your text.
Yeah, my text chain was on, so you can look, you can take a look at that, whatever you want to do.
All right, so it looks like on last Thursday at 7:36 p.m. there's a-
You're totally welcome.
JetBlue app, and it's a travel itinerary. It's a flight B6254 dated December 30th from DCA Terminal 2, the C28 to Boston, Terminal C, the C33. So it's departs at 6:30 a.m. Arrives at Boston 7:57 a.m. And then do you mind if I just look at?
Please look at anything that's gonna help you, please look at anything. She sent me some, she had a day with Thomas, and she sent me some videos of that, and then you'll get into the area where I start texting them. And if you wanna look at it, there's probably a year's worth of text there. If any of that is supportive, please.
Sure. No, I'm not looking to pry. I'm just really.
I'm open, trust me, that's,
No, I appreciate it. So, Friday around 6:01 a.m., you text flight on time.
right.
She responds, yes, boarding now.
I changed the channel to get better volume. So it's
So,
just, I'm
okay,
just changing it to get better volume
Friday,
here.
7:59 a.m.
Thank you, Wallflower.
And then it looks like Friday, 12:07 p.m. Photos of Anna and the oldest? Thomas.
Yeah.
6 years old, my man. More photos Friday evening. Did you take these photos?
I took that photo.
You took these and sent them to Anna?
She usually would just send them to herself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so
She'd
she's,
take my phone and send them to herself.
okay,
The ones that she had.
very good.
Okay, I know it's exciting for you guys.
So that was a series of 7 photos sent Friday at 6:33 p.m. And Anna sent this group of photos?
I believe so. So I took the photos. A lot of times I take the photos and she takes my phone and sends them to herself.
Okay. Monday, 2:33 p.m. A text from you to Anna. Monday, 7:18 p.m. Another text. Yesterday, bring a text. 6:39 a.m. Continuing to 8:30 a.m.
Usually she's be back in touch with me at this point.
Okay. What's Viber? Calling you in Viber now?
Viber is what her sister uses. That's how it's like a WhatsApp or something.
Okay.
So Viber is from a long time ago. She would use that to communicate with you and stuff like that. So when her SIM card died last week, she called me on Viber. So I thought, call Viber.
Okay.
Sister uses it. So I tried every sort of situation I could to get in touch
Okay.
before blowing the whistle or ringing the bell. Or whatever.
Sure. Did the SIM card issue ever get resolved?
I believe so. Her phone was working when she came here.
Okay. It's my understanding that it's a company phone?
Yes.
Okay.
So
And it's on Verizon, if you know?
no, so we're on Verizon. I don't know what the company is on, but I know that she was part of our family plan, and then she just ported the phone over.
She brought the number over to their system?
Well, she took the phone over. Or
Okay.
something. So like that was canceled and then moved over.
Okay.
But I think she took the number as well because we didn't change numbers.
Right, okay. So she took the family plan number
And
And
the phone.
to work and then work to start paying for it?
Yeah, basically,
Okay.
yeah.
Excellent.
I guess they call it porting it over.
Important. Yep, when one carrier picks up the other carrier.
Yeah, but I think they don't use Verizon.
Okay.
T-Mobile.
Okay. Okay, so she flies in, I see the text around 7 a.m. How does she get from the airport to home?
Yeah, she always Uber or Lyft.
That's Uber or Lyft,
Yeah,
okay.
and Uber was one of the two.
Okay, and then, so she gets dropped off here?
Usually they drop her off further down because they don't find the place, so, but that's pretty much.
Sure. So,
That's why I was in contact, when she's arriving, there's more contact than when she's going to DC, normally off pretty quick. Yeah,
work,
right, so if it had just been reversed, it would have been a totally different situation, but I heard from her, I don't know what's going on now.
Sure.
She's supposed to be here, so.
sure. Okay, so she comes home Friday morning.
Yes.
Do you guys do anything together, or what are you doing? What?
Yeah, so,
Run me through the weekend if you don't mind.
Yeah, with pleasure. I had some when she was running late, so I took William and Brian to kinder care, is where the daycare is where we picked them up from.
Yep.
And Thomas was off, so I said, would you like to have a day with Thomas? I'm just going to go, okay, Thomas. I just was going to do a few errands that I've already scheduled for. And then she was having a good time, and then I came back, and then we spent the rest of the day with the evening with the kids, and then we hung out.
Okay.
And she was a bit tired when she came. She wasn't feeling well. Okay, guys. Okay. And so Saturday was December 31st. She went to work out in the morning, and
What's the gym?
yeah, it's bar method.
Bar method?
Yeah.
Okay.
She went to Glossy Nails to have her nails done for the new year.
Is that also in Hingham?
I believe so, yes.
Go back to Friday. Do you guys just hang in the house? Or
Yes,
do
that's it,
you
yeah.
go
No, we didn't go
for lunch? And
No, we were just in the house.
so she was here, you ran some errands,
Yeah.
and then you just hung out in the house.
Yeah, then with the kids, doing
Alright, so then she hits Farm Ave in Hingham for the gym in the morning,
Yes.
Saturday,
Yes.
and Glossy Nails.
Yes, and that was the last time I used my phone to say, they're okay.
Yep.
And she said, yeah, I just decided to get my nails done. I was like, okay, great. Oh, thank you. Okay. Oh. and then she said, then she came over and she said, hey, I'm going to take the kids. I'll give you a break. I'm going to take the kids to a place in Canton, the Wonderland over there. It's an indoor place. Okay. And then my son took my phone to his book. Okay. Sorry. Okay.
Sorry, I'm going to give you.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Thomas, can you make a movie? Can you organize movies for us? Thank you so much. This guy's mesmerized by you. So what happened was I was like, that would be great. So I get ready because we're making dinner for her former boss, Jim.
Okay.
Right,
So
coughing up a
she hadn't
lung.
seen him face to face for a while. So I said, I got some time alone to prepare dinner, get everything together, and she took the
Horrible place to do an interview with kids screaming. It's hard to listen.
5 times today as well. So he
Where's the
came
nanny?
over, and then we had
Dinner here?
yeah, we had dinner here. Yeah, we had dinner here. We celebrated the New Year, and then signed the bottle. She signed 23 being the best year ever, and then I'm working on it. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. There you go. Okay. Okay. See, that's how it happens. At that time, I didn't have access to my phone.
Okay.
So, sorry, he does that a lot. I apologize. He's not.
I think the kids had the phone, right?
Yeah. So William, the excited one, took it up to the room. I didn't know it was there, but I knew it was going to turn up. We have a lot of worry that it's going to be thrown out. And he had thrown out my wife's phone apparently a while ago. That's the age of the kids, but they have a tendency to throw stuff away. So then she'd been on the phone a lot, or texting with work, and she mentioned with Jem that she was worried about work, and things like that.
Okay.
And I was like, all right. She was scheduled to leave Tuesday morning early. And then she said that there was an emergency at work, one of the buildings, and that she had to leave early in the morning. Sunday morning. And I was like, okay, normally I would have been like, that's ridiculous, but she worked up until 7 p.m. on December 24th in another building in DC.
Okay.
So I thought, all right, this is, we're going to be together soon enough as a family. It's fine, we make this decision together. So,
do you know what kind of issue arose?
She didn't explain it to me.
Some kind of.
But there was one of the buildings had a bunch of leaks. Another building the FBI raided at one point. Another building there was a disgruntled.
Dude is so crazy.
Tenant. So she was dealing with all of that. She's the regional manager there. So I didn't know because I didn't want. I was like, all right, whatever has to be done. Then she said, hey, I'm going to have time off for Martin Luther King Day. I can be here for 4 maybe 5 days. And I was like, well, that's great. That's great news. And then she only brings her bag. Her carry bag is normally a Louis Vuitton bag. Okay. And she didn't bring. She just brings a little bit of stuff. She's got a bunch of stuff all over this place. Or she just goes and buys it. And then what happened? Then she woke me up around 6 and said she was going. She came down. I guess Thomas heard her and came down, and she said, I have to go. And he said, I love you very much. And she said, I love you very much. And then he said that she left and got in a taxi, but I don't think he saw it because it was further down. If you want to talk to him, but he said it was a taxi, and I was like, he described the car. He's like, well, I really didn't see it, Dad. So I was like, okay. So he was coming down to get, I think,
Maybe Anna said taxi.
Maybe she's my driver, but I know that she was not driving. There's no way she was driving a vehicle. There's like zero possibility of that.
Okay. When was she originally scheduled to fly back?
Well, it was Tuesday at probably 8:30 or either the early flight that she takes. What was I going to say? I never got the confirmation for that. Okay. But Joe, she usually just sends me her arrival because that's the most important for us once she's with the kids and everything and scheduling. Right. So.
Okay. Does she particularly travel on JetBlue?
Yeah, she got a JetBlue credit card.
Okay.
That gave her 80,000 points, and she doesn't like getting new credit cards, but she was like, well, we're doing this a lot. So she had gotten that. I had no access to that. She just got it, but she also started to use it more because she needed to spend a certain amount of money to get the points. So that changed our whole dynamic over the last month.
Yep, that makes sense. So she's been flying JetBlue lately. Is it a particular airport that she's going to as well?
Yeah, I mean it's JetBlue or American Airlines. American Airlines is second.
Okay.
This is Jim. You guys don't want to talk to him, do you?
Not yet. Yeah.
Yeah. Gotcha. So JetBlue number 1, American Airlines number 2. That's all I know. I don't think she ever took anything else. And someone said maybe she took a connecting flight. She never took a connecting flight. Even once in the summer where they had the thunderstorms, she spent 8 hours at the airport. She didn't even consider like, well, I'll just go get stuck somewhere. It's not DC or Boston, so it's no good. So I don't think that happened at all. I can't imagine that. And then it was always DCA and it was always Logan. It was never, she never went to national or anything like that.
Okay. So what, you heard this from William as to the whole taxi mention?
Thomas, this is my 6-year-old, yeah, William doesn't have it.
Yeah, well, that was time.
Yeah, William's story would be much more fantastic.
Yeah. So why do you think Thomas was up?
He gets up early, and he's always watching. I let him sleep with his iPad, so he wakes up and starts doing that. And then I guess anytime he hears action downstairs, like during when we were having the dinner and celebrating, he came down to say hello to Jem. So anytime he hears something, he comes down. So he must have heard his mother, and he was like, "Oh, great, I'm awake." So he came down.
Okay.
Because when he was on the couch, I came down and said, "I'm sorry, Mommy, I had to leave early."
Yep.
And he's like, "I already met that Daddy." I said goodbye to her.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Because I was like, okay, because he was on the couch earlier than normal but he'd been off the whole week, so he did a lot of rest. So.
Okay. So going back to New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
So it's you, Anna,
and
the boys, and Jem.
Yeah, well, the boys were we put them to bed. Jem didn't get here till 8.
Okay.
And Anna took
They're all in bed.
Yeah, Anna took them to that play, so totally.
Is it Wonderland?
I call it Wonderland. It's probably indoor play Canton. It's in Canton, it's an indoor play, but I don't have the exact name. Anna was on top of that.
Okay. So it's you, Jem, and Anna.
Anna, and then
doing the dinner.
Yeah, then Thomas came and hung out, and we heard it was like, and finally went to bed.
Okay. So how did the night progress? How late did Jem stay over?
Yeah, Jem stayed till almost 1 or so. Like after midnight at our age with kids, we're like, okay, good, we get it. That's like it's past our bedtime. When you're younger, you're like, hey, what's next?
I was in bed at 10:30.
Yeah, right. There you go. So, and that's when during that time, Anna was dealing with her phone a lot, and she'd gotten a message from Della, who I spoke to today, who was like, hey, you didn't see me before you left, and so he was upset. And then she was seeming, I don't know, like she seemed like the last couple of weeks, she seemed like under pressure at her job. And she mentioned, even Jem spoke about it today, there were a lot of things she didn't like doing that she's not good at. So that seemed to be on her mind. She spoke to me a few days before saying she wanted to see a psychiatrist. And I was like, yeah, we're apart. It's been difficult for all of us. I've seen a therapist, like I told you today, the last 35 years. So anything that would support you is fine. And then, but I mean, I always make fun of my super sturdy woman. So, it seems like she was invincible. And so that was going on. And then she said that she had to go after Jem left. She said she had to go.
Okay.
And I was like,
so maybe around 1:30?
Yeah, maybe before, like after 1:30.
Okay.
And then, because she was like, we're going to go to bed. And I was like, what's this? She's like, Brian, I really have to go back. And that's when she told me. And I was like, what's like, that seems odd, but I get what's going on. She was supposed to be here the whole week.
Right.
But she didn't get to Friday because she was just too much work that she was trying to keep up with. So the schedule has been, hi, thank you. Thank you. But the schedule has been like that for the past few months, like where she's been having to cut back on family time. And it's been difficult for all of us, definitely.
Sure. When exactly how many months ago did she start the job? Or when did the whole new arrangement?
Yeah, it's been a while. We've been here for 9 months almost. We were just here for a few months, and then things took longer. Hello. Hi. Okay, thank you. Okay. And then at first it was supposed to be in Boston, the job.
Yeah.
And she worked at the Boston property. And then that wasn't working out. And then she moved to DC. And then I was like, all right, well, we'll do this. It shouldn't take long. And then, things progressed. So that was not the best.
Okay. I can imagine that's got to be tough.
Yeah. But, the only problems we had in our marriage were that we weren't spending time together. That was like, during the pandemic, when we were divorced, we enjoyed family time. I really loved it. Yeah.
Sure. Okay, so what's the time frame? So Jem leaves between 1 and 1:30.
No, Jem leaves like 1. Yeah, let's say 12:50, 1 o'clock. Because I remember looking at the clock; it was close to 1.
Okay.
And then Anna and I were talking, and then I went to the bathroom, and she said, "I have to let's go to bed." And I said, "Sure." And then I went, "Let me clean up." And that's when she said that she had to go. So I really have to go tomorrow.
Okay.
And she'd made mention that she might have to leave early.
Yep.
Earlier on Saturday. But then she confirmed it, but she always was like, hey, I'm gonna be there early, I'm gonna stay longer, and then she's like, I can't do it. So I think maybe I was putting a lot of pressure on her for more family time, and she was having a hard time speaking. Yeah,
that's understandable. All right, so you think by 1:30 you both were upstairs and were to bed?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay.
Okay, and then she was to catch a early flight.
So she only got, this is why she's always been tired. She wasn't feeling well on Friday to begin with, and she was very ill the week before, I want to say, because I got sick too. The kids got sick, then I got sick, and she came, everyone got sick. Yeah, so everyone's sick a lot. So, but I want to say on February 27th, she worked from home. She was so sick, which is very rare.
Okay.
So, but she was feeling better, but I noticed a difference there. And then she probably got 2.5 or 3 hours of sleep.
Okay.
And then she gets up and you hear her like in the bathroom getting ready.
Yep.
And then it must have been 6. I didn't see the clock, but it was dark outside still. So.
Okay.
And that's when she came down, and she does the final, like cleans up and stuff like that.
Okay. Did you sleep through that whole morning routine?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I used to get up, and she was like, "You're gonna be moved, the boys are gonna get up." So I was like, "You're right," but she comes and kisses me.
Okay. And then, have you heard any other communication or seen any other? Does she have social media?
Yes, she has a bunch of social media. People have already been looking into it.
Yep.
I guess her iMessenger comes up on my phone for some reason.
Okay.
So people have been sending messages, and I think that for me, but they're for Anna. And her Instagram, I have some access to, but I don't do any social media really. So it's her domain. But everyone has called saying that they thought that they saw some action on the Facebook, Jem and Adela, and I said it must be me. Comes through, and I look at it because normally I don't. But now I'm looking at everything that comes in.
Yeah.
But there have been no. I don't think there have been any new posts because I've asked everyone who does it
to keep an eye out.
Yeah, if there have been any new. Everybody does not seem like she's on Instagram and Facebook.
Instagram, Facebook.
I don't know of any other platforms.
All right. So Sunday morning when she leaves, you haven't heard anything?
Okay. But just to be clear, I didn't have the phone, and last week on it was the 24th. She had that work in Mazda building or something. So I didn't hear. I was spoken to more, but I didn't hear from her all day. And then she was supposed to be here on a flight, and she missed that flight on the 25th.
Okay.
And she drove up.
Okay.
At that point, that's when I freaked out because she was coming here. So I'm like, well, where is she? I haven't heard from her.
Right.
Super weird. And that's when I said, you're missing. And I called Sally, her sister.
This is the 24th.
The 25th, I'm sorry, 25th, yeah.
So
Christmas Day. Because she worked all night, New Year's Eve, which I was not happy about, but I understand. She was supposed to be here early on the 25th. She wasn't here. And she hadn't sent me her flight info.
Okay.
That's one of the few times. So then I started to really get nervous, and I called Sally and Alyssa, and I called Jim, but I didn't say anything to Jim. And then I called my mother, and I was gonna file this first support right there. So I was like, And then she called and said, I'm driving up. I was at the airport. My flight was canceled. I was busy. I couldn't get in touch with you.
Okay.
And I was like, okay. So this time around, it was a bit different. She's going to DC now. And I didn't have the phone, so I just emailed her saying, I hope everything's okay, and all that's fine.
So where was your phone on Sunday?
So Saturday at 11 a.m., I guess William took it and put it up in his bed. It was Thomas found it under his pillow on Monday at that 2:30 time when I got in touch with her.
Okay.
But I emailed her twice before that, but I was like, you know what, it's fine. I don't want to, I'm going to see the person every time my wife needs 5 minutes. So, and then I started getting nervous. And then on Tuesday, I started to call around. And I remember her telling me, hey, don't call work. Don't embarrass me at work, Brian. And I was like, sure. So I called Sally and everyone. And then I was like, and then this morning, that's when I was like, I have to And
We're going on another day.
yeah, so now it's Wednesday, today's Wednesday, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, I lost, and then this morning, that's when I started calling everyone and then, the Tishman's Fire Group got back to me.
Yep.
I left a message at their off-site sales. I said, can you please say Brian Walshe called? I called another building that we didn't pick up, and I was going to call her boss, Jeff Chod. I didn't have his number, I was looking for it.
Yeah.
And then it was Graham that called me and said, is everything okay? And I said, I don't know. She hadn't heard. He said, I didn't see her yesterday.
Okay.
And that's why things kind of moved a lot quicker.
Okay. All right. Very good. That all sounds reasonable. Has she ever forgotten her phone or left her phone here before?
She's never left her phone here. I mean, she's pretty good at it. It has happened.
Yes.
It has happened, but I don't think she's ever left her phone here.
Does she ever turn the phone off or put it on vibrate or anything like that, or does she always keep the ringer on?
No, she definitely turns it on. In the evening we have to. So,
is she on call at times where she would always keep her phone on, or is she okay to just shut it off at night?
she would turn on the side. She never turns the phone off though.
Okay.
So the phone is almost always on. I mean, a lot of times she's running out of battery.
That would be my next
Yeah.
question. Is she one of the types that's always looking for phone chargers?
Yeah, no, we have also the kids are destroying them all the time. And so here at the house, she's always looking for juice from her phone.
Okay. Okay. Is there anything else come to mind that we should be aware of?
I mean, I talked to my wife even though that we've been doing this for a while, we haven't had it, I talk to her a lot. And even if she can't talk, she sends me a text saying, I'll call you right back or something. I mean, it's very rare. It's one or two times that I didn't hear from her, and then I freaked out, and then she's like, you need to take it easy. I mean, that's too much pressure, Brian. I said, sure, of course, I understand.
Right.
And now this time, I feel like it's not high pressure enough. I should have done something more. So my mother is always calling, she's like, what's going on? She wants to hire private investigators and stuff like that. So I was like, so the detectives class are coming, the gentleman at Tishman's Fire is head of global security. So,
okay.
So I think we have a good shot here.
Yeah. Do you have shared or access to her Uber or Lyft accounts? Or does she run her own?
Yeah, I don't use any of that stuff. Yeah, I'm driving around and I never did. It worked out when I was single. My friends were paying all the Ubers, but Anna was always ahead with the tech and things like that. And since she was, I never did anything to learn about it because I didn't have to. So
right. Does she have any family here stateside or no?
Me and the boys. That's it.
Okay.
And then her sister is in Toronto. I told her sister you guys were coming, and that she's available to talk. Everyone's available to talk, whatever you want to ask.
Okay, perfect. Appreciate that. So she got a sister in Canada. Where's Anna's mother?
Okay, so Anna's mother's in Belgrade, and Anna was just there. Her mother has been sick. She was here, and then she got back to Belgrade. So she went up. She was going to the hospital to do some work. So she and her sister were both there to support her mother at the end of November, beginning of December.
Okay, so not too long ago.
No.
And that's Serbia?
Yes, Serbia.
Okay.
And Sally, her sister, called and let her mother know what was happening.
Okay.
So
any other siblings?
It's basically just the three of them. It's her and Sally and Malaka as her mother.
Okay. No brother or anything?
No.
Okay. Any half siblings or anything on the father's side?
There is someone, his name is Milan. He is a cousin that they share land with, that they've been in a dispute with for, 30 years or 20 years.
Okay.
And that's been going back and forth for our entire marriage. They had a deal. It just fell apart. They went up to deal with that as well.
Okay.
Yes, but Sally and Anna do not get along with Milan at all.
Okay.
But he's
that's kind of a tumultuous relationship.
There.
And there's activity related to that as recent as early December.
Yeah, they had to go deal with the lawyers and they had a contract that was signed 5 years ago, but they had to, cancel it.
Okay.
Didn't work out.
And it's like a land dispute.
It's a huge land dispute, yeah.
Does she have any like best friends? I know you mentioned Jim, which was an old.
Jem is, there's a girl named Carrie Westbrook. Carrie Westbrook. She's a very good friend of Anna. They both worked at Little Washington. Jem and Adela called to say that she posted something about it's been 10 years or 13 years, and Anna would normally always say something. Okay, thank you.
Where did they work together?
At the Inn at Little Washington. That was Anna's, I think Anna's one of Anna's first jobs when she was here.
Okay.
So Carrie, and then in town, there's Adela, who works at the Melrose. He's been in touch with me several times today. There's a neighbor, she made good friends with the neighbor. I don't know who the neighbor is though. That's Winta is her name, but I don't have any numbers. And she hasn't spoken about it for several months, which is, I guess now I think about it is odd. There's Alyssa Kirby. Peter Kirby lives in Marshfield, that's his brother, and Alyssa Kirby lives very nearby. When I called on Christmas Day, Alyssa was going to go over and check on the house.
Okay.
And that's an Anna call, and then Anna's like settled down. But Alyssa has, she's like, I can go over to the house. So I said, everyone's already been to the house. Alyssa, thank you.
And these are DC contacts?
These are, Alyssa is a DC contact, Adela is a DC contact, Carrie's in DC. The gentleman who sold us our townhouse, William Fasto, is in DC. And his office is very close by. When I called him, he's like, I just got back in from Idaho, but he immediately went over to take a look at the house.
Okay.
And Bella did too.
Okay. Just so I have the dynamic right, you guys started in DC and you came up here?
Yeah.
The Boston opportunity, and then that kind of brought you back down?
She was in DC. I was always involved. Like, you're going back like from the beginning of our relationship.
Yeah. Sure. How long? Like when did you guys meet and when did you guys get married?
Oh, right. Yeah. So we met years ago at a place called the Wheatley.
Okay.
And then she went to DC for a job, and I was traveling, and then I called her in November 2011 to say, I'll be in DC, and then we met up, and we started going out again, and then in 2013 we lived together in DC, and then that wasn't working out, and I came up to Boston, and she quickly came back after. Okay. And then we were in Boston since then, and then she got this job in DC, and she said, we go back to DC now as it works out, and I said, sure, and then but we were in Boston for 7 or 8 years together.
Okay. Do you have any, does she have any other phones, or is it just that one work phone, or like an Apple Watch, or anything?
She wanted to get an Apple Watch, and we were actually getting one. I don't know. I didn't see, she would have told me we talked a lot, so I don't think she was talking about getting another phone and an Apple Watch. I don't know if she got the Apple, the extra phone, but I was wondering if she had a second device as well.
Okay.
But she normally likes to just have one device. There have been times over our marriage where she's had 2 devices.
Okay. Is it, who's typically in charge of either the finances or the accounts?
Anna's very good at that. I like, we do it together, but when it comes to being on time paying the bills, she's much better at that stuff. So,
okay, great.
With me, like more, broader advisory, like let's do this, let's spend money on that.
Sure.
But no, she is an operations expert. That's my
perfect. Logistics, that's her thing.
Perfect, yeah.
Okay. How about, if you don't mind me asking, like overall, like financially, is everything good and in order, or
yes?
Are there any stressors, or
Yes, yes, definitely. Okay. Well, financially, in some ways, better than ever. This job was 3 times what she was making in Jack.
Oh wow!
That's why I think she did $315 this year.
Oh wow!
So that was huge for us.
Sure.
And then, yeah, definitely. So that's why we decided to do the deal. But I've been having legal problems for many years now. It's one of the reasons why I couldn't leave, because I'm dealing with that now. And it was supposed to be done a long time ago, and it wasn't. So we've been really depressed about that. And there is restitution that I get to pay, but we have the money, and we're just waiting to get a final resolution. So the stress was being a part and not being the authors of our own lives. I couldn't move when we had to, and then our mothers had both of their health was difficult, so she had to go to Belgrade to come here for 2 weeks.
Right.
And that was a hard hit. And then my mother, she needs a lot of assistance. She recently had cataracts, and she's had 3 cancer surgeries. So she's doing well. So thank you. Knock on wood.
Yeah.
But those were everything okay, Thomas? Okay. This is the whole time. But yes, the biggest stress was not being together. Before, when I was dealing with it, we were together. It was fine. It was one of those, we were a magnificent team. We were able to get through anything together. I was reading her a love note just the other day from 4 years ago about how we're able to blossom under such difficult circumstances. So
Perfect. I appreciate you being so open.
yeah,
Is it okay if I ask about?
please ask any questions you'd like.
The legal stress?
Absolutely, yeah. So, do you have a specific question, or would you like to
Just to run down, what?
Yeah, I misrepresented a Warhol piece. You can read about it in the papers.
Are you an attorney? Or what's your representation?
No, I was.
I don't even know what you do, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Well, we have a chocolate. So I had some art, and I lost money on it, and I misrepresented it to another person in the gallery in LA.
Okay.
And then the FBI got involved, and I was arrested, and that occurred in 2018. So I've been dealing with that. And then I went to sentencing in October 8th of 2021, and everything was going to be fine.
Yep.
But the bank had called for the bank check saying that some of the money had been returned, but none of the money that was in the bank check, and then things were postponed.
Okay.
And then things continue to be postponed, and that's, so I'm kind of locked down here at the house. Part of my sentence was home confinement, but it's gone over the 12 months because of things have not been resolved yet.
Okay.
And that's why I haven't been able to be in Massachusetts. I'm sorry, in DC with my wife. She's been doing this. So, but we were just the other day there was possible resolution for the whole thing.
Right. Obviously, at the end of time.
That's what we're looking. But the prosecutor definitely. I will. Give me one moment. I'm going to make the note for you. But the prosecutor definitely was interested in more, and he saw a second opportunity at the Apple. So that's why things have taken a while longer. And,
Okay.
but that's where we're at. And if there's any other information, you can I'll give you my attorney's number. She can also tell you about it.
Sure.
She can probably explain the law better than I can. But I acknowledge I was out of integrity, and thank you. And I'm dealing with the whole family. Unfortunately, is dealing with it because of my actions.
So, would I be to catch up?
No, it's but I just I know. I want to
get a whole picture.
I don't want to hide anything from you because if that could lead to finding my wife sooner, that's the most important thing.
Right. Yeah. So,
But it's I do want to acknowledge extremely.
It's a stress or anything like that.
But it's extremely embarrassing for me to talk about. But under these circumstances, it's worth it.
We're not here to judge anyone.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Is there any? But please, if you have any other questions, please ask me. This is don't hold back.
She obviously has a passport, right?
Yes.
Is her passport still here?
No.
Is that something she normally carries with her for traveling, or?
Yeah, I would say yes, because what happened was she lost her ID at one point.
Yep.
And now she had to start carrying her passport. Yeah. But now she always carries her passport. She brought. William does not have a passport. Thomas and Brian do.
Okay.
And when I got nervous about, not seeing her and stuff, I was like, hey, whoever is with the kids should have their passports. It's the only form of ID. Also, my mother wanted to open an account for Thomas. And so the only way to identify him properly. Sure. So she brought those passports here and they're here now.
Okay. Is she on any medications?
No, not that I know of. She just so for health, I'm out of shape, but she's in great shape. But she we had a bit of a cancer scare last year, but the biopsy said it was fine
On her side.
And but yeah, but she kept saying that she felt that she was pale recently, and I said because she hasn't had a lot of rest, she'd be working hard and flying in, and then when she gets here, it's not restful. The kids are like, so I would give her some weekends off and say, hey, stay in DC, I'll take care of the kids. You've got to get, because she's here the whole weekend and leaves early in the morning for work, and then now her work schedule really, when she got back, the work schedule really got very tight because she'd taken 2 weeks off.
Okay.
So we really didn't have any time for the holidays or anniversary, so it's sad.
So you're not aware of any medications. Any other health issues or anything coming up? The one biopsy?
No, nothing. I mean, it's very unlikely that she would hide something from me. Right. We really talk about everything, and no, I can't think of that there'd be anything else.
Okay. Luggage wise.
You're watching WBZ News.
What the fuck?
Welcome back. Governor Healy has announced a new framework for
cool.
high school graduation
Why?
guidelines in Massachusetts.
Buddy,
this is to replace the MCAS graduation requirement, which
happened?
voters repealed last year.
Hold on.
So under this
one time she just brought her purse.
Yep.
And then this time she brought up my.
The volume might not be as good, but they just cut off in the middle of the trial.
So she brought her little carry.
I'll go back when they come back. The hell?
You had a coat in DC, so she brought your coat up here.
Yeah, because I was wearing this light coat, and she said, "Come on,
Weird.
I'll bring it off." And I was like, "All right."
That makes sense. Sure.
For them to do that.
I mean, she has to bring more luggage, and I felt bad. She's like, "Don't buy a new coat, don't get cold and get sick." So.
Right. Do you try to carry on?
Absolutely. It's a Louis Vuitton carry-on. It's
like a big purse.
Well, I know it's the duffel bag, the Louis Vuitton duffel bag. Yeah. My mother actually, she wanted me to ask the Washington police if they saw that bag at the house, because if that bag was there, I think she's definitely at that. She'd been to that house. What color is it? It's the brown, the classic. Yeah. With all. Yeah, with the first LV. I mean, I had to become what my wife is. Yeah.
Any like memory issues?
Yeah, she has a terrible memory. We make fun of it since we've been together. Yeah, she's like, I said that's why she's always happy. She doesn't remember anything.
But I mean, so she's not losing like big gaps in the day, like.
No.
Like hours go
No,
missing.
nothing.
Just classic, like
some
what I have, I forget what I had for lunch.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. I mean, she. But that's the joke it always made. It's like, well, I don't know. She was always. That was always the thing. Or even, further back, I was the one who had the memory. Okay. But I told her it was good. I could repeat stories, so it'd be a fresh marriage forever. It was good.
I like that. Any substance abuse?
No. Anna basically drank nothing when she met me. She started to drink more. Okay. And then we both, with the kids and stuff, pretty much shut it down. But New Year's Eve we did have some champagne and stuff like that.
Completely reasonable.
But no, Anna's totally through there always.
Do you have any sort of like family tracking on the apps? Like Find My iPhone,
I don't.
AirTags, anything like that?
So my mother just bought AirTags for us, and Anna had picked it up on Saturday. And I have one. I said, "Yeah, one of these is for you." Sure. But because things went so, those are all right. But because she left early, we're going to do a lot of work for the new year and stuff, and she was going to be having an AirTag with her. Okay. My mother was like, "I'm going to have an AirTag." But they're all wrapped up in everything, and she's the one that launches all of it. She's the one who puts stuff together. So, and I would always just say, "Oh, okay, we'll wait till you come back." was always waiting for her to come save us. Four guys over here.
I changed it back for the volume because it finally came back on.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I should take these. No.
Those look expensive.
Yeah, here. Mother's gonna get upset, okay? Don't break them. Okay. All right.
Where did he find those?
I don't know. They must have been over here or something like that. I didn't notice. I didn't notice. I just noticed Okay, no swearing. Sorry for that. I thought he was saying truck for a while.
I heard truck. I'm on his side. I heard truck.
Okay, good. Thanks.
Did she bring the big duffel bag back with her? Have you seen it here?
I know we haven't. So when you asked me what she might be wearing, her black coat, but it's a small coat.
Yep.
The hunter boots were gone. Blue and gray. The duffel bag, and then.
That's my opinion, Brooklyn.
Then the purse that she brought.
Okay.
A black purse, probably.
Do you have any cameras at the house?
Not
Like,
this one. Oh,
ring doorbell. I know.
no. Yeah, no, we don't have any here.
The landlord or property owner or anything?
I don't think so. I haven't called Peter yet. I've been calling a lot of people, but I haven't been ready to go to the next level. And he's like, I don't think he's got it. He might have something down by the garage. He might have some stuff down there.
Sure.
But I don't think he's got anything on it. I haven't seen any ring doorbells anywhere.
Okay. Any cameras at the townhouse in DC?
There's she installed, we had the door, not ring, but what's the other? Not our,
Blink. Yeah.
There's a lot of them now.
Ring, Blink, Arlo.
What's the one that has the thermostat too?
Nest.
The Nest, I think it was a Nest camera. But that would be on her phone.
They sure do, my friend.
And, but when we were, I'm going to one moment, when we were at Jerusalem Road, we had 3, so I'd be out playing with the boys and she'd call, or she'd talk through it and stuff like that. So she's very good with that, yeah. But no, I just, not here, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Sheila, anything else?
I can't think of anything else that you haven't already explained. Appreciate it.
No, I appreciate it. No, I appreciate it. I know it's 7:30 and, you guys are still here, so thank you for that.
Do you mind if I take a look at the camera roll? Maybe if she took your, if she took
the photos I have on this?
Yeah. Just if there's something that jumps out, you know what I mean?
Sometimes the kids get it, so sorry. But that's everything there. You can take a look. There's probably 1,000 photos. Glasses back, please. What glasses, please? Okay. You said it would be okay if I went around.
Yep.
That's fine. You know that happens.
Yeah. I always make the joke, I'm going to make it extra happy for you guys. Yes, Thomas. Okay, well, please tell them not to. That's not. William, please. Oh, no. I would like to say, I don't know where you learned that from, but I'm pretty sure it's me. You're taking that. That's your brothers. You're going to get very upset. Thank you. All right. Can I have the glasses back, please? All right.
If you don't mind me asking, what kind of errands did you run on?
On Friday. Yeah, basically, I just went down to see a friend of mine, Paul Fleming. We hadn't seen each other in a while, and then brought back some of the stuff for New Year's meal and things like that. And trying to think what else.
Where was that? Where did you get them?
It was in Boston. Oh, nice. Yeah, in Kimball Square. What?
coming back.
Oh, right.
Thank you.
Yeah, and if you, anytime you want to go through this.
I don't think he has empathy or sympathy, so who knows? Probably thinking if they were quiet, he could have came up with a better story, because that's what
Yeah, I saw the
sociopaths do themselves.
Oh, correct.
Yeah, your wife and voice.
Oh, okay, yeah, the same, yeah.
And that was Friday.
I'm trying to think, I also went to, I had some interview events, so that was the other thing.
Sure. Do you mind if we just do a walkthrough of the house, just see if anything jumps out to us?
Yeah.
That would be a fresh set of eyes.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
let's do it.
So, is there anything else? Because I'll shut this off. Is there anything else that,
I think that's it, that's all, yeah.
Greg, do you have any ideas? I know we covered a lot. I really appreciate you going.
Yeah, no, of course, absolutely.
Sometimes every little thing helps, you know?
I believe that, I honestly believe that.
You know, there's and see if we can track something down. So,
All
right, it is 7:31. I'm shutting off the recorder.
Sergeant, I have a few questions about that interview. How old were the children at this point in time?
Oh,
2, 4, and 6.
And the oldest child, what was produced during that interview?
An iPad.
An iPad. And when it's heard the defendant saying 121212, what is going on at that point in time?
The child needed help unlocking the iPad, and the defendant assisted in punching in the code to unlock it.
Now, in addition, at some point in time, someone produced glasses. Who did that?
The middle child.
And directing your attention to what's been marked as Exhibit 6, file number 7214. Ms. Gilman, if we could have that. Sergeant, did you see the glasses there in that photograph?
Yes, there were ladies' glasses there in the black case underneath the mirror on the counter.
Now, after or during the interview, he showed you his phone. What did you look at on his phone?
Text message thread between him and Anna, and the camera roll.
And what did you see as far as travel arrangements?
There were screenshots of the JetBlue app that Anna had sent him for the flight from DC to Boston.
So at the end of the interview, there's mention of doing a walkthrough. What did you do next?
We concluded the interview and began the walkthrough.
Okay, and so what is a walkthrough, sir?
We just went throughout the house to see if anything jumped out or seemed important.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 8, 7115? So, sir, what part of the house was this?
This is the front of the house it's not the front door, but it's like the primary access door to the right.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 9, 7120? Now, where are you in the house at this point in time, sir?
If you go into that door from the last photo, you're in a hallway. If you look left in that hallway, this is the entryway into the kitchen and dining room, that open floor concept.
And Ms. Gilman, if we can have Exhibit 10, 7122. Where is this in the house, sir?
If you go in from that outside door and you look straight from the hallway, that's the first floor bathroom.
And what is inside the first floor bathroom besides the bathroom?
Washer and dryer.
Ms. Gilman, Exhibit 11, please, 7169. And I take it this is the washer and dryer inside that first floor bathroom?
Correct.
Could we have Exhibit 12, file number 7137? Where is this, sir?
If you come in that same door, that hallway, if you look right, there's a sunken-in family room.
And what is at the back end of this sunken-in family room?
There's a staircase that leads up to a single bedroom.
Could we have Exhibit 13, 7138? Where is this, sir, in the house?
Those are the stairs leading up to that single bedroom.
Exhibit 14, please, 7140. Now, where is this in the house, sir?
This is that single bedroom on that right side of the house.
What access does this bedroom have to the rest of the house besides going down those stairs to the sunken living room?
None.
Could we have the next exhibit, which is Exhibit 157141? And where is this, sir?
This is the same bedroom.
Could we have Exhibit 167152? What part of the home is this?
This is the sunken in living room. This is the closet door beneath the staircase leading up to that single bedroom.
Did you have the opportunity to look inside that closet?
I did.
Could we have the next exhibit, Exhibit 177153? Is this how the closet appeared, sir?
Yes.
Now, can we have Exhibit 187165? Where is this, sir?
This is the hallway as you enter through that door. So that door would be to the left, bathrooms to the right, and then the kitchen dining room straight.
Could we have Exhibit 20, file number 7235? Now, what part of the home is this?
That door on the left is the front door. So this is, if you're looking away from the dining room, you'd be looking at the stairs upstairs to the main part of the house and the living room straight ahead.
What's at the far end of the living room?
A fireplace and a TV.
And if we could have the next exhibit 217236. Where is this, sir?
That's a close-up look of the living room with the TV, the fireplace, and the bureau.
Exhibit 22, please, Ms. Gilman, file number 7237. What part of the home is this now?
Still right in the living room. It's the stairs leading upstairs to the main part of the second floor of the house, a view into the kitchen and the backyard.
Now, are there any other rooms by the kitchen?
To the left edge of this frame is a small office.
Could we have Exhibit 23, file number 7246? What is this, sir?
That's the small office.
And could we have Exhibit 247288? Where is this in the home, sir?
That is the second floor bathroom.
And can you describe the second floor layout for us?
If you walk up the stairs to the second floor, the front door would be to your back. You enter a hallway. Straight ahead is a second floor bathroom. There's two bedrooms to your left, and there's a primary bedroom to the right that also has a bathroom in it.
Could we have Exhibit 25, which is file number 7298? What are we looking at now, sir?
If you were in that hallway coming up the stairs, if you look left, that would be the doors to the two bedrooms on your left.
Could we have Exhibit 26, file number 7301? Which room is this, sir?
This is the front left bedroom on the second floor.
And who is residing in this bedroom?
The defendant.
And sir, what is in the drawer next to the bed?
Some sheetrock or drywall from the ceiling.
Could we have the next exhibit 28? Well, actually, I'm sorry, 7301. Could we have 7302? And sir, where is this?
That same bedroom.
And then could we have exhibit 287309? And what orientation is this, sir?
This is looking at the bedroom door from that same bedroom.
Your Honor, we would object for the reasons stated before.
Excuse me?
We object for the reasons stated before.
Thank you. Preserved.
And then I'd like to have exhibit 29, if I may, Ms. Gilman, 7319. What is this, sir?
A hole in the ceiling in that bedroom.
Now, what is above the ceiling in that home?
An attic.
Did you go into the attic that night?
No.
Now, can we have exhibit 307320? What room is this, sir?
This is the second bedroom to the left in that hallway.
And could we have Exhibit 31, 7321? What is this, sir?
That same bedroom.
And who was residing in this bedroom?
The middle child.
And who was residing in the bedroom that was by the sunken living room?
The eldest child.
Could we have Exhibit 32, 7259? What room is this, sir?
This is the bedroom to the right, the primary bedroom.
And with this primary bedroom, what was it attached to as far as a bathroom?
There was an attached bathroom.
Could we have Exhibit 33, 7269? What is this, sir?
That's the attached bathroom.
And could we have Exhibit 34, 7335? Bless you. What's this, sir?
If you're standing in the kitchen, looking towards the front of the house, this is the basement door.
And what was on this door as far as child safety locks?
Up top was like a child safety device.
Could we have Exhibit 35, 7336? Where is this, sir?
That's the doorway from the last photo looking down into the basement.
Could we have Exhibit 36, 7340? Where is this, sir?
If you go down those steps and you look right, this is the view of the basement.
And could we have Exhibit 37, which is file 7343? And where is this?
If you go down those steps and look left, this is the view of the basement.
And then could we have Exhibit 38, 7557? Where is this?
Those are the basement steps.
Now, what access did the basement have as far as to the outside of the home?
If you come down those stairs and look right, there's a outside door that leads to the left side of the house.
Did you have the opportunity on January 4th to do any examination outside the home?
Yes.
Could we have Exhibit 39, file number 7077? Where's this in relation to the house, sir?
This is the left side of the house, so that basement door would be just off frame to the right.
And there's a fence there, sir. What's the fence around?
That's leading into the backyard and the in-ground pool.
Could we have Exhibit 40, 7080? And what is this?
View looking into the backyard.
What condition was the pool that night when you were there on January 4th?
It was full of water. The water was dark green and cloudy. It was unseasonably warm that night, and so no ice or anything. And there was no pool cover on it.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
There's no pool cover on it.
Could we have Exhibit 41, 7084? Now, where are we in the house, sir?
You're within the fenced-in portion of the backyard, looking at the pool.
And how is the pool different in this photograph than when you were there that night?
It's drained in this photo.
What is, sir, in the left-hand corner, what is that part of the house?
Shed.
Could we have Exhibit 42, 7091? And where is this?
This is in the backyard, a view of the back of the house.
And Exhibit 43, 7092? What about this part, sir?
This is the back left corner, if you're looking at the back of the house.
And, sir, did you have the opportunity to look at that shed as well?
I did.
Could we have Exhibit 44, 7097? And did you go inside the shed?
I did.
Could we have Exhibit 45, 7390? And where's this, sir?
That's a view inside the shed.
Just got a siren going by, sir. I'm going to let it go.
Oh boy, do I got to tell you guys something, but
Sir,
I'll wait
did
until
you
we get a
find
break.
anything that night when you were there on January 4th?
No.
And did you have the opportunity to look at any vehicles that night while you were there on January 4th?
Yes.
What vehicle did you look at?
Volvo XC90.
Could we have Exhibit 46, file number 7057? What is this, sir?
That's the Volvo XC90.
And sir, if I'm going to ask if you can keep your voice up, did you have the opportunity to look inside the Volvo?
I did.
What did you see inside the Volvo that night?
I noticed the trunk portion of the SUV was lined with plastic sheeting that was folded.
And anything else inside the Volvo?
In the trunk, I noticed like a maple seedling, it looks like a V they spin when they fall from the trees.
Now, how long did it take to do this walk around?
About 30 minutes.
And what did you do after the walk around?
I returned to the Cohasset Police Station.
And what did you do when you went back to the station?
Furthered the investigation.
How so?
I checked for any international flights, if Anna had taken any, by putting a flag on her passport.
Yes, sir.
I reached out to the Metro DC police to do a walkthrough of the townhouse down in DC.
Yes, sir.
And I called Anna's sister.
Now, after doing those things, did you ever have the opportunity to return back to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
Yes, that evening.
And why'd you return back to the home?
I brought the fire department back to the house to investigate the pool.
And so how did you do that, sir?
The fire department brought high-powered floodlights and a pike pole to scrape the pool to see if there's anything inside.
And what did you see happen when they did that?
They found a pool skimmer at the bottom, and then they used that pool skimmer, because it was wider than the pike pole, to scrape the bottom of the pool.
And was anything recovered?
No.
And about how long was this? Did it take to do this checking of the pool?
15 minutes.
And after you did that, what did you do next?
Returned back to the police station.
But what time do you think you got back to the police station?
10:30 or so.
And so did you do anything further on January 4th?
Would have reviewed the notes I had thus far.
Okay. And then what's next in the investigation?
I spoke to Jem the following day.
Okay. So now we're on January 5th.
Yes.
Okay. So walk us through January 5th as far as what you did as the investigation to find Anna Walshe.
I began contacting friends and family, gathering more background information. I created a missing persons bulletin, and I disseminated that to the department internally. I believe it went out on our social media. I sent it to the Mass Fusion Center, the Mass Crime Net, and the South Shore Detectives as a shared distribution list.
And may we have Exhibit 47, the poster? So, sir, this is the poster that you circulated?
Yes.
And I want to ask you about some of the places that you circulated it. You can take it down now, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. You said Fusion? What's that?
The Massachusetts Fusion Center. It's a information sharing system for law enforcement.
And besides them, what other organizations did you share it with?
Mass Crime Net. It's a distribution list for detectives and investigators.
And then was there a third?
South Shore Detectives.
And so I take it that's just the police departments in the South Shore.
Correct.
All right. So you've circulated the flyer. It's January 5th. Now what are you doing?
I began checking for financial records to see if there were any recent transactions. The phone was pinged the night prior, and we were reviewing the phone location data that day.
Okay. And so you're reviewing phone location data. And in addition to that, do you do anything as far as searching the area that day?
A canine track was conducted a area search with the canine was conducted in the house.
Can you tell us?
The rear of the house, excuse me.
The rear of the house. All right. So what's the rear of the house like at 516?
It's wooded. If you go through the woods straight back behind the house, you'll reach another neighborhood.
About how far is it between the two neighborhoods?
Less than a quarter mile.
And how was this area search conducted? You said a canine, but what's that entail?
A canine handler and the dog will do a scent search to see if there's any odors that jump out to the dog, if there's any indication.
Who was the canine handler that worked on this?
Sergeant Reardon.
And what department is he affiliated with?
Cohasset.
And so was anyone else involved in the search at this point in time?
No.
So after the canine search is done, what else do you do on this case on the 5th?
We checked for any Amtrak travel. We had troopers from that are assigned to the Logan Airport check each ticketing agency to see if there's any travel for Anna.
And what did you do as far as checking in with any cab companies or anything like that?
I began calling cab companies from Quincy to Plymouth.
Any other ride shares that you checked on?
We checked with Lyft and Uber to see if there were any pickups in that area of town.
And besides checking with the troopers at Logan Airport and cab companies and ride shares, what else did you do on the 5th?
We requested additional resources.
And who did you request for additional resources from?
My supervisor reached out to the Norfolk County, the troopers assigned to the Norfolk County DA's office.
And did you have the opportunity to meet with any of those troopers on January 5th?
Yes.
About what time did you meet with the troopers on January 5th?
About 5 p.m.
Where did you meet with them?
Cohasset Police Station.
And who did you meet with?
Trooper Chico and Sergeant Buchanan.
And what did you do when you met with the troopers on the 5th?
I brought them up to speed on the investigation thus far, and we listened to the audio recording of that first interview.
After that was done, did you do anything else besides just reviewing the recording with the troopers?
We went to the house.
About what time do you think you got to the house?
8:30.
And who went to the house?
Myself, Sergeant Hunt, Detective Lieutenant Lopes, Trooper Chico, and Sergeant Buchanan.
Who is Sergeant Hunt?
Cohasset Police Sergeant. He's now retired.
And who is Detective Lieutenant Lopes?
My supervisor.
And the other two were the state troopers?
Correct.
And so who was present at 516 CJC when you arrived on January 5th?
The nanny, Robin Howe, was leaving as we arrived. Present was the defendant, his mother, and his 3 children.
And so what did you do that night as far as dealing with the defendant?
I conducted a second interview.
And who participated with the second interview?
Myself, Sergeant Hunt, Trooper DeChico, and the defendant.
And where did this interview take place?
That same dining room table.
Where was Detective Lieutenant Lopes and Sergeant Buchanan?
They were in the living room on the other side of the staircase.
And who was with them?
The defendant's mother.
And what access did people have to, what access did you have to the living room?
It's an open floor concept, so the only barrier in between those 2 rooms was the staircase.
Now, Your Honor, may I have a moment?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. That interview on January 5th, was it recorded?
It was.
And have you reviewed that interview?
I have.
And does it fairly and accurately depict the interview you had with the defendant that night and Sergeant Hunt and Trooper Chico?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to enter a drive with the interview from January 5th as the next exhibit, which would be, I believe, 54.
Subject to the earlier objections, any new objections? It'll be marked and admitted as Exhibit 54.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I have it as 50.
Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may we play Exhibit 54?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, could you play the interview from January 5th? Thank you.
The recorder is on. It is 1956, January 5th, 2023. We're home. We're at 516 CJC Highway. My name is Harrison Schmidt. I'm a detective with Cohasset Police. Present is Trooper
Chico on my side of the Northwest DA's office. My name is spelled B-I-C-I-C.
and Sergeant Garrett is at Cohasset.
Brian.
Beautiful.
Hello.
So I'd just like to circle back to. I'd like to circle back to last weekend. So could you start me with in the morning? So when you woke up, I remember when we talked, I was just going back to my notes and taking everything up. When we talked, I had up until and 11. Could you fill me in starting from when you woke up on the first, so Sunday morning?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Baby Brian normally gets out of work for 7 or around 7ish. So when it's about light, and then I get up, and then sorry.
No.
And then I get the day going. I'm supposed to change William and Brian in the morning. I didn't. I'm 50-50, 100%. So we went down and I made French toast for one of the biggest.
Hey, girl. Hey.
And I made French
Lots
toast.
of tea.
I'll
wait until 1 to talk about it. When they go on lunch break.
Later, so the kids and I played with all the gifts and things that we had at the house. And then Robin showed up at 2. And then I had to go out to get put a little orange juice and milk and things like that. So I went to Shaw's, and then I went to then I got off a good bit late to go see my mother, and then we went Whole Foods and CVS, and then I came back. That's pretty much the whole day.
Okay.
Before that, I listened to your interview.
Oh yeah, because chopping up your wife, great idea. Yeah.
You said that, I think you said at the beginning that.
I don't think so, as far as what I was told.
6 when she was leaving?
She kisses me.
Not full.
Yeah. So you did wake up and you did.
I knew, yeah. I mean, I didn't get out of bed or anything. She just said, bye, and I went back to sleep.
Okay, no other conversation?
That's pretty much what I had to go to. We've gotten into a routine. I used to get up with her, and then I would be too broke up for the kids. So.
Okay. And then, but your son also saw Donna before he left?
Yeah, when I came down, I said, sorry, Mom, I had to go early, and he said, I know it's fine.
So this is like, 7:30 years old?
Yeah, I came down at 7. He was on the couch playing with his iPad.
Okay. Sorry, I can't interrupt.
No, it's fine.
No way.
Can you tell me what she was wearing?
Hilarious. Remind everybody to get their memberships for the month of December, so that you're here for the pajama party on Christmas Eve.
She never had a dress on her underwear. I guess the stuff is down here. Sometimes she keeps it in her. Sometimes, because she's getting herself ready in underwear normally. So but I know she always got a black dress normally or something on. That's her standby, or she has one of the flowery dresses. But I don't know what she was wearing that day. I do know that she wore she had to have worn her short black coat, because I was listening. She wore her under.
Damn it, Chessie, this thing's.
She wears fancier shoes to leave.
And what color are the boots again?
They're blue.
Leah got one, Biker Daddy, LTG, Antisocial Butterfly, Suspect 63.
Yeah, she had a
Right?
bag.
Damn
and then,
it,
she
it
had
like
her,
skips Jessie. I was thinking so many
she had
less
her,
people in here that it would
bag
get
and
her.
But she has
God damn it.
like 5 or 6 product bags.
I'm confident that she took that with her.
I gave the free 10 away, so you have one now.
The only thing that turned up was when you were here last night.
Yes.
Sunglasses.
Yeah, she did not take that.
And were you able to track down where she left those, or where
Which was the
it
sunglasses?
was Thomas that found them, right? No, William?
Brian had got it. Brian was playing with them. Maybe Thomas found them. I think they were right there because they go in there and start like taking stuff.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry if I sidetracked there. Has anything like this ever happened before?
You know, no, it's totally, this is not a normal thing at all. And the reason why I didn't call sooner, but one was that when she leaves, if she was coming here and she was 5 minutes late, I would freak out. And the week before, she was late for Christmas because she, as I said, she worked late for December 24th.
Yeah.
So I was like, are you coming? You're missing. I emailed her and I called people and she's like, hey, I missed the flight. I was canceled. I'm driving up. So I didn't have the phone and she wasn't coming. So I held off. And then I should have called work on Tuesday. I don't know.
Go ahead. Sorry. So going back to Sunday, you didn't have your phone for the duration of Sunday, is that correct?
I didn't have, the phone was with, I think it was in bed the whole time.
Okay.
Because Thomas found it, Robin took the day we just met, was up there, and then Thomas, I guess, they went to the garbage to report because I guess they brought it from on his phone away a while ago in the garbage. So they were out in the garbage, and then they came back, and Thomas went upstairs to play with Williams, and then brought the phone down. And I think Robin was there, so. And then he got a drone from my mother, so. And that's when I called, when I got my phone back, and that's when things, I got, normally now, you can call, it's been a while, that's the last time I know what's going on.
Right.
So it was, I didn't give you the exact what's going on, but the emergency normally, she updates me. She's had several emergencies at the FBI storm crossing at one point, that was her building. Huge leaks at Mazda or TJ Maxx, was gonna, leave, and then there was a disgruntled, resident that she was dealing with. So anytime she had one of these big, she debriefs me on it pretty quick.
Yeah. Okay. So then, when was it that you got your phone back?
I called on it like 2:30 or 3:30 on Monday.
Okay.
So it was a Monday.
You said what, 2:30 to 3:30?
So yeah, I think it was 2:33 because at the moment I got it, I called.
2:33. Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. So then, going back to the morning of the first, so you do French toast, you run some errands, OJ and milk.
Yeah, that was later. That was later in the afternoon. And during the morning it was French toast, and then we played with a bunch of toys from Christmas. They were going to watch a movie and things like that. So,
Okay. So then, you went to see your mother?
yeah, after so I was around the 4.
Did you take the boys and go?
No. They stayed with Rob.
They stayed with Rob.
Yeah, they
Okay.
stayed with Rob. But I was considering if Ivana was here, maybe we were all gone, and I was gone, and then some of the things changed, switched up. But we had Robin scheduled for.
Okay. So, what vehicle did you drive up?
Did I drive up?
Yeah.
No, I
Oh, okay. Where's that now, if you don't mind me asking?
It's, so a bunch of people come to visit and support, so I couldn't get in, so I parked right out there, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
And then, so, the pickup truck, who's that then?
That belongs to Robin.
Okay, and then so.
So that belongs to my mother.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then we have other cars in here, and then the press, so.
Okay, very good. So how long were you visiting with your mom?
A few hours.
And, what, is she, it's the Swampscott?
Yeah, yeah.
Give me the address.
330 Paradise Road. Well, it's not doing something.
Okay. So, it sounds like you kind of had a really stressful job.
That's a trend. Some people would call them.
Yeah, I bet. Sounds like Anna had a really stressful job.
So, just to be clear, her experience was that she was over her head. As I said, it was a job of her dreams, and she'd done like 2 or 3 times the money that she could make before.
Yeah.
And she was worried to a certain extent that she was over her head, and she kept talking about that. And then being away from the family was very difficult too.
Yeah, that's a lot. And what did she do prior to this job?
She worked for Jen, who was here on New Year's Eve.
But what did she do?
Yeah, she was his, he runs a real estate company, and she was the operations officer.
So it's just a similar job, just larger scale, more money.
Yeah, I mean, it's a way larger scale. It's like multi-billion-dollar company, and it was a lot. It was overwhelming. It was unbelievably overwhelming.
I know that in the previous conversation we had with Detective Spence last night, you mentioned that the distance, the issues that you were having on your end,
Yeah.
this job caused some depression.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, I was going to ask, pointed question there, has she ever talked about suicide?
No. She never said that. She talked to Jen for an hour and a half. I know you spoke to her about how the year had been and how she was really unhappy about the trial and things the court case taking longer and us not being able to be together. And she kept saying I could come back, and then she's like, well, I can only have 100,000 a smaller job. And I was like, no, we've made these huge sacrifices for you to be there at the townhouse. We'll stick it out. She was going to see a psychiatrist, was the first time she brought that up. But I spoke to Jim about it today. He's spoken to me back today, and he basically said, hey, it's fine. It doesn't mean there was any problem. If she had a problem, she should do it in a healthy way. So that was his experience.
Okay, so no past talk, no past attempts on it?
No past like that. No.
And is the marriage okay? Have you guys talked about separating or?
No, not at all. I mean, we've been separate, so it's been sad for us. We love spending time together, and think about when kids grow up, what time we have together. So during the pandemic, with all the family time, was best for us. It wasn't like that. We really enjoyed each other's company. So a friend, my mother was like, what do you think about Anna? And we're good with the friends. It looks like they really enjoy each other's company. I keep bringing that up to her all the time, but that wasn't. That wasn't the problem. Also, I mean, there's just the idea of separation for her comes from like a family that her mother and father were for 47 years. And for me, coming from a divorced family, not enjoying what that was like, it just really wasn't. I don't think so. At least for me, that was my experience. And maybe she wasn't telling us something as well as that possible. But for me, I just couldn't imagine it.
You mentioned that in the past, years ago, you lived together in DC, right?
We lived together, yeah, for a year.
And then there was some problems, like you said, I think 2013, and you came here.
Yeah, I came back to Boston. I was like, DC's not working. And then she, a few months later, she basically said, okay, she came to Boston.
So that was just in like DC?
Yeah, I mean, it was, I guess, no, that's not a fair statement. But I didn't like DC, just, it was, maybe I wasn't ready for such a serious relationship at the time, and I was uncomfortable in a new town. So obviously there was more layers to it, and I wasn't used to what a relationship meant, and I was just a solo operator, and now I wasn't, and that was difficult for me. I struggled with that, so I think that was it. And then Anna realized that she wanted to be with me, and then being in Boston was fine. So, and then things worked out.
Ms. Gilman, could you pause, please? And for the record, Your Honor, this has been paused at 14 minutes and 33 seconds on the media player.
All right, great. Jurors, we're going to take our lunch break, and we'll be back at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much.
All right, please. Close the notebooks. Chair.
All right. Hold on. Is there a lunch break, or we're gonna switch these into something else in a second.
You may step in.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, anybody need anything before the lunch break?
No, Your Honor.
All rise.
All right. All right, they already got rid of that. All right, so here's the thing, right? Hold on. So I have something funny to tell you guys first. And then I will go to find it here. Hold on. Jesus Christ. Showing all the same account. Okay, so I will share with you guys something hilarious. All right. Let's see. So I want to point out that my friend Karen sent this, True Crime and Wine, Karen sent this to me on X, which is Twitter, right? And I'll read to you exactly what she tagged me in on Twitter. Because, I mean, why are they doing the forecast? Cool. Hold on. Let me get that. The fan is on the other one. We'll just leave it on that. All right, so I'm gonna read to you guys exactly what she tagged me in while I was here with you all. And reminding people that I do not watch Turtle Boy's YouTube presentations because they're ridiculous. And all he does is lie. Having trouble streaming to Facebook. This may be an issue on Facebook's end. Is it possible the stream was entered deleted on Facebook? We'll keep trying and let you know if it's resolved. Please check Facebook to ensure the stream looks okay. If this continues for a while, I'm not creating a new freaking live stream. So if it's not working on Facebook, guys, I apologize. It looks like it's a StreamYard issue, and it looks like nobody's on Facebook watching, which makes sense if there's a StreamYard issue. So I apologize if you were trying to watch from Facebook. You're going to have to jump over to X or YouTube. So while this is on a break, while the trial for Brian Walshe is on a break, I mean, we all heard the last hour has been like this interview, right? I don't know why they're playing the entire interview. It's kind of weird. I think they should only play, the valid parts that they need, but it might be that the defense insisted on the entirety of it for context be played. But so this is what my friend sent me. This is just how ridiculous and hilarious this is to me. All right. So my friend Karen tagged me and said, oh my God, she must just be watching his last night's stream. The Sewer Turtles' last night's stream. right now. So or earlier, it was at 11:25 when I was here with you guys. So she said, oh my God, some caller on Turtle Boy's show said she watches you, and Meredith must have given you all your information because you've known about his cheating and hating and Karen hating Turtle Boy. She said the Job thinks that's how you know. LMAO. And then my friend Julie said the Idiot Brigade. Now, what? Let's be clear here. Me and Meredith O'Neill are not friends. She made entire fake accounts to just say really awful, vile, mean, terrible things about me. So if you're in your brain, it makes sense that Meredith O'Neill would have been telling me things the entirety of their relationship. Then it's easier for you to believe something that is just patently ridiculous and false than it is to come to the conclusion that the man is a narcissistic piece of human waste, right? The reason that I know about the things that he is going to do or has done is for various reasons. One being, he shares a lot of shit with a lot of fucking people, and some of those people get a conscience and they go, wait a second, this is wrong. He's telling the world this, but he just sent me this, and those two things do not align, but he's blaming someone else. So then those people get a conscience, and they end up either sending it to me or having someone else send it to me, right? So that's number one. Number two, I am friends with a multitude of his ex-girlfriends, okay? All of which don't know each other. Most of them don't speak to each other, but they all have the exact same freaking story. The exact same things that he did to Leah and Lindsay, he has now done some of these exact same things to Meredith. So it's like, or at least that she's saying the things that he's done, and it lines up with all the things that I know, being friends with Leah, and all the things that I knew that he did to Lindsay. So, I mean, and Kara. So it's like, here's the thing, right? Like, it's not that hard, especially if you are a survivor of a narcissist, which I am. My ex was a narcissist. He was an abuser, physically, emotionally, mentally, the whole shebang, right? And I am a survivor of that. It's a lot easier for someone like me who has been through it to see another narcissist and see what they're doing to spin and play games, right? Than it is for someone who's never been through it. Now, if any of these people had bothered, even this supposed person that called in, I don't know if it's a man or a woman or what, but whoever it is, if they bothered to do their own research about who he was before the Karen Reed trial and the things that he had done, not just to his ex-girlfriends, right, but to every one of the victims that he's had. Another reason I know a lot of the things that he does and says is because his victims, some of his victims contact me, okay? So they have a multitude of evidence of things that he has done that they don't put up there publicly, right? I know things because people don't keep quiet. Right? Other things I can pretty much guess because he's a creature of habit. He has patterns. All narcissists do. Once they've gotten away with something a certain way, they tend to use that same way over and over and over and over again. If it's worked before, they think it'll keep working again. And in some cases, it did work a multitude of times. So he just runs right back to using the same bullshit he did over and over again. It is a fact. That is the truth. To assert that I got my information about all of this from Meredith is fucking absurd, okay? Meredith has and never probably would share any sort of information with me about anything. We've never been friends. We don't contact. I've never gotten contact from Meredith ever for any sort of information at all. Let me be clear about that, right? The people who know me know how fucking utterly ridiculous and absurd that even sounds. The fact that you would take such an Olympic level stretch to say, Meredith must be feeding me information their entire relationship, then, or just coming to the conclusion that maybe people did their fucking research. I know his exes, I know his victims, I have a lot more evidence than other people do, that the general public does, and that I already knew a lot of these things because of that. Like, use your fucking brain. Is it, I mean, Occam's razor here. Is it more realistic that Meredith, since the first day they started dating, was feeding me information? Or, gee, I don't know. Maybe Aiden himself doesn't know how to shut the fuck up. People get uncomfortable and they share that information with receipts, right? Number one. Number two, the same thing with people in Karen's orbit. They share things. People get uncomfortable and they fucking share things. It's life. It's fucking life. Right? He keeps making the mistake of sharing these things in group chats and with his moderators, and people will eventually realize he's a piece of shit and then go, wait a second, I need to get to someone who has tried to expose this, right? So the Olympic level stretches you would have to take to believe that Meredith O'Neill had been contacting me since day one of their relationship to feed me information is fucking absurd, especially considering I've been calling it since before they dated, and that the entirety of their relationship, I repeat it and I repeat again over and over, it wasn't an if they would break up, it was a when. And when they did, it would be real fucking messy, because this is what he does to everyone he's ever been with. So the Olympic level stretches you would have to take to say, oh, she must have, since she's called all this and knew about this stuff, it must be Meredith that told her. Wrong. You are voted off the fucking island. If that is the level of intelligence we are working with here, I don't think there's hope for some of these people. I really, really don't. If you go back before the Karen Read case, this is how he has always been, or these are the things that he has done over and over and over and over. It is not a stretch to figure out what he's going to do next. Okay? Exactly, Cla. No, of course he doesn't. Of course he doesn't, right? That's just utterly ridiculous. To even claim that, you have to take Olympic level fucking stretches to think that throughout their entire relationship, it was Meredith that fed me information. No, it was a multitude of fucking people, more than one. People that can't stand Aiden, but that just stay in his inner circle because he's a piece of human garbage, and they fear if they don't, something worse could happen. Right? That's sad. That's really sad. What does that tell you? Because this has happened to him multitude of times. It's like a cycle. It happens over and over and over and over. Again, these people seem to forget. If you watch me, then you would know that this is stuff I've been calling since before him and Meredith were even together, number one. Number two, they seem to forget I was friends also with Lauren at some point. And the things that she told me line up with all the things that all the other women have told me. So not a shocker there either. A lot of these women don't talk to each other, don't know each other, right? Don't have each other's numbers, don't know where each other live. The only common denominator they have is me. Right? And I do not have conversations with this woman about what this woman did or said, because that's their private conversations with me. It's none of anybody else's fucking business. Right? That's how I operate. Sue the fuck out of me for being a normal person that doesn't share other people's private, intimate details of things, unless I have permission to do so. Here's the thing, right? The thought that you would have to, rather than believe he's a piece of shit and people do their homework and did some homework on him, right? And realize that these patterns aren't just with the women he's dated. They go to his victims as well. Anybody he trashes into oblivion, he does the same exact thing to. Meredith's not with him anymore. Why am I still calling the things that he's going to be doing? She's not with him anymore, right? If that was the case, don't you think that I wouldn't know at this point, right? How would I know at this point? I mean, come the fuck on. The Olympic level stretching and mental gymnastics some of these people have to do to just blame someone else is fucking absurd. Let me be clear here, okay? Meredith and me have never been friends, right? I have said for a long time, I think that she should take some accountability when it comes to the fake accounts that she made when she hurt people. From reading her Twitter, it looks like, at least now, and I don't know how long she's realized this, but it looks like at least now she starts to realize that, like, that's what he does, is manipulate people into doing really shitty things, saying really shitty things, attacking people that they wouldn't normally attack, believing shit they wouldn't normally believe. And then afterwards, and I've told you guys this many times, many people have come to me, many fucking people have come to me and said, I am ashamed. I am ashamed of the things I said. I'm ashamed of the things that I've done. I would like to apologize to you, Elise. I would have never done that. People find themselves saying and doing things they would have never normally done. And it looks like, at least from a post in the last couple of days that she made, she was starting to realize that a lot of the shit that he says and does is just bullshit, right? Absolute bullshit. And it's like, anybody, she has a public profile. Anybody can read it, right? Anyone can fucking read it. Anyone. To assert that because I've read her public profile that magically, we must be besties or something is fucking absurd. Like, if you know me, you know how fucking absurd that is, right? Like, I have criticisms of everyone in his circle when it comes to this shit. I am just pointing out the obvious of things that he's done to other women I am friends with that correlate with the things that she's saying. That's it. It's not that fucking hard to figure out. If you know the things that he did to Leah, and you know the things that he did to Kara, and you know the things that he did to Lindsay, and you know the things that he did to any of his victims, then you would put the pieces of the puzzle together fairly easily and fairly quickly like I did, right? And then you can couple that with other people who do give me information, but it's not Meredith. To assert that Meredith has ever given me any information on anything is fucking crazy, dude. Like, do you guys not remember we had like a whole altercation inside the courthouse? Like, what the... I mean, I think it's so funny to me because to stretch that far, bro, like you're breaking bones, man. Like the stretching you're doing is Stretch Armstrong style, like, you know, till it snaps back. Like that is fucking crazy. That is cuckoo. You know, I have said many times publicly, I do think Meredith should take some responsibility for some of the things she did to people, including Esty, that I think is gross and I think is wrong. And I don't believe any of that was rooted in reality, right? I honestly believe it was fucking rooted in Aiden manipulation and his way of sort of jealousy and poo-pooing, especially with Esty. It was a jealousy issue. It's very clear as day to me that it was a jealousy issue. The issues he had with Nick Rocco were very clearly, and Jenna Rocco were very clearly, you know, jealousy issues. And so, and Sean, same thing. So I do believe that he poisons. I mean, look at all the people that follow him and just believe whatever he says, even when he has to admit to lies because he knows it's about to be out there, or after it's out there, he has to admit to it, or the ones that he denies after it's out there, knowing full well it's out there. I mean, this is not somebody who's fucking trustworthy. Let's be honest here, right? So I do believe that she probably at some point just did shit he wanted her to do. You know, it's how a narcissist works. But do I think there needs to be some accountability? Yeah. I mean, I think Esty's owed a lot of fucking apologies. I'll tell you that much. You know, I think she's owed a lot of apologies. I think a lot of people are owed a lot of apologies. I'm owed a lot of apologies. I've gotten some, right? Not nearly as many as I should, but I've gotten some. But there are so many other people. There are so many other fucking people that deserve those apologies. And what was done to them was mean girlish. It was wrong, right? I can accept that maybe, just like an audience, these people are sort of manipulated and brainwashed into saying or doing things they wouldn't normally do. But if that is the case, then I would love to see the accountability there, right? Because there's a lot of people that actually do and have come out and been like, you know what? I publicly would like to apologize for the people that I harassed or talked bad about or repeated things about on behalf of the turtle. Because at that point, I really didn't know what I know now. And now I realize what a manipulative piece of shit he is and an oxygen thief. I would like him to stop stealing my oxygen. You know, it's like the Hamburglar running around stealing everybody else's oxygen, decent people's oxygen. It's fucking gross, right? But to assert that like Meredith somehow, some way fed me information is just fucking crazy. That is Lulu Delulu level nuts, bro. Like stretching of all stretching at that point. I mean, it sounds more like to me the turtle is mad because he's being exposed for the piece of shit he is. I just feel the vindication. That's all. I feel the vindication because everything that I know of to be true about him, she's sort of putting on the table. And it's like, okay, well, people seem to forget that Leah put that stuff on the table a while ago. Lindsay put a lot of that on the table a while ago. A lot of his other victims have put it on the table a while ago. You know, all of these people have said the exact same thing about him. It's not, oh, Meredith has to be feeding someone information. Meredith's just repeating literally what all of these other women have said over the years. How many times can one man be accused of the same shit over and over and over from women who don't like each other, don't talk to each other, don't know each other, right? How many? How fucking many? How many before people start using their brain cells, you know? He was so jealous of her for no reason, you know? It was a railroad attack the same way it was done to me because I didn't lie for him and he got mad about that. He was a little jealous about numbers and it was weird. It's weird. It's fucking weird. It's some weird, petty, childish jealousy shit, you know? She's owed a lot of apologies. People were mean to her, like really fucking mean. We're grown adults here, people. There's no reason for it. It's just mean girl shit. I lived it, dude. I know, right? People who know, and I think the saddest part about all of it is there are actual people out there that watched everything happen behind closed doors, that A, won't speak up because they're too afraid of being attacked by him on their own, who you thought were your friends, right? Or people who you thought were your friends that literally will in 1 second, who know that what he's saying isn't true, will back him up and magically all of a sudden start saying it's true, even though they know it isn't because they were there. That is the like most delusional, insane shit I've ever seen in my life, but I lived it, right? And so did a lot of these other people. Is these people are willing to write fake affidavits for him, lie to the police for him, okay? I kid you not, and then lie to all of his viewers in the world. Oh, yeah, that happened. Even when they know it isn't fucking true. They were there. And yet they're still kissing his ass because they're either too afraid, right, of what he will do to them if they don't back him up, or they are looking for that sort of pat on the back or clout. They think they're going to get into like the inner circle of, you don't want to be there, bro. Believe me when I say he turns on everybody in his inner circle at some point. You don't want to be there. So I know you think that you do, but you don't, okay? When, you know, it's really sad, Amber, but I kind of knew. So here's a fun fact for all of you. Jimmy actually hates Aiden and has told many people that he can't stand Aiden. So I find it funny that he just kisses his ass now at this point, because there were many moons where he hated Aiden's guts and, you know, talked mad shit and you know, needed to, let's put it this way. You can't, it's either one or the other, right? It's shady. It's fucking shady, you know? Super fucking shady and super fucking weird, okay? It's super shady and it's super weird, but we're talking about characters that are of the, I mean, I told you guys at the very beginning, there were 4 people that I know of that heard that recording, right? Nurse Kim, Jess Machado, Jimmy, and Will. Every single one of those fucking people, except Jess, at some point, denied it outright. And now, here they are, admitting in some capacity, after all these texts and everything else comes out, right? Now they're admitting, oh, well, I did know, but I don't want to say anything. Well, you lied to your fucking audience. At what point do you stop yourself and go, damn, I have to look myself in the mirror and I don't want to lie to my audience. Like, it's my platform, right? I didn't lie to my audience and I paid the price for not lying. That's, and I kid you not, that's a real thing, right? I understand that they know that if they tell the truth, they're going to get dogpiled on. People are going to call them pieces of shit, right? People are going to fucking attack because he's going to blow the dog whistle and have them attack. And then people will be spreading rumors about them for years. I've been dealing with it for over 2 years. I know exactly how the fuck it goes, all right? But what would you rather? Be known as a fucking liar and a simp for Turtle Boy, or have your goddamn integrity attacked while you're being attacked? Because it's all going to circle around eventually. Eventually, he'll take every single one of them out one by one on some petty jealousy bullshit. Because it's who he is. It's what he does, right? Make no mistake. He's gone through like a inner circle like 16 times, okay? Realistically. Over and over and over and over. Takes everybody out. Doesn't matter who it is, right? So ask yourself, are these creators afraid? Because why else wouldn't you just tell the truth? Listen, I knew what I was giving up when I decided to tell the truth. I was giving up money. I was giving up subscribers. I was giving up a better way to grow my channel, because for years you're going to deal with the lies and the sort of destroying of your name, right? That's what they do, right? That's what Aiden does. But I had to decide whether it was more important that I have my fucking integrity and honesty attacked, right? And for me to be able to look myself in the mirror and say, I did the right thing because I told the truth. Whether or not other people liked it or it was popular is fucking irrelevant to me, right? The people who support my channel, right? There's not a ton because I'm a small channel, right? But my appreciation to them is making sure that I give them the correct information, right? My honest opinion. And I own shit. I don't do shady shit, so therefore I don't need to own shady shit. It's really simple. Don't do shady shit. You won't have to fucking worry about lying about it. It's not hard. It's really not. I don't go out of my way to go on Facebook or X and attack random people because the turtle doesn't like them or someone I know doesn't like them. I have plenty of friends who are friends with someone that I don't like. Okay, cool. I don't tell my friends who to be friends with. They can be friends with whoever the fuck they want. That is their choice, right? That's their choice. Who the hell am I? I'm not going to tell anybody that. But the turtle wants the undying loyalty, or he shall attack. Any skeleton in your closet, anything you shared with him in private, he'll just twist that to something else. And if he has to, and he can't find something to twist, he'll just lie. That's what he does, right? The results of that continue on for years because people will continue to this day to repeat his lies. They still do. I deal with it all the time. They just repeat his lies, bullshit over and over and over and over. The people who know me just laugh at it, right? But it does affect you growing your channel at a faster pace. It does affect the support that you bring in. If there are people publicly and privately sullying your name for no real reason other than their own fucking shady shit, right? Then that is something that you have to deal with. But I would rather take that every day, any day, and shut my channel down if I can't afford to keep it running than lie to my audience, to the people that take time out of their day to make sure they watch my fucking live streams, right? When they buy a membership to my channel, I want them to know that I'm not going to sit here and lie to them because it's the popular fucking opinion. I want them to know that I don't agree with bullying on either side of the fucking fence, anti or not anti. Because you can't call it out on one side and then sit there and act like it's okay for the other. It's not okay at all, period. Right? And if you don't recognize that Aiden has a real good way of manipulating people and making them do what he wants, then you're losing the whole plot here, right? You can't fight for justice for John and at the same time not realize that the sort of effect of controlling people or telling them what to do or telling them who to be friends with or talking shit about someone constantly exists on both sides. It just fucking does, right? That's a fact. It's not fiction, it's a actual fact. This happens. So I can't call it out on one side and not call it out on the other. It's not, that's not right. It's not fair. It doesn't work together. It's being a fucking hypocrite, right? The bottom line is no one deserves the shit he does, period. All right? That's the bottom fucking line. No one. No one does. His victims have been through hell. I know, because I go through hell, right? But it burns, chaps his ass even, that he cannot control what's going to come out of my fucking mouth. He cannot control where my information comes from. He can't control where I get it or how I get it. I worked in the field. I have connections to a lot of different people and places where I get a lot of different information. And he has a lot of people that just don't like him. And it's not because they have turtle boy derangement syndrome, a syndrome that does not exist. It's because he's a piece of shit and he does really awful, terrible things. And they couldn't live with themselves if they watched it go down and, you know, the receipts are being shown to them behind the scenes and they did nothing. Now, there are people who just do nothing, right? And then later on you find out that they were part of it, right? And it's like, when people find out you were lying to their faces, what credibility do you have now? What credibility to the 3 other creators to Aiden at the moment, or 4 other creators at the moment have at this point? You've lied to everyone repeatedly. You do his bidding constantly. You back up everything he says, even when he's lying. When all of that comes out, and most of it will in his trial, right, in the public, what do they think is going to happen? You can have your 30,000, 50,000, 60,000 subscribers. That's cool, right? They know it's off the back of mostly him. I don't want those kind of subscribers. I don't want people that are just going to believe the fucking words that come out of my mouth without actually doing any of their own research. I don't want that. I want people to critically think. There's a reason why I tell people to go and check and look, right? I want people to do that on their own. I want people to have civil discussions with each other. And as far as I know, this is the only channel they can fucking have those, which is just sad. But that's the environment he has fostered, this sort of hate and anger and like, you're bad, so everyone needs to think you're bad because I said you're bad, and the creators that are behind me that are making money off of the other people who watch me need to say what I say, or I will down them and they will lose all those people. If all of your subscribers are going to leave because the turtle told them to, then those are not the subscribers you need or want. You know, that's the bottom line. It's not realistic, right? But what credibility do you hold anymore when you have lied and you have now been caught in that lie? It is all a show. Everything's a show. It's for the cameras. It's for the people, you know? It's unfortunate. Oh, he thinks there'll be increased revenue streams. Unfortunately, it's blood money at this point, you know? I saw a post where it was like a half and half, sort of. It was like a kind of take accountability, but also still make an excuse for it. There is no excuse for it, right? That's exactly. He is incapable of working with anyone in any real capacity or lifting each other up. I believe in lifting other people up, right? Like when Biker Daddy he's had his channel for a while and he had like 100 and something subscribers. And I was like, hey guys, let's support someone who's here all the time, right? Let's subscribe to his channel. Like I don't care if you have one fucking subscriber or a million, right? We should be lifting each other up, not smacking each other down. It's childish. I refuse, though, to lift up somebody like Aiden or the people that follow him around because they're doing so much harm to people. And I guarantee you, if it was being done to them, they would be the first person at a police station. The first person. So it's amazing to me, you know? That's the thing that bothers me. What credibility do these people have anymore? Listen, I might not always say what's popular, but I always say what I know, either to be true or I give you my honest opinion. I don't care if it's popular. That's a fucking difference. Popular or not, it is what it is. The fact that I know the shit that Aiden's done has nothing to do with Meredith. They just broke up in July, okay? I've been calling since even we found out they were first together that it's not an if, it's a when they break up, that this exact scenario will go down. Did Meredith feed me that too? Did she know the future? I mean, come on, that is Olympic level fucking stretching for something so absurd. To even assume that that would be true. Like, I mean, come the fuck on with it. That is crazy to me, right? Now, I'm going to read you something that Meredith did post. Why? Because it's relevant. Now, I don't know what she's posted since I checked a little bit this morning, but I'm just going to point out exactly how. Okay. So it was, let me see. So this person, his account, I'll read this to you actually. This person said Karen Reed found out she was illegally recorded and bam, just like that, she was twisted into having a bad personality, being ungrateful, psychotic, rude, and impolite. Every time Aiden is caught misbehaving, the person who is being wronged becomes the villain. Pattern persists. And we've talked about patterns before, right? It's the same thing that happened to me. I didn't lie for him. He got caught cheating on his wife and 4 fucking women, and therefore I needed to be the enemy. He did not tell the public why I was the enemy because then he would have to out himself. So instead, what did he do? He spun shit. He made his narrative. I'm bad. I'm a scammer. I'm crazy. I'm a liar. The whole thing. He even tried to rewrite history about what happened that night. It's insane to me. All right. Actually fucking insane. So let me find the post here. I think this is it. Dear Stalker. This is what she writes. Hold on a second. Let's check something real quick. Hold on. Also, I have some deep questions as to why the holding PD. And again, Leominster Court was very seriously oh, thank you, Italian Joan. I appreciate you. Like, right, like it's no big deal. Like it is a big deal. Like that is a fucking big deal. It's gross. We're grown-ass adults. We're not, in our 20s or in our teens. Like we are he is 44 years old. Okay? It's gross. Using women like they're a toy or some sort of meat. It's disgusting. It's deplorable. Right? Fucking gross. Thank God my husband is nothing like some of these fucking people, dude. Really. Because as a survivor of a narcissist, I can tell you it's not something I would ever want to deal with again. And thankfully, I have had 11 years free of abuse and manipulation and narcissistic psychopathness. But I agree with you, LTG. I agree with you. But I did want to point out that Meredith said on one of her posts something that concerned me. She said, the Holden PD found out within 20 minutes who called in a pizza, right, to his house, which happened on my birthday, actually, of 2023 or 2024. I don't know. It was around that time. Somebody called in I think it was 2023, she wrote, but it could have been 2024. Either way. She said within 20 minutes, because this is what Aiden wrote, within 20 minutes, the Holden PD had accessed the records. Well, normally you need a fucking warrant for that, number one. Number two, why is the Holden PD doing the bidding of Aiden Kearney about a pizza? The Leominster court pointed out, rightly so, as I would say, that they were seriously concerned about the way that the Holden PD had been used in Mr. Aiden Kearney's favor, right? I would like some answers from the Holden PD on why exactly it is that they are looking at phone records for a pizza delivery for him within 20 minutes that you normally would need a warrant to get someone's phone records, okay, for a bit from a business, right, that it must have been called into said business, right? Why would they be doing that for him? That doesn't make sense, right? Unless people there are helping him, which I suspect for quite some fucking time, because anytime there's a problem with him and he needs to be served with a restraining order or anything else, something always happens. It's quite funny. Or it's delayed or put off or, things that shouldn't happen, right? Or if someone goes and makes a complaint there about him, it's not taken seriously. Now, why would that be? Why would that be unless there were people there helping him? And that's gross. We're talking about a police station here. If Holden PD is that manipulated, it's pretty fucking sad, right? That's pretty sad, but it's also a problem. So maybe the chief down in Holden should figure out what the actual fuck is going on in his department, unless he's a part of it. And in that case, I would think that the state police would need to do some investigating into what the actual fuck is going on over at the Holden PD. Seriously concerning shit right here, all right? So I will read this because I find it interesting. So she said, "Dear Stalker," I think obviously she means Aiden, "since I'm hearing you're live reading my tweets." Now, once again, I did not watch the show last night. I am told that he did a whole nother 4 or 5 hours about her, which is this is what he does. I love when he claims, "I don't talk about my exes. I don't blah, blah, blah." There's only 2 that he's not talked about. And that's because one is Lauren and she just does whatever he asks him, her to do. That's why. And B, the other one is his ex-wife. And I would not doubt that there is something in that divorce decree where she's, protected herself by putting it in there saying and then sealed it that no, you're not allowed to talk about me or your children in any sort of negative light or capacity on your YouTube presentations. He's a piece of human garbage. So that's something I would protect myself with. And as far as I understand, his ex-wife is a smart lady. So, those are the only 2. Let's make that abundantly clear. Okay. The only 2. And there's reasons for that. Other than that, he does the same thing every fucking time. Again, not hard to figure out. I don't need anybody to tell me. I certainly don't need a girlfriend that's with him that doesn't even like me to tell me. I mean, that's absurd. Nonetheless, let's read what she has to say because it's funny. Every time I read one of these, I feel vindication. Why? Because these are all things that I fucking have been warning people about long before she was ever with him. So did she, before she was with him, know the future and tell me before they were even together? Come on. You know what I'm saying? Come on, dude. If you go back to my streams before they were even together, I'm already calling this shit. So just say it. My predictions speak for themselves, right? And anybody who's been watching me that long and been with me that long knows the shit I've been saying for this long, that I've been saying, son, if it's a when they break up and when they do, he will do to her the exact same thing he did to everyone else. There are no exceptions here, right? No one is special. He's going to do the same thing every fucking time and try to turn and flip the script. It's what he does, right? So she said, "Since I'm hearing you're live reading my tweets on your show tonight," and it's funny because in one of her posts, she said something like, he says I'm watching him, but I get clips in real time or people are telling me in real time. That's what happens to me. I won't watch him. What happens, except for that one time with you guys, but other people will send me the clips or they will actively in real time tell me what's going on because they know I cannot stand the sound of that whiny man's voice and him just perpetually pretending that it's everyone else but him, right? So they'll tell me in real time. Jesse will tell me, other people will tell me, and some not even real time, but later on, the next morning or whatever. But people will tell me, they'll send me clips, they'll tell me what's going on, and then I can respond. You know what I mean? Usually I know basically what he's going to say before he's going to say it, because it's the same shit every fucking time. Every goddamn time. He named them. I mean, that's gross. Who does that? That's weird shit. That's weird shit. Okay, so again, dear stalker, since I'm hearing you're live reading my tweets on your show tonight, let me go ahead and highlight this one for you because I knew this would upset you the most. Why? Because it's the truth. And deep down, you know it. But you'll never face it. Never do the work to better yourself, instead surrounding yourself with those who enable it. A constantly revolving door of, quote, friends who you eventually burn. And that's true. I've said this a billion times, long before she was ever with him, because it's what he does. And because coming from the greediest person I've ever met, the idea of people donating to Karen instead of you was guaranteed to send you off the rails. That's a fact. Why? Because any dollar given to anyone else is a dollar he thinks belongs to him. And I know this firsthand because it's literally something he said to me, right? That God forbid his viewers supported me in any way that was not right, because they should be giving him money, not me. It's money out of his pocket, he said to me. I'm sorry, what? Imagine saying that your viewers aren't allowed to support other people, or that they can't support two people at once. They're allowed to support whoever the fuck they want, number one. Number two, they can spend their money anytime they want. I mean, that's insane. I mean, Machado admitted to me, and I have the screenshot, in a comment on X, that she did it simply to simp for Aiden. I mean, and then when I called her on it, she admitted it. Okay, cool, great. Now that we got that out of the fucking way, you know? She said, since I've blocked you on every form of communication for over a month now, which feels amazingly liberating, which I tell most people to do, so I'm glad she actually figured out by herself to do it. I normally tell people to, if he's threatening you, block him, and let him know that threatening you and trying to blackmail you is a crime that he can be charged with jail time on. And he's on bail, so maybe he should stop committing crimes and trying to threaten and blackmail people. That is a crime, right? And usually, once someone does get the balls to say this to him, he stops contacting them. But until then, he will keep threatening and lying and spinning and demanding that you do this, this, and this, because you're hurting him by telling the truth, and you're trying to ruin his life, and you're trying to send him back to jail, and you. He demanded Kara get online and disparage her friends and people she knows. He demanded that of her. He said, if you don't, I'm going to do this, this, and this to you. And she refused, right? There were many times that he demanded that she do things or say things online that were not true, simply so other people would believe him and he could point to that thing. How many other times do you think that he's done that to other people? Just throwing it out there. Like, I mean, come on now. Once again, these are patterns of behavior long before Meredith broke up with him, long before they were ever even a thing. Like, long before. It's a train wreck. It's like a dumpster fire you can't fucking look away from with him, because it's always the same, right? She said, since I had you blocked on every form of communication for over a month now, which feels amazingly liberating, I'll give you this one tiny bit of contact you've been so desperate for. Enjoy it. It's all you're getting. Keep spreading lies about me, about Karen, about whoever else you decide to bully, and I'll keep posting the receipts. Your own messages, your own videos, your own words, your own everything that blow every one of those lies apart. You're not going to bully me. You're not going to bully Karen. You're not going to bully people who did nothing to you. And you're not going to, quote, win just because that's the fantasy you've sold to your little cult corner of the internet. I'm sorry, that's funny. The big world outside your echo chamber. One, you'll never break into, because you self-destruct and burn every bridge you touch, professionally, personally, universally. I agree with you guys, it is. How many problems will you be allowed to cause before you realize you are the problem? You are the common denominator. The limit does not exist. And that's true. He is the fucking, how many times have I said that? He's the common denominator, right? You wonder why Karen wants nothing to do with you? Question marks. Here's the funny part. I'm just going to comment on this because he knows exactly why Karen wants nothing to do with him. And I've said this a million times. He tried to blackmail her in fucking trial 1 for a court seat, guys. I mean, that's how petty he is. Imagine all of the other things he's done since then. No wonder why. Come on. Why she finally stepped away for good? Question mark. Look at your own behavior. You won't, and we all know that, but worth a shot. And since we all know you'll eventually leak the recording anyway, even though I begged you to destroy it for your own sake because you were out on bail, let me just say this. Karen was right. You should thank her. She made you. And now I'm making you, based on your last 3 shows. Oh, it's true. What makes this even sadder is that I stood by you. I wanted the best for you. I made you better in every possible way, and you made me worse. You dragged me down, and the way you've continued to self-destruct since we broke up proves exactly who the actual problem always was. You. Again, Karen was right. You should thank her. And then she calls him on for being a fake journalist, which I absolutely fucking love here. Okay? I mean, how long, to be fair, have we been calling him on for that? It's just nice to see someone else say it, you know? Really. No matter how much I can't stand the dude, it's nice to see someone else basically confirm the shit that we've always known, right? Because I can't, certain things that I can't like tell you guys or say because I have, you know, victims that like, you know, I only say things that I have permission to say when it comes to their stories because it's their story to tell, right? But I get permission before I say anything that has anything to do with any of them, right? And so for me, it's nice to have her putting out whatever she has here because the other people who I talk to, like, it confirms their stuff too. You know what I mean? Like, even though it's privately told to me, for them, I'm sure it feels liberating as well. Because for them, this is what they've been telling the world for quite some time and no one listened. Maybe they'll listen now that there's a multitude of people saying the same fucking thing, right? And you would think that would be it, except they keep spinning. They keep spinning. The fact that anyone at this point believes anything he has to say blows my ever-loving mind. The fact that people are still throwing money at him like, oh my God, this person, all these women are horrible and all these people you talk about are horrible. It's like, you can't be that dense. No one can be that dense. No one can be that dumb unless you're being willfully ignorant, right? Why would it be everyone else except him? Someone answer that. Why, for the love of God, would it be someone else except him? It isn't. It's him. The way he spins and lies and tries to make everything out to be everyone else's bad and he is the victim is gross. It's gross, okay? He's not a victim. He's the perpetrator. He always has been and he always will be. He's a manipulator. He's a gaslighter. He's a fucking liar. And you can watch it in real time. When he admits to lies that he has to admit to because it's out there, imagine how many other ones that I know that he's lying about, imagine how many other ones he doesn't admit to because it isn't out there. Or if it is out there, he knows it can't be like 100% proven, so he just continues to lie. These people are in for a very rude awakening when his trial comes. If he does not take a deal, all that's out in the open and he knows it. If I were him, I'd think about a deal. Because if he doesn't take one and all this shit comes out, some of these people, more than half of these people, have no choice but to look at it and say, whoa, 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 that is not what we were told. And you even continue to deny and lie about that. There's a lot of things he's been lying about, folks. It's not just 1 or 2 things, and it's not just stupid shit. It's a lot of shit. And I'll say it again, I've tried to warn people repeatedly and no one listened, right? I'm a liar, I'm bad, I don't know what I'm talking about, I'm just an idiot, I'm not smart, right? All the things that they say about me because that's what he wants them to believe. For every person that says that, there's 5 more that have apologized and been like, I wish I had listened to you. And now I can see that you actually were simply like warning people. Why? Why warn people? Well, A, there's not really anyone else doing it. And B, I hope to at least stop some of this heartache. Stop some of the way that he treats people and stop people from being victims, right? If I save 2 people from being victims, it's fucking worth it to me. But hopefully more people, as they open their eyes, will realize, like, we have been trying to warn you for a lot of time now. You don't have to believe me. That's cool. You know, it's not my job to make you believe me. I'm not a cult. I think my words speak for themselves when they are proven true over and over and over when it comes to him. All I can do is warn people. There's nothing else I can do. I can warn people and I can give them the facts and I can show them the patterns and hopefully they go and do their own research and realize I was right and that I have been telling the truth, right? for every person that apologizes, there's 5 more that are too ashamed to even attempt to apologize, but feel really shitty about things that they said and did. Oftentimes I'll get a message from someone else who will say, hey, my friend so-and-so feels really bad and wanted me just to tell you they're sorry. Like, they won't do it themselves, they'll do it through someone else. Or a lot of times they'll say, like, have someone else send me a message saying, like, you have so-and-so blocked, could you please unblock them? They would like to apologize. And it's like, again, you don't have to believe me, but I really hope that anyone with even one brain cell would take the moment to go look into some of this themselves. We've done many streams on the things that he has done in the past and the patterns. Go look at the things he's done. You don't have to look at my streams, but go look at where I told you to go find the evidence, right? Go look at the evidence yourself. Go look at it yourself. Go look at it yourself. You cannot make the conclusion that he is a credible person. It's not credible by any stretch of the fucking imagination, right? Let's be honest here. So she says, fake journalists. A quick reminder about the journalistic integrity of this entire circus. Well, there isn't any. That's my opinion on it. But last year, Aiden literally made a fake Twitter account of journalist David Linton. Why? To use in his article. I mean, this is shit he does all the time. But so essentially he, no, you're not blocked. I can see you. If you posted a link, though, anything with like a link or a word that's a banned word, it'll, like, YouTube will automatically take it out, if that makes sense to you. So if you say something that's in one of my, like, blocked words, it'll take your comment out. Or if you put a link, it'll take your comment out, because only mods and me can put links. But I don't see, it's the first comment I'm seeing from you, darling. Yeah, it's the first one I see. Definitely not blocked. I see you. I see you. If you were blocked, I wouldn't see you. Wouldn't pop up, and you wouldn't be able to participate in chat where we can see you. Okay, so you're welcome. It says, so again, he said last year Aiden literally made a fake Twitter account of journalist David Linton. Why? To use in his article. So that's what he does, right? Makes these fake accounts and says, oh, this is so-and-so. Writes whatever he wants into that account, takes that and says, look it, here's the proof. So-and-so said it, and they're a journalist, and they're credible, right? Boom, done. And puts it in the article. All the while, the entire thing is him. Like, come on, right? So it says, to use in his article, he stole the man's photo, got hit with a copyright warning from the newspaper, and instead of stopping, he sat right next to me and created another fake profile to link in his blog. He must have forgotten I was next to him when he did this, because he tweeted at me just last week on the fake account. And these people want to talk about fake journalism? Please. Now let's talk about fake journalist Jess, the queen of imaginary sources. Back on September 29th, she invented an entire fairy tale about a source calling her with the Olivia Joe Flipperhead recording, when the quote source was literally Aiden. Well, to be fair, I called that one right away, right? Clearly the source is Aiden. Clearly the source is not some other random person. It's very clearly fucking Aiden. Without her saying it, it was very clear to me and anyone else with a brain cell that the quote source is Aiden himself, okay? I don't think that was a secret, but she did sort of try to, like, pussyfoot around it. Like, oh, well, the source. No, the source is Aiden. Everyone knows the fucking source is Aiden. I don't even know why you're going to lie about it at that point, right? Because, again, then she admitted that she put it out there just to simp for Aiden. Like, which means he told you to. Duh. Like, thanks for admitting it. We appreciate it. She said, when the source was literally Aiden. Yes, bestie, he told me. Oh, shit. He told her. Made up elaborate stories about speaking with sources. She even patted herself on the back about how she, quote, spent all day authenticating the audio. Girl, authenticating what? You literally got it directly from the man you're covering for. This is what they do. They make up fake sources, lie to their audience, then repeat each other's nonsense until people think it's real. Well, gee, I wonder how fucking long I've been calling that for. Longer than even Meredith was with Aiden. That's how fucking long. Then on October 3rd, she tried the same stunt to get the full Karen Reed recording. Aiden was gearing up to send it using the same I'll leak it through Jess with a fake source strategy, and I spotted it from a mile away. I told him, don't do it, don't send it, don't trust her. Not to protect her, to protect him, because he was out on bail and still holding on to a recording he never should have made. This is their whole playbook. Fake sources, fake narratives, fake outrage, and then they all parrot each other's lies like gospel. Oh, it's bad. It's so bad. No wonder they flock together. It's a bunch of fake journalists doing bad improv and calling it reporting. So this is the email, right, that she claimed that she got. Then talking about the authenticating it, blah, blah, blah. And then she wanted the full recording, right? Now, we have the recording of Aiden himself saying that he recorded Karen. Is this it right here?
If I saw all your texts, I would have seen all of your disgusting cheating, and I would have ended things a lot sooner. So shut up, like seriously.
You knew about all that, and you stayed with me. So
no, I didn't know about everything. I didn't know about Chelsea until the end.
You knew about Chelsea. You read about Chelsea on June 18th, and then you still stayed with me.
I know, June 18th, but I didn't know about it. I didn't know about it from the watch. I would have seen your texts with her.
June 18th, and you still stay with me. Obviously, reading nasty shit doesn't make you.
He's gross.
Yeah, I know. You know what?
Time again.
Aiden uses proton email.
I never should have stayed with you. I'm totally disgusted with you. I'm disgusted with myself for staying with you, and now I never want to talk to you again. I want you to leave me alone. Fine. You want to ruin my life and do a show about me? Go ahead, Aiden.
I'm not doing a show about you. I'm just giving it to Dad.
Fine. Go ahead, Aiden. I don't care.
It doesn't need to be that way.
I don't.
Yeah, do what I say or else.
I just want to be left alone.
Yeah, you got to own up to this, Meredith. You did this.
No, I didn't.
Own your part.
I didn't.
You did nothing wrong. Nothing.
I vented to somebody I thought I could trust.
What?
I vented to somebody I thought I could trust.
Oh, just him, no one else.
Well, Deanna and Lauren.
What?
Deanna and Lauren, yeah.
You also told Karen.
No, I didn't.
Oh boy.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Karen told Joe that.
No, she didn't.
You also told Joe that.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't. I'm not gonna admit to something I didn't do.
You said it in text to him, and then you deleted it.
No, I
didn't. You did not want me to see the text. You did not want me to see the text where you contacted Karen. You did not want me to see that.
And I don't give a shit. Think what you want. I'm not spending any more time on the phone with you. Leave me alone. Do whatever you want to do with that. Have you contact my work. I don't give a shit. Just leave me alone.
That's really what you want. We can do that. I don't think it's what you want, though.
He's
I want
gross.
to be left alone. So, you know what? If
It's not an option. Being left alone is not an option. Like pretending you didn't take part in
It's not an option.
We need to fix this. We need to have a discussion about this.
He needs to fix the shit he did by forcing other people to do his bidding.
You started a whole bunch of fucking shit.
No, I didn't. You know what? But now I will just talk to Karen at this point because honestly,
What's she gonna do? What the fuck is she gonna do? What's she gonna do?
I don't know.
What are you gonna tell her? What are you gonna tell her? Is recording? What are you gonna do?
I don't know, Aiden.
What the fuck could you possibly tell Karen? You can't tell her anything.
Okay.
I mean, you could. She already fucking knows everything. What are you gonna tell her?
Okay.
So what are we gonna do, Meredith? How are we gonna avoid this from fucking blowing up?
How are you gonna avoid it, Aiden? You did it.
I blocked you. I wanted to stay
that shit because that's a bunch of fucking lies. The whole "I want to be left alone" thing. That's a fucking lie. What are we gonna do?
I mean, didn't you say that like 5 times?
Anywhere. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to see you.
Why shouldn't I fucking announce what your part?
Fine, go ahead. I don't give a shit, Aiden.
I think you do give a shit.
I don't. I don't anymore. I don't care anymore.
This is how he manipulates people. This is called reactive abuse. Just saying.
You can do your whole thing there. You can pretend that you don't care. You care. You don't want this. I don't want this.
He cares. He doesn't want it.
If I was a douchebag, I would just fucking posted it.
You are a douchebag. What do you mean?
Do that to you. I don't want to hurt you. Like,
oh,
I don't
okay.
want to do that.
What?
Go ahead.
Seen her like a bunch of times. What are you talking about, bro? What?
You know what would convince me, Meredith? An apology.
Yeah.
I've apologized for talking to Joe. I've already done that about 30 times.
This is the person that claims he's not a scumbag, right? Like that's what we're dealing with here. Like the fucking over 200 phone calls. That's what this is. This is over the 200 fucking phone. And this apparently happened a bunch of times. This is 5/27, so this is May 27th, 2025? Okay. Meredith, please speak with me before the show. I'm begging you. I can't think about anything but you. I can't concentrate. My anxiety is so high. The thought of losing you is terrifying. I'm so fucked up from the thought of going to jail, and you're the only person who makes me feel loved and safe. Funny, because that, oh, I'm fucked up from going to jail thing, I'm so tired of hearing that. Like, bro, I did more time than you. You're not fucked up from being 60 days in jail for crimes you fucking committed. Stop it. Stop it with the fucking pity party, dude. All right? You're a grown-ass man. Fuck. I think you and my lawyers are underestimating the likeliness of it. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't thinking about doing whatever I can to avoid it. Anything. I can't go to jail. I can't go to trial. Gee, guys, I wonder why it is that he can't go to trial. Maybe because all of his lies would be exposed. I have no doubt in my mind that Aiden will take a fucking deal. He will flip on Karen, and this shitstorm will continue. Let's make no mistake about that. I called that since before Meredith was ever with Aiden. Why? Because he only cares about himself. Okay? They'll do anything for the stuff they have in Discovery to not be read to the world. He underestimates how much of that other people already have, though. Yeah, he's like unlimitedly on the phone and the tablet, you know, the entire time he was in fucking jail, right? I can't go to trial. Reading the comments on Melanie Little, it's just filled with people getting lots of likes who say I went too far and will go to jail. So I love how like this is where like Billy Bush was like, Aiden doesn't care about comments about himself. If the whole chat is telling him to fuck himself. Yes, he does. He cares very, very much. That's the difference. He's very vain and narcissistic, and they care because they're very insecure. Newsflash, Billy Bush. No one cares about me. I started this whole thing, and I'm going to lose my freedom and my life for it. All I can think about is how you drove to me at Julie's house that night, and I couldn't concentrate. That is exactly how I feel now. You made me feel so safe. If I went to jail again, you wouldn't be there this time, and neither would my mother. I'd have nothing to live for. You got me through jail, the worst experience of my life. You looked so beautiful in church today and at your house. I wanted to hug you so bad, and I hate fighting with you. Okay. She said, if you had been honest with me, and it was just sexting / not in person, it would have been incredibly hurtful and fucked up, but we could have gotten past it if you were truly sorry. But the lies for months and making me feel crazy for why she was going after me, blaming me for her reactions when you were telling her lies the whole time too, it's just cruel. It's like you treated me how you treat everyone else in your life. You try to lie and manipulate. Like I said, I hope one day you do the work on yourself to be able to be honest with yourself and others. Maybe one day we can be friends, but not now. Please respect. And I'm assuming that says like MySpace or whatever. Then this is him saying, can I talk to you for 5 minutes, please? I'm really struggling. Just need to hear your voice. It would make me feel so much better. I swear on everything, I did not text her sexually at all since jail, which is a lie. I would never, ever hurt you like that. I love you so much. I don't try to lie and manipulate everyone in my life. I'm not the monster you seem to think I am. Also false. Yes, he is. I don't want to live without you, he said. I know what a piece of shit she is, and I would never do something like that with someone who was shitting on me and you and Karen publicly, which, again, another lie, let's be honest here. Then it says, you're right, it was Wi-Fi, shit, and you're sick. Seriously, do not keep pushing me right now. I just want to walk away. That's it. In the entire chat, please don't say I'm sick. I'm not. I'm just in love with you, and it pains me that you think I'd hurt you like this. Well, he did, and he was lying. That's, abundantly clear. Then we had 200 calls. I mean, listen, I said the same thing. I'm actually surprised she didn't get an RO. But this is the way I'm thinking about it, right? He keeps doing this whole like, oh, Meredith would never put me in jail thing, and trying to back her into this corner where if she, God forbid, had to go to the police in any way, shape, or form and get an order on him, which, I mean, that phone call alone shows me that, like, you clearly might need a restraining order. Like, how many times you have to ask somebody to leave you alone and them say, like, oh, that's not an option. Like, this tracks with everything that he's done to other people with the whole, we're going to do it my way. Or, you had an option, which is his option. And the way that he says that to women is, you had the option to do whatever I said and you chose not to. So now the only option is for me to destroy your life, lie about you, and get public so that you'll do what I want. And that is something he has done to a multitude of women and victims. It's not just her. So that it tracks with everything that he's already done. If it didn't track, I would say so, right? Like, if it didn't track, I'd be like, okay, I think Meredith is lying. Like, I have no problem calling that when I think it's a lie. It tracks with everything he's already done to other women. And literally he uses like the same phrases, the same, talking points, the same, well, you're going to do it my way or the hard way. You want to do it the hard way. I'll make you Turtle Boy famous. I'll make you Kate Peter famous. I'll make you all the same shit. He says over and over and over. He manipulates, he lies. He tries to force you to do what he wants, do his bidding. Like in this scenario, he wants her to take accountability for the recording he made, right? By being like, yeah, I'm the one who told Karen. Here's the kicker. I don't give a fuck who told Karen. You recorded her illegally, right? Whose fault is that? It's not the person who gave it to her's fault, no matter who the fuck that was. And I fully believe it was probably one of the 4 people he let listen to it. Clearly, because if the day after you let those 4 people listen to it, Karen knew, stands to reason that one of those 4 fucking people ratted your ass out, bro. Just saying. And apparently, he, at least in one of these posts, Meredith says that he didn't think that any of those people would cross him. What does that tell you? Cross him, right? Cross him. Who the fuck? Even the messages from way back when and the shit that he said to me, it's just like he's so full of himself. Like, bro, newsflash, you don't get to control everyone. I've never been one of those people. Ever. Not ever. You can't threaten people if they don't give a fuck, right? Don't give a fuck. You can sit there and you can lie, you can spin, you can do all of the things that you've already done. It is not ever going to stop me from speaking the truth. Sorry, not sorry. It is what it is, bro. You hurt people because you cannot take any accountability for yourself, Aiden. You don't know how. You never have, and you never fucking will. And it's sad. It's deplorable. It's disgusting, but it's the truth. It's a real life truth. All right, let's pop back to the trial because that's what's on right now. I will finish this later. Let me remove this from the screen here and get back to this trial. We're a little bit behind. Just about 4 minutes, so I'll rewind it a little here. Oh, I don't want the long crime one. Hold on. I want the other one because the volume is better on this one. Although I do not like the way that WBZ is doing this whole like news BS. Like in the middle of the trial, they're just like stopping for it. It's weird.
Please, jurors entering.
They never are. They never are on time, unfortunately. Also, if you guys would like to support the channel, we definitely could always use the support as a small channel. There's a bunch of different ways you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, Revolut. We have a link for debit and credit in the top of the chat. It's also in the description of the video, our Amazon wish list. Super Chat, Super Sticker, membership, those are all options as well. All that stuff's in the description of the video as well. It's tickers on the bottom of the screen, as you guys can see.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth would recall Harrison Schmidt.
Sergeant Schmidt, Cohasset PD.
Oh, wait till he gets back on the screen.
I gotta go to the bathroom anyway. I'll be right back.
Your Honor, may we continue with Exhibit 54? I believe we left off at 14 minutes and 33 seconds on the media player.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gilman?
And I was happy to live anywhere with her at that point, but that was, I mean, we grew up with.
And I asked this to everybody, is there any extramarital with you or?
No, not at all. Certainly not with me. And not that I have any information on it. Like everyone who called me said maybe like how to work all this. It was the same story that I had. It's the same story Alyssa and Bella moved back to the Amy is that she works all the time and she flies home to see you guys and she comes back and she's constantly working. And, she said that she would like eat in bed and pass out a lot. So that was everyone else's experience. So yeah, I would be surprised of that. You know, when we were younger, we were seeing, when we were first dating, we were seeing other people. But that was 12 years ago, more.
So in your experience, you had no suspicions that she was seeing someone else and doing anything like that? No indications that was going on?
No, not at all. I mean, obviously, we were apart, but we spoke a lot. That's why, like, you know, people were like, well, don't worry if you haven't spoken to her. But we spoke all the time. We spoke in the morning and in the evening. So. And everyone, you know, like, she had rings, talk about her husband and her kids. I mean, it seems weird to have an affair.
She had close friends here. I know she spent a lot of time in DC, and when she came here, she was talking to you, family most of the time.
Yeah.
Did she have someone that she would spend time with here, like a girlfriend? Or...
Yes. So there's Rima, a very good friend of hers. Ferreira. She is the head of HR for the Park Plaza Hotel.
How do you spell Rima?
I know how to spell the first name, not the last name. Rayma. Rayma. So it's Rayma. And then Ferrer, which I'm not as familiar with. Ferre, Ferrer.
All right.
And you said head of Park Plaza?
Yes.
Anyone else?
Yeah, so Rima was so when she was here, she spent most of her time with us. Trying to think who else were the people that she would lead. Rima was the biggest. Jam, obviously. So I'm trying to think.
Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Yeah.
I'm not distracted. Rima, Jam. Well, Peter was here.
Peter came by?
Yeah, Peter came. He didn't. I was like, I'm fine. He showed up anyways. It was like he needs support. So that's his brother. He lives in Marshfield, so we're pretty close with them.
So you know Peter
and Anna went to, they had a leadership training together.
Okay.
And
was Jim part of that as well?
Jim was part of my leadership training.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
So that's how a lot of us know each other through this.
Okay. So Peter Kirby, leadership training.
Yeah, and she was what we call, her group was B2 and my group was B3. We raised over $200,000 from the pandemic.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
That's part of leadership training is the community service projects.
Okay.
Something Jim and I continue to do. So.
Nice.
What do you think? What do you think?
First it's been like, I feel like it's a bad dream. I'm having to wake up and it's gonna be all over. I'm having a hard time like sleeping or thinking. And then the fact that my mother has an investigative team in DC who's now, they don't believe she went back to DC. And Jan and Della are like, well, where else did she go? I mean, I have no idea. I mean, like if you said she went to New York or Mars, anyone would be possible because I have no idea where else she would go. And I talked to Candace today, who's a friend of ours, and I said she's not someone that would ever go haywire like that. That she would just like go and not say anything to anyone or get a large sum of money from one of the accounts and just leave. She wouldn't leave us or the kids. I mean, it's not possible.
What are you going to do for banking? I know she's got the JetBlue card.
Yeah, so I everything's in her name the way I set it up. Like my grandfather's taught me, make sure your wife is always taken care of. And with my legal problems, it's been useful. And also, she always pays things on time, and I do not. So
with the bank institution stuff like that.
Yeah, so she's got Liberty Bank. She's got one in Marblehead, Grand Bank. and then she's Apple Credit Union in Virginia, which she's had for probably 10 years, 15 years. Yeah. So all the money goes there, and then we go to Chase cards with the Fidelity, which something happened with the Fidelity card when she was in Belgrade, so that hasn't been used really.
Is that like canceled?
It was. I think we might have, we haven't used that one. And then the JetBlue, which is the only one that I don't deal. I don't do the bank accounts. I don't deal with those, but I used to do all the investment accounts and all of the view of.
Obviously, we want to contact these banking institutions.
Yeah.
If any activity is going on.
Sure, I would. Yeah, I would.
Have you been monitoring this?
I'm monitoring the Chase, the Fidelity. Nothing's been going on, but the Chase. I use the Freedom card, and the last time she used the Freedom card in Belgrade, it doesn't have foreign transaction fees. So I was like, so I called her to go use the card there. So then she switched to the other Chase, and then she got the JetBlue because she's like, hey, I want these 80,000 points. So that was the last sort of credit card conversation we had 6 weeks ago or something, 4 weeks ago.
Okay. When's the last time you checked the activity on these card accounts?
I had to check today because the Freedom was for a company I work with, Thresholds, which is a sports card or mobility company. So they buy from their whatever the vendor, we put it on the credit card, and then they pay us back. So that's one of the. So I'm always checking that card.
Okay. Any suspicious activity on that?
No.
Any transactions you don't recognize?
There's nothing I don't recognize. No.
Okay. As far as travel, has Anna done any like domestic travel in the United States in the past year or two, like anywhere?
It's been DCA to Boston, and then I forget she went to Chicago or New York. She went to Chicago to meet some of the head brass at Titian's Fire. Then she went to Belgrade, and that was it. No, she was complaining about travel since my problem, so we were looking to do something at some point.
So Chicago for work?
Yeah.
What was the destination that you really wanted to go to?
Japan. She kept saying, "Why are we taking to Japan?" I said, "Yeah, absolutely." It was
on my list.
I had done a lot of business there years ago. I said it's good. She loves Japanese food, so.
Going back to her phone, you guys have a family plan, or you had a family plan?
Okay, so we have a family plan. When she got the job at Titian's Fire, she's like, trying to decide what to do. She's like, well, she wanted to take her phone over, so she ported it over, and then she left the family plan that we had.
So you have no access to like her.
I have no
records, right?
No, but Titian's Fire, right? So,
Yeah, well, that's.
I thought you had the phone number.
We've been talking with them, but they're a big company, so getting information from their
Oh,
companies.
really?
So, yeah.
Oh, I thought they were just handed right over.
They always have corporate attorneys.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
yeah, if she was on the family, I mean, I'm so, if she was on the family plan, I could like just like hand it right over to the guy right now. Yeah, all the phones, mother, my older brother, me, and on it, so.
Okay.
Anna was married to the guy?
She was, yes.
And what's the relationship like with her?
They don't talk anymore.
How long ago was that marriage?
I guess she got. She must have gotten divorced in 2012. And it was only like the last 3 years, so.
So they don't have, to your knowledge, or?
I keep asking, because, we talk to Martha, like, we won't talk to her. They were talking a little bit, but once we started having kids, that was it.
What do you mean? I'm sorry, you said you keep asking. What?
I said, if you want to talk to Mark, it's been a long time, we had a good relationship. I mean, it wasn't a bad person, just didn't bring everything down, so. But she said that every time she's reached out to him, he hasn't gotten back in touch with her. But he lives in DC. That's where they met.
What's his name?
Mark Knipp.
Mark Knipp.
Yeah, it's spelled Knipp, Knipp. one of the chase cars is under that Mary's name. We don't use that one. That's the first one she got with him, but that changed her name from, so it's on the condition on the car.
But it's still an active credit.
It's an active car, but we ever used it. There was $229 credit on it. No one used it the last 6 or 7 months. So.
She normally carry a large amount of cash for her.
So we've discussed this occasionally, but I mean, there's been times she only had $50 with her. Like she had $10,000 when she came back from Belgrade. She brought it for a lawyer who's Serbian, who lives in. We went there. Lives in. I'm sorry, it's by the water near Boston, Winthrop. They live in Winthrop, so we took it over. So that would be a lot of money for her, but she has had $2,000 to $5,000 at times. But
her personal use.
No, she just like carried if we had cash for fresh bowls, or if there was some money I could give to her, but then she would forget. So then there were times when she'd be carrying a lot of cash. But I don't know if she had a lot of cash on her this time, though. I don't go for the moment, so. But there are times where I said to me, money, she's only at $50. But she always dresses like she had a lot.
There was no financial trouble, nothing like that.
No, actually, we're better than ever right now. We're facing restitution charges, but the new job and where the real estate has worked out, we're really in good shape.
Did you guys have any arguments or anything on New Year's Eve?
No.
New Year's Day?
No, I wasn't enough time on New Year's Day to have an argument, but New Year's Eve, everything was fine. We were excited, what she wrote. Peter saw what she wrote, so I mean, it was very positive, and Jen was here, and it was, it was exciting. Like 2022 was a hard year, but 2022 is going to be the best ever. And she was, and it's just not.
Can hear like a second person talking. I don't know if it's the court reporter lady, but it's annoying.
Major arguments in the past, anything like that?
So the biggest, and yes, I mean, beyond integrity, so we haven't arguments, but we're very aligned with almost everything that we do. We really have a lot of the same tastes, and ultimately we defer to each other with what the other person's good at. But the biggest argument we had in 2022 was when she had to go to Belgrade for 2 weeks. And that was a 2 weeks of vacation. I was like, I don't know if you can use here boys for 2 weeks. So I have to go to Belgrade. So that was our biggest argument. And I couldn't get in touch with her. My mother wanted me. I couldn't get in touch with her for the first few days in Belgrade because the phone didn't have international. So I was upset about that. So that was the only other time this year that didn't have contact with her daily.
So you normally have daily contact with them?
Yeah, more than once.
What's the longest you go no contact?
The 3 days in Belgrade, and there was the last week of December. There's some points in December where there was like 24-hour gaps, which was really not normal. And then when she was supposed to be here, she wasn't. And I was like, I'm going to file some persons report. You're missing. Where are you? But like 24 hours, 36 hours would be a lot of time. But I was making a big deal out of it over the last couple of months, and everyone told me to relax about it, and then I did. So I feel pretty good.
When you guys did communicate, what was the conversation like? Just any time, like during the last couple of months when she's been traveling.
Oh yeah.
Work.
I mean, it's been like she always says, "Hey, hello," and this is what I'm doing today. I said, "Oh, the boys are up." Sometimes I would send photos of the kids. She would send me photos of what she's doing. We'd have a recap. At night I was like, "Oh, I'm tired. The kids are driving crazy." She's like, "Oh, there's no food because I do all the cooking normally." So I was like, "I'm going to go to get something to eat." And it's just a recap of it. Normal as we were together. Yeah, as we were together without being in person. But there were some nights that I remember December, like 23rd, 4th, second, first. We didn't have those calls because I think I'd been sick and she was tired, so we go to bed. Kids sometimes I go to bed like, if you guys are not coming, I was going to go to bed. I didn't sleep well last night, so I was going to try to get some sleep tonight. So it's not uncommon for us to go to bed very early.
Is there any mental health issues at all with Anna? Does she have any indicators to you that something is amiss there, or any diagnosis?
No, not for me. My mother might have a different opinion, certainly, but yeah, she's like that. Well, I guess not. Yeah, probably pushing. It's the pushing, and not a mental health. Yeah, sorry. But no, I mean, probably. If I really couldn't think of anything. I mean, she'd never, thought about psychiatry or even discussed it until recently.
Has she ever been violent or anything like that?
No.
Have you guys ever had a physical confrontation?
No. None of that stuff.
It's for us coming in here. It's tough because we obviously want to find out as quickly as possible. We don't know her, and there's many common reasons why people go missing. I'm trying to get the answers to those questions.
Well, please feel free to ask me questions that you have. Don't worry about moving with that. I understand that you're here to find out and you're working for her.
Well, all right. I mean, one of the reasons someone goes missing is because they were abused or injured or assaulted. Did you do anything to hurt your wife?
No, sir. I wouldn't hurt my wife. I mean, I love my wife. All we want is to have her back. This family doesn't work without her. I mean, we can't function without her.
You guys never had a physical fight, nothing like that before?
No, not at all.
It is boring to keep hearing the interview, but there's nothing else we can do.
No mental health, there's no financial problem. No extra.
That's why while I'm listening to it, I'm checking up on stuff on Twitter too on my phone.
The only stress I'm hearing right now is the work.
Being separated.
Separation, depression from the combination of those two.
Yeah. Also, her mother being ill, she had a major neurological event last year, and that's why she had to go to Belgrade. So there's like pressure from that. My mother has had some health problems. So, and then the kids, it all adds up. I mean, I want you to know, up until looking at it now, it's nothing compared to this. It seemed like a lot a week ago. Being apart, the mother's not doing well, the legal problems, the kids growing and you're worried about all of those things seem like a lot.
To you or to her?
I think we discussed them both. Like I was like overwhelmed by the 3 children. And she was missing. It's a really bad situation. We discussed splitting them up. Like Tom would go.
It's not even the court case. It's a good case. It's just that they're playing this interview for so long.
We did not have this.
I want to hear the questions, not the interview. It's a long interview.
It felt untenable until right now. Go back to that one. It'd be very easy for me to work out because I still have my partner would be here right now to work it out.
Where would you go to look for it? If you could go anywhere right now, where do you go to look for it? You have a favorite place? You have,
we would yell at everyone. We were exhausted. We would go to the hotels and the hospitals. And a favorite restaurant in DC, which is near the house. There were investigators waiting there all day, or something like that. So maybe we should go there. But I don't know. Anna was not someone who would just want to go out and she was adventurous, but not that adventurous. When she had a layover in,
I'm sure we'll see some theatrics.
And I told her that her flight is delayed, so I said, go into town. I don't know.
Nope, it's still on the interview, Sam, unfortunately.
She always wanted to do with me, or at least someone else.
My back is itchy and I can't reach the itch.
I like to think it would always do with meet, but obviously, she would just go off on her own, like, like my father was traveling by himself and seeing who he'd meet and things like that. So that was not my experience in Long
I think I reached it.
This tough week last week, I don't think it rises to the level of wanting to hurt herself or anything like that.
I just can't, I mean, I personally can't imagine that. But she did, I mean, I remember, I talked to Alyssa about it today, where she was a friend of Carrie Westbrook. And I guess she was going to go see her. They've been good, they came up at the end of Washington together. I don't know what happened, she was trying to get there, but SIM card broke, and she was exhausted, not feeling well. I saw her, she was on FaceTime in private because her SIM card was broken. And I was like, I guess I was complaining about some stuff, and she's like, hey, you're break, I'm not doing very well. It's the first time she's ever said that. I say that all the time, I'm not doing well, but it was the first time she ever said that to me. So that was new, and Jem said that she seemed different, but I mean, the extent that you're talking about, to this extent, is, this is just unbelievable.
Was that before or after Christmas?
Before Christmas. No, SIM card went down after Christmas because she got in touch with me very quickly, so it wouldn't leak out.
Well, I know you said you're willing to, do whatever you can to help the investigation. We thank you for that. And, part of that, I think, is trying to understand Anna. And I think if you would allow us to look through your phone and consent to us downloading your phone and seeing some of the communications between you and her and like her tone. And you said in the interview that she said that she may have used your phone occasionally to receive stuff.
Yeah.
I think it'll help us really create a permanent timeline of the events of the 1st and the 31st and 1st, and maybe get a better insight.
Potato skin sounds so good right now.
Just to be clear, you want to download everything on my phone?
We will download
These
the extraction.
fried raviolis with beef inside, not cheese, and they're so good.
Oh, that's a lot.
What we're focusing on though.
They're frozen, but it's in the oven and they're so good.
We're interested in looking Anna and finding information specifically in there that would help us do that. The Anna specific content.
That's a huge amount of personal information, gentlemen.
It's a big answer, but there's a lot on the line.
No, there is a lot.
You know what I mean?
What's your concern?
I don't know.
Are there other legal issues?
That's one of them. I guess my request would be, I'm willing to do anything, but my only request would be because Tracy might have called me today about what's going on. And
who's that?
Tracy might was representing me.
Okay.
So she said, before you do anything like this, you have to talk to me. I want to do everything I can to support this 100%, but I gotta call her about it.
She said before you do anything, like turn on the phone or
No,
anything?
like before you do anything else. I mean, she always wants to be here to talk to her on phone. And I said, well, I'm going to talk to them and give them money if they want. I have to ask her quickly about that. I'm sure it'll be fine, or she might say, hey, can we just do the information that you're asking for?
Right. Well, that's all we would be interested in. We'd be interested in your communication with Anna and dates of, the 31st and the 1st and presents. We're not interested in your other tasks.
No, I understand.
And, that being said, I believe, that you're represented by counsel in that matter. I don't, I'm not legal, despite being a police officer, I'm not a legal expert, but talk to your attorney, but I believe that.
I wonder whose phone that is, and they haven't screamed at them yet, because ding, ding, whose phone? You're supposed to have it off in court.
Looking to you.
How long would it take for you to download it?
It would take, once we hook it up to the machine, which is in Canton, it would take, depending on how many gigabytes of data.
Yeah,
it's a small one.
Then, I don't know, it could be 30 minutes, 32 hours.
Okay, so now
About an hour to download. Yeah. I think think it would be useful to our investigation. I think it would
Okay.
be helpful.
All right, well, I want you to know that I'm absolutely, that is my intention.
Sure.
And my only request is to talk to Tracy and let her know that that's what I want to do. At least let her give me what my exposure would be in life.
Great. Just so you're aware, the need is mine. We don't have a crime. We're not investigating a crime. This is a missing person.
No, I understand.
We're here at a community care taking function.
No,
Just so we're abundantly clear.
I'm fully aware of that, and no, I appreciate it, and I want you to know I'm not going to. I'll be very quick with it. And if Tracy and I were talking in the morning, then we'll do the process. I'll just give you the phone, or I come to Canton, or I mean to be away from. I do a lot of work on the phone as well as the.
We can come get it, and we get you to do it here.
Yeah. Oh, really?
We have a portable device.
Okay.
Just bring it here and do a download. The guy who works in my office that does it efficiently. Send him over.
Okay, great. So, you guys, the gentleman, on my request to, is he willing to talk to Tracy about it?
No one's taking your phone from you.
No. I don't know, but I don't, I'm only interested in finding out, and I don't care what it takes, but, I just have to make sure that, you know, that I listen to all the advice I have come my way, which is a lot. I do apologize, but, I most likely will be able to do that, and I'll be able to do it tomorrow. And that is my intention and my declaration.
Is there any, what possessions do we know that she did on had on her person? What's in her wallet? Like, I know she had a wallet, she didn't bring her sunglasses.
She has a ring and her wedding band, which is diamonds.
Okay.
So she's got the engagement ring, the wedding band, and then she has, I think she bought some, she had a ring and a necklace that matched that she bought in Serbia. Then she had her luggage, Louis Vuitton, Prada, and she had a Prada bag, or usually a Prada bag. And then, what else did she have? She was in a Rolex or Hermes watch. And
Rolex or what?
Hermes. Hermes, Hermes watch. She would have, she had some small diamond earrings.
She was wearing all this when she left.
She was, I think she had I heard she had the Rolex with the Hermes, but it was the Hermes watch she had.
That she read.
Yeah.
It's not here now.
Yeah, so she because she had everything.
I know, right? I want to call and be like, Your Honor, what the fuck with the phone?
All of our stuff is in Washington DC, like 2% of the stuff.
I like myself a good baked potato with broccoli and cheese. Delicious.
Short black jacket, is that right?
Yeah.
But you don't know what kind of pants or she was wearing?
I'm not sure. And 100 boots was weird. Normally she wears like leather boots, like Prada boots is what she wears. So that was odd. But there is another one.
Ooh, that sounds so good. I'm like, people need to share your recipes on our Discord. There's a spot for recipes, and I am dying to try something new for dinner that I've never tried.
Yeah, she's got a couple things in the up in the bathroom that's mixed with all of our stuff, and then she has pajamas and his underwear and different clothing. She's got a drawer over it now. Remember when I took you upstairs and there was Brian's room? Yep. Yeah, one of the drawers there, she's got all of her clothing. Okay. But, so she has enough clothing to last for a day or two, and then she has, and then she brings some stuff, so.
Have you had conversations with Thomas about what exactly you saw in that hearing?
He did. It's all, there was 6-year-old guys.
What do you got, buddy?
Did you just make some art? Oh, that's so nice.
What do we have?
Yeah, do you want to explain it?
Mom has window
Okay with you? Oh, yeah. Show us this. I asked Thomas some questions.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, well,
I like this.
not bad for some, better than I could do. Oh, there's already so.
Oh, I'm so confused right now.
The gist was that,
Hate when this happens.
when there's action, he loves it. So his mother came down and then said, "I gotta go." And then one thing, "I love you. I hope you see you soon." And then she left. And first he said she went to a taxi. And then I said, "Was the car up here?" And he said, "No, it was all the way down there." So I said, "You didn't see the car?" He said, "No." And I was like, "Okay." And then I was like, "So yeah."
That's pretty much what I want to ask him. Exactly.
Yeah. So it's yeah.
See if we get the same answer.
Yeah, of course. So
He saw a vehicle that she got into that obviously was super helpful. Doesn't sound like he did, but we'll ask him again.
yeah, he kept saying it was a taxi, and I was like,
But I know you mentioned, I can't remember. Does she normally take Uber or Lyft?
normally it's Uber, but she has Lyft as well. I know that.
Have you guys ever called up the local taxi company?
I have. I called John's Taxi or something several times. I forget what it was, but I would pull it up and I would call and I would call in the mornings and I didn't book it on time. It's very hard to get it like 5 in the morning. Right.
How did you normally get to the airport?
Yeah, the Uber. Yeah. Did you guys get in touch with Uber?
That is one of the people that are getting back to us.
We've called as well, and they like not. But I said it's they said I'm sorry, I can't do that. But that's like a Deller, like we just have to find out what the Uber took. And I was like, that would be helpful, yeah.
And that was under her name, like.
Absolutely, yeah.
Not a business account or anything like that.
All of the apps and stuff are under her. Yeah,
It would be under like her.
Oh, Tissue's Fire? Or. Oh, no, I don't think so.
Something like that.
No, the last thing Nick was that credit card.
It's a pain to change names over in all your accounts. Sometimes you just leave it alone.
Yeah, well, when we met, she moved to Nick, and then when we got married, she moved to Nick and Walsh. But I don't think there's anything left. Maybe the chips, but maybe in Belgrade there is. Actually, she does have a Serbian passport.
Okay. She's Serbian.
She does, yeah.
Is she at US also?
Yes.
Where does she keep the Serbian passport? Or does she carry it around with her?
Yeah, she does. Normally she has a US passport with her. She carries like the Serbian passport she wouldn't carry because it's not useful. They won't here in the United States.
I'm just gonna sneak in there. If they're asking Tom questions, I don't wanna ask them the same questions. I just wanna see if they're asking them.
Whatever.
What's he working on? It's Brian here.
We have to ask him.
Can you decipher for me?
No.
I don't have kids, so I can't translate the drawings.
Well, he's doing some math for us, and he's got the happy face and the heart. But then he's got his spooky movie stuff over there. And then the colorful heart is new to me. Actually, no, it's not true. He enjoys he was doing a colorful rainbow before, but now he's doing a colorful heart. So the kids have no idea what's going on over there. Having a grand old time with all of this. They're so used to it the last 69 months now, long accounts of bills.
Yes.
She's like, hey, I'll talk to you later. Okay, see you soon. Bring chocolate.
What's your schedule like tomorrow?
Pretty good. What would you request?
Well, we would like to talk to the kids, but we have a trained professional who just interviews kids. It's not a police officer. It's just like a civilian that works with the DA's office, and it's not at a police station. It's actually at a very nice house in Foxborough near Gillette Stadium.
It's not too far from here, right?
Well, it's probably 45 minutes. So it's actually right behind Gillette Stadium on Peyton Road. Yes, that's Peyton Road. But it's right behind Gillette generally. And it's a good setup. It's actually like just a couple of couches and chairs and toys.
You want to talk to Brian Emily?
Just bring the kids. Well, obviously the 2-year-old's yeah, she's not speaking, I'm guessing, much.
Some words, but William doesn't speak that. I mean, he speaks a little bit. I mean, he's like, I forgot about the phone. So
I think you can bring all the kids and toys for them to play with. And see if we're just going to have the person ask them questions about mom and. Last recent conversations they can remember with her, that's pretty much it.
That's fine.
And it's really kind of a nice, casual, comfortable setting for children. It's specifically designed for that. We actually use it for like children who are victims and stuff like that. It's really easy going, and you'll see and sit down before anyone talks to anyone. If you can get, I think we can get the kids in tomorrow.
What time?
I don't know the time yet,
Okay.
but we can call you in the morning.
Yeah, I gotta just, we're normally taking you to school. So, I'll certainly be willing to organize that, and I'll talk to Tracy about the phone, maybe give you all the way tomorrow.
That's actually, that one's a good idea. That would be convenient.
Well, I mean, we don't have extra time, I'm emergency, so.
Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, what time are you up, about 7 in the morning, you said?
Yeah, unfortunately.
That's what time my house gets up.
Yeah, no, right, how old are your children?
1.5 and 4.
Okay, yeah, so, yeah, the 4-year-old is starting to give you feedback, right?
Oh, yeah, he's fresh. Let me see if I can get time here.
Yeah, it's usually a really nice moment does the questions, it's just a conversation.
It's fun. If anything that you feel is going to help, I'm willing to do it. That's what you need to know.
We're trying every avenue here.
I appreciate that. Yeah,
Usually, we just need one little bit. And we can
all right, great.
So typically something will jump out.
Okay, I love that. Tom's gonna have the time of his life.
You want to have a problem talking.
Yeah.
I can tell.
I guess there's no one scheduled to be in there tomorrow as far as like
Bam!
children being interviewed.
Take it up a notch.
So probably wide open.
Okay.
Just gotta see what time the counselor is available to be there. I'm guessing they're probably pretty flexible, but like you said, rather get it done. Time is of the essence.
Well, I mean, waiting
things done.
till Monday makes no sense at this point. We have no time.
Yeah. So we can talk in the morning and confirm. I'll try to get you like a tentative time. Well, we can just plan on it. I mean, we can tentatively would like 10 o'clock work.
So I have to leave here at 9 or something, right?
You'd have plenty of time if you looked at that.
Okay.
Plenty of time.
Oh, hi, William. Oh, yeah. Was it hello? Hey, buddy. Was it hello? Yeah. Your iPad? Yeah, I'm going to help you find it, okay? Okay. That may be a terrible mistake of giving an iPad at a young age. That's ruined everyone's life. Remember when they didn't have electronics in bed when we were younger?
Well, my boss in Canton is going to give me a time shortly, so before we leave, before they wrap up, and they hopefully we can set something
Any other?
Trying to think, anything else you want to add before we terminate that?
I'm trying to think. Is there any part of the house that we didn't consider looking at, or did she leave anything behind? Like any?
No, but if you guys want to take another look, I mean, certainly open to that. If that's supportive, I know you got to look everywhere. Your job, I'm not. It's neutral. So
We got a new set of eyes, so I'd like to just check the box.
I love it. Yeah.
Is there an attic?
Yes. There is.
Okay, so we didn't hit the attic
No.
last time.
Right.
So we definitely want to do that.
Yeah. Okay. It's not one that you can like walk around.
Right.
We tried that and I broke the ceiling. I fixed it yet.
10 o'clock, anytime Kristen isn't in the council, that'll be there tomorrow, and I guess anytime works. So 10 o'clock sounds okay to you, 10:30 or?
How long is the session? Because that's an important distinction.
Yeah, it is. I mean, they can go a long time, but
like an hour.
Those are, the long ones are when we're actually have like a specific incident or a crime to actually dive into. In this instance, it's going to be like more of just like a conversation. And, how's mom? Their sense of how mom is and stuff like that. I guess. So I think it's going to be. I guess my answer is I don't think it's going to be terribly long.
Well, do you think it'll be more or less than an hour?
For both of them, I would say an hour.
Okay, so if it's an hour, would wait.
Did you have to get back or something?
I'm just trying to figure out the timing. I think 10 would probably work out just fine. So.
Okay, so let's plan on 10 o'clock. I'll get you the address before we leave. And we'll plan on that. We'll confirm 10 o'clock in the morning.
That's fine. Okay. Yeah.
All right, so you don't mind if we just take?
No.
I think I'm for it.
Yeah. No problem.
Yeah, do you want me to, I'll knock this up.
Yeah.
All right, it is 20:53, Thursday, January 5, 2023, starting off report.
Sergeant, I'd like to ask some questions about January 5. After that, well, actually, there's people talking in the other room. Who are they?
The people talking on that table?
No, there's conversations going on behind you, it sounds like. What's going on there?
Detective Lieutenant Lopes and Sergeant
Yeah, it
Buchanan
does
are
sound like that.
interviewing the defendant's mother,
Kids.
Diana Walsh.
And after the interview, did you have the opportunity to walk around the residence again?
Yes.
What did you see in the attic?
I went in the attic. The attic's unfinished. There's insulation and exposed floor joists.
But nothing else in there?
Correct.
Did you go back down the basement?
Yes.
What did you see in the basement?
If you go down the steps to the right is utilities. If you go left, there's like a refrigerator. There's some storage boxes, some trash bags, some cleaning equipment.
Did you do anything with the trash bags?
I kind of manipulated the bag from the outside.
And what did you notice?
I felt like there was a carpet sample or a piece of a rug inside of one.
Did you open the bags?
I did not.
Did you have the opportunity to go outside again?
Yes.
What did you do outside?
We checked the shed, the backyard, walked around the property again.
And did you do anything with the pool?
We shined our flashlights into the pool again, but it was looked at with the floodlights the night prior.
Now, what about vehicles that night? Did you look at any vehicles?
We looked at the Volvo again.
And what did you do to look at the Volvo?
We went through it more thoroughly.
And did anyone give you permission?
Yes.
Who?
The defendant.
And what did you find in the Volvo?
In the Volvo was a receipt and a cell phone.
And did you ask the defendant about the cell phone?
Yes.
And what did he say about the cell phone?
It was the eldest son's cell phone.
And the receipt, where was the receipt from?
Lowe's.
Was there a date on it?
January 4th.
And do you know which Lowe's?
Weymouth Lowe's.
Now, on January 5th, besides this interview that's recorded, did you have any other conversations with Mr. Walsh?
Yes, we spoke on the phone a few times earlier that day.
Well, let me ask you, when was the first time you spoke to him that day?
Just before 9 a.m. on that Thursday.
And do you remember the substance of that conversation?
I just let him know that we were working on the investigation and we would be in touch.
And when was the next time you spoke to him?
About 3:45 p.m.
And what did you talk about in that conversation?
I had called him and left a message. He had called right back, and he asked about media and a PR person. And I had asked about if Anna carried large sums of cash on her. And he said sometimes yes, sometimes no.
What did he ask about a PR person?
He asked if he should get a PR person or talk to the media.
What did you say?
I said that he's free to talk to the media, although I don't recommend it.
Now, how long were you at the Walsh residence that night with the state police?
About 8 p.m. to 10:30 p.m.
And what did you do after you left the Walsh residence?
We all went back to the Cohasset police station.
What did you do at the Cohasset police station?
We began digging into the financial institutions, but given the hour, they were closed and it was tough to get a hold of any record keepers.
So I take it now we're getting into January 6th.
Yes.
What did you do on January 6th as far as this investigation?
A large-scale search ensued. We brought in command posts and we established a staging area.
Who brought in command posts?
The Metro-elect command post was present and the Mass State Police command post.
Where were they set up?
Behind Stop and Shop at 400 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
And how was the large-scale search done of the area?
There were canines. There was the Metro search and rescue team and the State Police CERT team conducting an area search of that wooded area.
Now, was anything recovered in that search?
No.
Sir, what was done to try and find surveillance video in that area?
Neighborhood canvases were conducted.
And how'd you do that?
We requested assistance from neighboring agencies, their detectives, to come in. We'd pair a detective with a trooper, and they go around checking residents and businesses for any sort of security footage.
What was done as far as press conferences on the 6th?
My Chief Quigley, gave a press conference on that Friday.
Now, did you have the opportunity to speak to any people as far as witnesses on the 6th?
Yes.
Who'd you speak to?
Jem Mutlu.
And where did that conversation take place?
The Cohasset Police Station.
And who was with you when that conversation took place?
Trooper DeChico.
And that day on the 6th, what was done as far as obtaining any digital devices from the defendant?
We collected on consent some digital devices.
And who went there to get those, if you know?
Lieutenant Fanning.
From what department?
Mass State Police.
And now, sir, when is it the next time you had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Walsh after the interview on the 5th?
I spoke to him on the phone Friday.
The 6th?
Yes.
And after that conversation, did you ever speak to him again?
Saturday.
Saturday. And where did that conversation take place?
At the same dining room table in his home.
And who was present for that conversation?
Myself, Trooper DeChico, Trooper Proctor, Attorney Minor, and the defendant.
And about what time did that conversation begin on the 6th?
About 2 p.m.
Was anything returned to him on the 6th?
The digital devices that we had on consent.
And were you present for that?
Yes.
Now, have you had the opportunity to review the statement from January 7th?
Yes.
And does it fairly and accurately reflect the defendant's statements?
It does.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to have marked as Exhibit 55 the next drive that has the interview from January 7th.
Any new objections?
Same objection.
All right, they're acknowledged. The audio from 1/7/23 is now marked in evidence as Exhibit 55. Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I begin playing Exhibit 55?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman?
The recorder is on. It is 13:52 on 2023. My name is Harrison Schmidt. I'm a detective with Cohasset Police. Our present is
Dave DiCicco, DICICCO.
Julie Proctor, PRO, CTOR, Detective with Milton County DA's office.
Tracy Minor, attorney for Brian Walshe.
And I'm Brian Walshe.
perfect. Thank you.
And we've agreed that I get a copy of the report.
Absolutely.
We were just talking about social media emails and passwords that Anna may use. And, so staying on that topic, let's just try to go through all methods of communication that you know let you know she has a cell phone. Within that cell phone, applications that she uses to communicate, I know of Viber. And does that generate a separate phone number, or is that just within methods of texting like WhatsApp?
Yeah, it's so she's used WhatsApp as well, but Viber is actually gets in touch with her sister mostly, but she used it a lot when she was in Belgrade.
Did she have any applications on her phone that generate a secondary telephone number that you know?
No.
Did she make any calls to
Instagram, she might use Instagram. I don't know much about that, and the iMessenger stuff has been people been calling her on that. It's been coming on my phone over the last week, so.
And password for Instagram.
Those are the passwords that we use for stuff to banking. So I don't know if she uses it for that or not.
And Bayograph is capital B, $1 $sign at the end.
Right. She usually uses that for accounts that we were, like, that she wanted to get me on. So like the credit cards. So maybe the bank accounts, I don't really look at the bank accounts, but Netflix and things like that.
Back to any other methods of communication? Well, Facebook, you have access to.
I don't think I have access to that. Whatever she put in my phone is what I have. But Facebook, Instagram were the ones I knew. Email, text, and phone calls. Venmo. I don't know if that's it. Yeah. Right. So that Venmo would be something.
With regard to the financials, we had talked about, we gave us a list of 5 banking institutions that you guys use. If I remember correctly, it was Fidelity, Chase, Apple Credit Union, Marblehead,
Liberty Bay. Yeah, Grand Union. Liberty Bay. Liberty Bay is a credit union or something. And they have they have one of their locations right here in Hingham. Or is that a credit union in Virginia?
Is it Liberty Day or Liberty Bank?
Liberty Bay. Yeah.
Didn't she recently open an account in DC?
I think she's using her Apple credit union.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about Capital One?
No, I had a credit card from Capital One.
She wouldn't have access to
No,
that.
definitely. No, not for that one. No.
All right, let's Anything else from the room?
The money that was moved from the sale of the house to that escrow or 1031 exchange. I think what else? I mean,
Where is that account in escrow? Or just circling back to that?
Yeah.
But I think you said, what was that, about $250,000?
Yeah, so 200,000.
Is that those are proceeds from the sale of your street?
Yeah, yes, December 29th.
December 29th is when the sale actually closed.
That's when the money hit, yeah.
And what is the property that exchange is slated to go into?
Well, there wasn't anything chosen yet. There was possibilities in Baltimore, but there's also, talk about something here in Massachusetts. But Baltimore, I think, was the main focus.
Yeah, you guys haven't.
No, there has been nothing.
And you have a couple other properties in Revere?
2 in Lynn, none in Revere.
Excuse me. Yeah. And any other assets?
There's what's in Belgrade. There's a condo there and probably a small bank account that her and mother share.
That would be like an account bank.
Yeah.
Is the condo in Belgrade in her name or is her
It's in
mom's?
mom's name. They also have a piece of property across that her and her sister own. There's a piece of property across from the condo in Belgrade that her and her sister inherited from her father. And then there's it doesn't sound like she went international, but then there's the country house, which is about 45 minutes out of Belgrade. That's in her mother's name. It was never in her father's name.
And these are all, the assets we talked about in the U.S., those are all joint with you, correct?
Well, everything's in honor name.
Well, yeah, in honor name, but, fair enough. Is there any business dealings, properties that she's pursuing on her life without your?
Without my knowledge?
Well, without your knowledge, you wouldn't know, without your, input, so to speak, like she's kind of like, this is my project, I'm doing this, that sort of thing,
Yeah.
He has court on the 4th and the 5th.
That's not how our marriage works at all. If she was doing something
So
like
Thursday
that,
and Friday.
I would have zero information about it. We talked about everything, when she was looking for the dog, she was looking for a new car, all these things.
So her business life, obviously, expire and then this real estate investment. That's what they call that.
Only, my company, the Lens company. Yeah, it's a cybersecurity training company, and that's a new company that I've been working on with my business partners. So that's what I do, watching the kids and doing other stuff. So that's my main focus, and then we're building it up over the last 2 years.
Is that off the ground running?
It's off the ground running. It's not profitable yet, but we go cash flow positive this year. Training, yeah, human-based cybersecurity training.
So,
we work with an IA psychologist or a workplace psychologist who's my business partner as well, and we come in and train high-functioning teams like yourself in multi-team systems. Right now, you're reaching out to all sorts of different teams, and the ability to work cohesively with another high-functioning team is very important, especially for cybersecurity and for cybersecurity breaks. So, and it's all about incident response.
Any major financial losses with that?
No, not at all. No, in fact, we're looking to close a large deal with the government. We've got 5 or 6 possibilities, and we have a partner in the UK called QA, where they sell a lot of trainings to private and public companies over there. So it's been moving pretty quickly for a small startup.
Other businesses that you Is that their sole?
That's the main, that's the main focus, yeah.
Their trading card business?
Yeah, there's the fresh food, but that's not really a focus. It's just, it's a mutual friend of Anna and I's who asked for support, and we've been, doing that over the last year or two, but looking to unwind out of that as fast as possible. Just wasn't a business that I was terribly interested in, and I was happy to support Jesse, but also I don't see the financial benefits of that.
Is there a lot of investment on your end for that, or start that up?
Yeah, I mean, we helped them out with definitely a good amount of money, $50,000 or so.
Place to recoup that money?
Yes,
Yes,
yeah, the focus is to recoup that and actually we use that money for restitution. Yes.
What was the investment in the cybersecurity?
Yeah, I can actually have the exact numbers on that. We've, I guess it would be 90, so it was $80,000 over 2 years.
That's on track.
We have a government contract now that's going to pay us $40,000 this year, and it's for over 5 years. So things go well, and then we got to close any of the UK deals. And once that happens, we would be cash flow positive. Both my partner's not taking any salaries out of those yet, though. So
Your partner in the trading card business.
he's invested.
No.
No, I'm not partners. No. No, I'm just yeah, it was a support system for him, and we're friends. So I saw opportunity during the pandemic. Things have really cooled off in that market, and that's why I'm looking to unwind, and hopefully he got rid of one of his partners, and now he and someone else are going to run it themselves, and they're bringing on a couple other people. Just just wasn't for me. He's invested over $100,000 in the business, and he hasn't taken any money or salary for the last 18 months, and he's looking to make another investment in the business possibly. Oh yeah, neither did I. They have some boxes like $10,000. It's kind of insane.
So is the plan for new partners, new partners is that how you're going to recoup your 50?
Unclear at this time, excuse me, but he is bringing on someone who's got a huge amount of inventory, which is what they didn't have, and that's going to, off the sales of that, I could recoup my money, definitely.
We brought out the restitution.
Yes.
What is the timetable for that to be resolved? What's going on?
We don't have a timetable.
That's why
I have been pressing to get as much paid as possible, as soon as possible, but we don't have any deadlines.
So is the case of harvesting? How that works?
I would like as much restitution as possible to be paid prior to sentencing.
Yeah.
At sentencing, whatever money has not yet been paid, we will have a time period to pay it, set by probation. It's usually 3 to 5 years, typical.
Okay.
But it's always beneficial, everybody, the defendant, to pay off things as quickly as possible. So that's always my goal, but there's no timetable imposed.
What's the total dollar amount of restitution? That's still like ballpark.
Ballpark 450,000.
But we've already paid, close to 200,000.
How did we pay that much?
175.
That much. It's a little complicated because Brian's mother put up bail money of 75,000 that she has pledged towards restitution. So once he's sentenced, we get that back, but she's not getting it back. It's going towards restitution. And I think you paid.
Oh, 90, so that's so 165. Yeah, and there's there's definitely 200,000 as well.
trying to get a clear picture of the financials.
Right, just so you know, Anna's main thing was like, when are you going to DC? The reason why I couldn't was because it's not resolved. She was like, when are you going to come to DC? Then we'll just pay that bill. And I was like, it doesn't exactly work that way.
So the monitoring that we want to do was,
it was supposed to be, it would have been concluded in October. I think so.
Hingham Savings Bank and Blue Bank, is that something that you want to do for?
I went down to Cohasset town when we got here, and I opened up at the local bank. It's in, it was a still one of the oldest bank in the United States or Massachusetts.
I'll be right back, guys. I have to get my little off the bus, so.
Personal account there. I never used the Hingham Savings, but all the restitution money went in, and I took, so I put it all in there and wrote the check out. So that was the whole point of that. But Anna never did anything with that account. No access to it at all. I never, it's been close to a year.
Possibility that she had an account that you didn't know about? Would that surprise you?
It would surprise me. Yeah, it definitely would surprise me, but I mean, anything's possible. When she got the JetBlue card, she told me she was getting it, so.
Going back just to open up is there a possibility that you're going to be incarcerated at all into this?
Possible.
Possible.
Yeah.
Still on the table.
Of 6 months. But that has not, that's all been put under suspense because of this.
So that's also.
Because it's one thing if Anna could take care of the kids for 6 months.
Yeah.
It's another thing for me.
But also, I mean, Anna and my mother both lost it. They were not having it, so.
Back that you made.
Well,
for 6 months.
after all of this, because we've been apart for so long, she's like, why do we do all of this? Why do we struggle this much? I mean, the cost of this house and running the townhouse and all the traveling and not being together. I remember being very upset when I talked to her about it.
Did you guys discuss the plan for the kids if you were to go, say you were to go in for 6 months, like where would the kids go?
We discussed the plan of the kids going to DC without me.
Yeah.
And we discussed that on September 1st, because we only got this house for 6 months.
Okay.
I had said, maybe that's not a good idea. I don't know how long I will go to see you or the children. And you'll be all by yourself. There will be room not be a lot of support. But, we decided to do another 6 months here, which ends March 1st. Now, as we had a difficult holiday season because of, not being able to see each other and her mother's illness and having to go to Belgrade, take a vacation there and not here, I said, maybe it's time to send the kids and I'll get a smaller place and we'll have to figure it out. And she said, well, let's discuss it. We're supposed to discuss it, for the new year, and especially after the news that Tracy gave us a few days before. And also, what was Tracy going to say if I take the kids and I try to do it with the kids? And I said, but I also said, you're exhausted without the kids. Think about what that's going to be like, have 3 boys at the house, and we only do ponds, so there was a lot up in the air, because you're not stressed with that.
Yeah, that's a big life change. So what, got a lady over there in DC?
We were thinking of moving Robin. Robin is relatively new. We were going to ask her if that would work out. She was in Serbia. She asked a few people if she was going to fly them in maybe. Her mother and my mother can no longer support the kids. They're just not in shape. They were a few years ago, now it's just not possible. She's like, it's been my mother, and I was like, your mother's never, she can't let us. Yeah. Well, I mean, they were watching, her mother did help us a few years ago with 2, but it just wasn't possible anymore. So, especially after her neurological incident last year, so.
So how did that conversation, where did that rest? Where did you go?
Well, I left a message for her, and I was going to get more information from Tracy, and as we speak to Anna, and I'll just speak to my mother her about it too. They both have a huge investment. Nothing had been decided, but that's where the thing was.
Okay, so I'd like to go back to first the left here. We really need to iron out what you did that day and a good timeline for you. I know that a previous couple interviews told us that I left him at 6, and you said you got up at 7:30.
Yeah, a little after 7.
7:30 breakfast. And
French toast, yeah.
That's the previous. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not the cheating pistol.
Yeah, right.
Why don't we just start at when you got out of bed?
Yeah, of course. So we go get out of bed, and then because Brian wakes up, and then I came down. I didn't change in Brian because I had to go to William's room. So sometimes, like I said, I'm supposed to change in the morning. I don't always. And then William was still asleep in his room at the time, but Brian was up. Brian likes to come down the stairs himself, so I got down, and then Thomas was already on the couch. They started wanting to leave early for work. And he's like, "Yeah, I already know." I'm saying, "Why?" I was like, "All right, French toast time." So Brian came down. I made the breakfast and emptied out, cleaned up after some of the stuff from last night's dinner. Emptied out the dishwasher and that stuff. And then I went up to get William and bring him down for the breakfast. So then we had the breakfast, which is the kids love the French toast on days off. And then was it coconut melon? Was I think what I put on for the kids. I think that's what it's called.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there was that. The kids have their iPads too, as you know. There's a lot of new toys that we were playing with. So that was most of the morning. And I didn't have the phone at the time. I think I emailed, I made sure the was in my, so Zach and Daniel, who basically working, they were always in contact every day, so I wanted to know that my phone wasn't working in case something was coming across to let them know that I get emails on it and my mother. So those are the 3 emails I sent out. I was going to send out more, but I just didn't have time, but I figured the phone would show up. So Robin came in, and the kids were excited to see Robin. And then I got ready. I hadn't gotten ready at all. I showered and everything like that. So, and I had time from 3 to 9 to leave the house. And it was to go to my mother. But I had to go out and get the milk and the juice and some other things. Mainly the milk was the reason why I went to Shaw's. And then I came back and set that up. So I left at 4 instead of leaving at 3. And then I drove up and saw my mother, and then a couple errands. CVS and Whole Foods is the main things that I remember. I talked to her, the usual stuff, made sure everything was going well, and then I drove back. And that was the main thing. I think I got back, at 8 or something like that.
In your house the rest of the night?
Yeah, that's it. It's my times are pretty strict, so and I'm you call I'm 100% compliant on those.
Right. So when you first left the house at Josh?
Yeah, around a little after 3.
I think Walgreens
I might have gone to Walgreens. I'm trying to think. I might have gotten some baseball cards for Thomas or something like that. Yeah, I only know about it because of the Fresh Pulls. Barnes and Noble is the place they get baseball cards too.
So you don't know if you're on Walgreens?
I do go to Walgreens a lot when I'm next to Shaw's. Yeah, so I don't recall. I was pretty focused on making sure I didn't know.
Okay. So then after that, you come home.
Yeah.
What do you do while you're here?
Oh, I just got the stuff in the fridge, and basically told Robin I was heading out. Checked on the boys and things like that, and then I was gone.
And like direct to your mom?
Yes, I did.
What was that? What's that address?
330 Paradise Road.
330 Paradise and
Swampscott.
Your condo.
What?
Your
Condos on one, yes, sir.
And that's private, that's a single family in Swampscott?
It's at something called The Landing. It's like an apartment complex or something.
What unit?
1320.
Okay, so you were directed at Swampscott, what route did you drive up there?
It was a little difficult because I got lost because I didn't have the GPS.
Okay.
So it took a bit longer. I went the wrong way and then I came probably, so what did I do? Because I normally supposed to go 1A, I went 1, and then I came across on 114 or something, and then was able to get up to, what's it called? The Swampscott.
So it took longer than normal.
It took longer than normal, yeah.
How long do you estimate it took to get there?
Normally, I mean, with no traffic, you can make it in, maybe 60, 70 minutes, but I probably took I took over a little bit over 90 minutes, maybe. So I was probably there, I was there before 6, but after 5:30.
Okay. Where do you got lost?
I went on 1 instead of going on 1A, and I kept driving further than I had to.
Right. And what did you do at the house?
She didn't know that I was coming because I normally call in advance. So it took a while to get in. She's like, "Who is it?" She's always, she's like, "I was like, it's your son, supposed to be here." She's like, "You didn't call." I said, "I don't have a phone," and she opened the door, and then I came in, and then we just talked for a few minutes. I told her what was going on, and then I discussed if she, I forget if I brought stuff at the time, or I don't think so. I think I went back out and then brought some stuff from wherever she needed. A couple I forget what it is, but normally it's frozen foods that she likes. I don't have the exact name of it, and that's a couple things from CVS. She likes cleaning pads. Is usually she can't have enough gloves and cleaning pads and things like that since the pandemic.
Okay. So you left Iran to CVS. You think that where else?
And then I was just in that area, that Swampscott area.
Whole Foods in CVS?
Yes. Not that I can call out here to stop. Sometimes I go Stop and Shop or Home Goods, but not this time around.
You probably wouldn't go to Stop and Shop after the home.
Well, they have the food. Also, the food for the dog is like 25% more expensive at Whole Foods than it is at Stop and Shop. So yeah, so there are times where I would go to get stuff, and obviously in a market basket and things like that. So
you get some grocery shopping for your mom.
Just a little bit, yeah. She does not, require a huge amount. So.
And back to mom's after CVS, Whole Foods, and then what? You say you remain there?
Yeah, just a little bit. We just discussed things, and she was like, "What's going on?" And she actually, we discussed. What Tracy had said. She's like, she basically said, "You get to DC with the family." Is one of the takeaways, and that was, that was the main thing.
What's her plan when you ultimately get to DC? With you?
Yes, she's coming with us. She's going to live in a separate residence. She's independent, but much closer right now. We're really struggling because she's been far away, and she's like, "I'm not moving, especially after the pandemic, and I'm certainly not moving temporarily." So that's why she didn't move down. She was about to move down to Cohasset, but then we were moving, and she was like, "Okay, well, until I know where you guys are, it's not happening." So I get that. That makes sense. Yes. We were going to bring her to what's the place in Hingham, the Landmark? Or
I haven't lived down here.
Shipyard? Shipyard, there you go. Thanks. Yeah, I thought that would be good for her, close enough.
God dang.
So you guys, were there, and when you come home, do you stop anywhere on the way home?
No.
No gas stop?
Oh, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Okay.
Like, gas, I'm sorry, I'll have to check on that. I don't think I got gas.
You only pay things in cash or credit card?
Yeah, I was about to say, I usually pay for stuff in credit card, so if I did get gas, I'd know.
Credit card?
I use the Freedom card. Yeah, the Chase Freedom.
Is that how that was joint?
That's a joint account, the Chase account's a phenomenon, yeah.
Okay, open swap card, come directly home, and then you take that, look at your monitoring.
Yeah,
Sounds about right.
yeah, it does sound about right.
Within those records, it has like a description of well, you have to notify them of the week, right?
Right.
And what is that done? Is that done in the morning when we tell them?
Oh, no.
Here today? Is that
No. So, with Marlene, every Thursday I send her an email. If you go through my emails, you can look through all of those. And I say, so these are the requests for the week. This is what I'll be doing at this time. May I have permission to take, to school or whatever it is. Now, there are some other things that are constant, like taking the kids to school is all set up, right? So I have to take school from Monday to Friday and stuff like that. So those I don't make requests for. The other things, like I have to see Tracy in person, or see my probate lawyer, or support my mother, or take kids to a game that's not. I make those requests in advance. If anything changes, I am able to ask about changes. They're supposed to be 72 hours in advance, though. So same day would have to be an emergency situation.
Okay. I think the particular trip that on Sunday, when you got the farm the description said mom drop off.
Yes, so I was supposed to take, because she was having cataract surgery, so she was coming over. This is what happened. So she was going to come over. I went and I picked her up, and I brought her back to the house. So she was okay. So let me figure this out. We went on the 20th or something, or the 21st for her surgery. At that point, she couldn't do a lot, so she was at the house here. We're taking care of her. Then I drove her up, set her up at her place so that she could be comfortable away from the kids. She's unable to stay here for extended periods of time, and also so that she likes to leave on, and I can have time alone as well. Then I went to pick her up and brought her back, and then she was going to stay until 1st. She left early, and I said, I'll come up. And she's like, I have everything. And I said, okay, I'm all set for Sunday. I'll come up and make sure you're all set for the week so that we're all, everything's good. I'm glad you're feeling better. So we didn't know how fast she recovered much quicker from this cataract surgery than the first one. So I went up to support her instead of drop her off so that she made sure she had everything.
The day you did drop her off early, what was that?
No, her car was here because we brought her car in before her surgery. And then she's like, I can drive, I'm fine. She left on Thursday.
Okay. So you're here Sunday night, here's the night you go out on Monday. Do you have any scheduled? I can't recall off the top of my head.
I don't believe I had scheduled time on Monday. I probably took, I guess I did have a little bit of scheduled time to do things with the boys. And normally it's for school, but they didn't have it. So I took Thomas for, I would have taken Thomas for ice cream or something like that. So, to mix it up a little bit. And what was the other thing? I think that was it. I think that was the only time I left. I don't remember leaving in the morning.
So you said you took Thomas to the other station.
Other boys stayed here for a while.
What time she go?
I don't remember. I think I had her come over pretty early because Anna had left, and at the time I didn't have the phone. If you look at the text messages, she's like, so when she left on Sunday, I said, hey, can you come on Monday? I'm all by myself with the boys. I don't know what's happening. I don't have the phone. She said, sure, but she texted me and said, is 9 okay? I was able to get in touch with her. We didn't have the phone at the time, but that's when she went out and went through all the garbage in the middle of the day looking for the phone.
Yeah, he's in boys.
Right, yeah. There was a speaker and then there was the coffee grinder. I was like, that was kind of weird.
What kind of speaker?
I don't know. It's something that Anna had gotten, but when once it was clean, it didn't work anymore, so it all went back in. But I appreciated Robin bringing it all out.
You guys got any Google Voice devices?
No.
Okay, so you call once on month.
Yeah, that was it. I think, usually I gotta get a treat with Thomas. I tried it one-on-one time with him. William and Brian also like it, so I'm trying to mix it up. But I don't have a huge amount of time. Oh, it was over in Hingham. It was good. I think, is that what we wanted? He wanted to go somewhere. He was asking about somewhere else. I think he wanted to go to Press. He wanted to go to Press, which is the, what's that place? Press is in Norwell or something like that. No, it's actually, it's a healthy place, but he thinks he's getting a chocolate milkshake, but it's just a chocolate banana. I don't know. He figured that he's like this. He's found it to be tasty, so I was like, well, that's better than ice cream. So.
So we're in Monday. I mean, at what point do you really start to get
Nervous?
genuinely concerned?
Monday. Yeah, when I had the phone. Once I got the phone, she was getting in touch with me. I was like, well, this is weird. And we're over time, basically. So I told her, yeah, all the time. So, but the week or so before, we had the same situation. Yeah, for Christmas and everything. So I didn't want to freak out at that point. So I was like, you know what? Let me see what happens in the morning. And then that's when all the texts started coming. I was like at 6, I wake up pretty early. So I texted her, I was like, what's going on? That's when I got in touch with Alyssa. And she told me to calm down. And my mother told me to calm down. And Sandra, her sister, was like, I was going to 12:31. No one seemed to worry, but I was like, maybe I'm being insane. And, I almost called work last time. And Anna's like, not embarrass me at work. And my husband calling around for me. So I was going to call on Tuesday, but I didn't. And I should have. And then I didn't hear from her. And then on Wednesday morning, that's when I called. I started calling the line. I don't have a number of someone at work, I realized too. So I called I called the Mazda building, called Crossing building. I called Jeff Chai, and have his number. While I was looking for that number, Graham got in touch with me and said, hi, is what's going on? I was like, he goes, Brian Walshe, his husband. Oh, thank you, sir. Is she there? He's like, is there a problem? I was like, not if she's at work. And that's when this all. Wednesday morning. That was Wednesday morning. 4, yeah, 72 hours.
So you're concerned on Monday, Tuesday.
Everyone's telling me to calm down. And I was going to call work, and the whole thing was like, don't embarrass her at work. And that's why I kept texting. Where are you? I emailed her. I said, missing again.
Who's Alexandra?
Alexandra's sister. So she's got her name is Alexandra, but Anna has all sorts of different names for her. Alex, Sally, Saleh, so all sorts of. So she has a bunch of big names. That's Anna's sister.
I saw you communicated with her through the
Viber, yeah.
And on the 4th, one to, you'd already told her that I can't get a hold of her.
Yeah.
But then she said, starts talking about the police, that probably don't know how to police. Why would you tell me?
Tell her to wait to call the police, because I was at the time, I was talking to, petition Inspire people, and the guy Huey was gonna get everything in motion. He's the one who said, I'll call, DC, and he met them, and then he's the one who called Cohasset to get everything going, because he's, ex-Secret Service and everything. So, I mean, I asked, basically, I was gonna do it, myself, and he's like, let me do it. And this the human resource officer, Teresa, who immediately got me in, who called me, she's like, I'm driving over now. I'm gonna tune you in with Huey. So I was like, okay. Because I've never filed a missing person report or anything like that. She said, we have support for you. But there was no delay by doing that. In fact, I feel like things happened a lot quicker.
I think things happen pretty quick after.
Yes. Right. Yeah, 100%. And I think it was, I'm sorry, I only know this person, Greg immediately came over and he got the information down and he came over again and then Huey called me. Greg gave me the missing persons report, but it was Huey who gave me the incident report.
Did Richard Walker?
No. Who's that?
It's that last weekend when we leave.
On that,
Yeah.
Brian's mother.
Yeah.
I'd like to offer a report.
Yeah, and I will run up by people I gotta run by, and I think, that goes both ways, Generate a lot more leads, generate a lot more time wasting.
Exactly, instead of focus. Anyway, she wanted me to raise that.
Okay, she spoke to me about it and I said, talk to Tracy, so.
What does she want to offer for the board?
But she'll offer, I mean, she'll offer more, I will offer it.
That's the concept.
That's her starting point.
Yeah, it's before that.
But before we do anything, we're
Yeah.
getting approval.
No, it's
from you
important
guys.
that we.
Sometimes we make public announcements on their own and offer.
Right, no, we don't want to do anything
No,
that's
we're-
going to impede the investigation.
Yeah, thank you.
No,
Appreciate that.
we're working in alignment with you, that's our focus.
When I called you the next day about the media,
Right.
probably picking up
Yeah.
the inquiries.
Yeah.
That was kind of along the same.
Yeah, it hasn't, it's only created more stressful.
We want to work on the same team.
Yeah.
Media kind of has their own.
Yeah, right, selling newspapers. And that's why we brought Tracy's here to, basically, cool that, in a different time where, the rest of us are not operating really very well. And also to, protect me for, my other legal problems down there.
The angle here is to find out.
Yeah.
We're getting a lot of noise from leads, from everywhere.
Do you have any other names?
Not off the top of my head, I was just home to what we got here.
Okay.
And I figured I'd throw it out. But it doesn't matter.
No, do you have any other information?
No,
Okay.
not right now.
All right.
Obviously, we have
Is he an Uber driver or a Lyft driver?
Richard Walker?
Yeah.
I don't know. I
Do you-
don't even know if he exists.
Okay.
I'm asking, why you ask that?
Anna had a regular, I don't know if it was Lyft or Uber, but said that, like, if someone out here, she kept recognizing, like, it was the same person.
Oh, really?
That would come out. I mean, I guess there's not a lot, it's not a high, so 2 or 3, or I don't know how many times, but I never got the person's name. No, just that he was, was very nice and, good driver. No, I didn't get any info. I didn't think about it. I mean, but I know that she normally you never see an Uber driver twice, and I think she saw him at least twice, if not more.
Some people, private number, driver that have direct account.
Right. I don't know if that ever. Yeah, I asked, "Are you doing that?" And at the time when I asked, this is a while ago, she said no. So
You specifically.
I said, "Are you going to just hire him directly?" She had said no. So that's where we left it, and that must have been a month ago or 2 months ago or something.
What rideshare service was
I'm pretty sure it was Uber, it could be Lyft. I never, she was running both of the apps and seeing what the pricing was always. I don't know, she usually gives the regular stuff, whatever was available, and she was leaving very early in the morning for acid, so there were days when I was awake early on, and she was worried about if she was gonna make it to the airport, because you couldn't get anyone, or they would be 30 minutes out.
Obviously, we're not missing, public and many people are gonna have their suspicions about you.
Sure.
It's something that it's important.
Tracy is prepared for that.
Yeah. We know that's not lost on you, and it's important for us to iron out a real timeline for you and set out and well, and then suspicions of that quicker and both of us.
Sure.
And that's part of the reason we're in the timeline. And what we did on Sunday and Monday, for the but that's why I really want you to kind of think hard and never stop when you left on Sunday or when you went out on Monday, stuff that we can verify, what we can't verify. We basically want to know where you went, what you go, and where you're stopped. But we also like to hear from about so as far as the trip on Sunday, the first time you left the house was to go to Shaw's. Is that correct?
Yes.
And potentially Walden.
Sure, I forget about that. Possible.
Back here, back out for Swan.
Right.
Route we traveled again up there.
Is Route 1.
So from here, when you're leaving here,
I go right, and then I drive over to, I get over to I think it's Derby Street area, right? So I take the left and go through all that. Then I get up onto, I guess, 93, is that right? Or something like that. And then then I get to Boston, and through Boston, and then up 1, I guess it's just going to 1A, but I stay on 1 somehow. Because I've gotten so used to not having directions, right? Or having directions, not having directions. I was just, and then I got myself further up than I should have, and I came across.
At what point did you go down?
The ship. The ship. So there's there's the ship on the north shore. So you're on Route 1, there's a ship, Christmas tree store used to be there, I think on the right. Yeah, so I think I think I've gone too far. And I don't know how to use my GPS in the Volvo because I never use it.
Okay, so do you turn around or do you keep going?
No, I looked around and I think I took 114. I'm not sure. I just took a right because I knew that I knew my mother was here and I was like over here and I had to go across.
Okay, so you start crossing on 114.
I think so. Yeah, that's I remember that.
And that brings you over to what route?
Well, I think it brings me over to Lynn, and then from there I snaked around and then got to the water and up to Swampscott.
You took your condos and then check them out?
No, I did not at all.
Are those occupied?
They're both occupied. Yes. You're welcome to. We have to talk to the tenants. You're welcome to look at them if you want.
Okay, so you cut through Lynn and you go direct on, is that right?
Yes.
And how long did you have to do?
Not long. Just a good question. I don't really have a timeline now, but let's say 15 minutes.
Okay, so you estimate it took you about 90 minutes to get there, is that right?
Something like that, yeah. So I was there around 4, so I should have been out of there by 6, or around that 6 o'clock time.
To go to run the errand?
Yeah, I run the errand, and I got back, and I was there a bit longer, and then back home.
And again, the errands were to
ZDS, yeah.
And, we had to go to two stores because, we were looking for Whole Foods.
Yeah, it's the frozen foods at Whole Foods, and then CVS, usually the wipes, the alcoholic wipes and stuff like that, or. I do not say. I might have gone gas, I don't know, I have to check.
And they go back, the moms got that,
Yeah, yeah. Obviously on and off being there for New Year's, and she's like, okay, how are things going? I said, yeah, it was going to be a great night, and then she's like, is Robin at the house? I said, yes, I gotta get back, and she came late, and I don't have my phone, so my mother and I were to come back. She's like, your phone, so there was a lot of discussion about that, and then, me getting to see with the kids, she's like, you can't, like, this is going on too long, and, that was pretty much it. And now that a lot of her surgeries are done now up here too, so it's a good, she was like, it's a good time. I've done my cataract surgery, I've had all of my, my checkups for my lungs, so this would be a good time to go.
You guys did have a conversation with Lana.
Yeah, she asked, like, where's Lana? And I said she had to go for work, and then she was like, well, she's working all the time. And I said, yeah. No, last time on December 24th, when she worked up until 7 p.m. and then she missed the flight on, there was I was like, what's going on? And she basically said, you're asking a lot of questions. What's going on? I was like, well, it seems really odd that you have to work like so late on December 24th. And she said, hey, I said I was going to take care of it. And then I said, all right. So I didn't want to get into it, especially she was obviously hesitant to tell me that she wasn't going to be able to stay the whole time. So I didn't want to, we had a great night. So I was like, okay, well. And then she also said, I'm going to have more time for Martin Luther King Day, 4 or 5 days. I remember her saying that she's like, it's all going to work out. I'm behind. She got sick after coming up for Christmas, so I guess she had to work from home on Tuesday, and she felt like behind for the year. So it could have been that she was wanting to get ahead, but she said that there was something that was important that she had to be at. I assumed, I haven't told you the stories I make up in my head, but if you're interested, I have there's no basis other than like, what I thought it might be. I thought something at the Mazda building. That's where she was till 7 p.m. On the 24th of December. In the morning, she sent me, if you look at the text, she's like, there's leaks, like at 8 a.m. on that. So I assume that something must have gone on over there. And she's supposed to live right next door. That's so the fact that she's here and not right next door, someone might call her and say something like that. She'd be like, well, I have to get over there. And she was always busy on the phone with stuff going on, so. Well, she lives, our townhouse is right next door to the Mazda building. So she can walk over, right? So the fact that she's always here doesn't, I don't know, again, this is all of my conjecture. Like, she's like, well, if we were at the townhouse and something went on at the Mazda building on New Year's Day or any time, she could get up, walk over, deal with it, and come right back. We'd be fine. But no, but she manages all the people and stuff there. So, and she's it's an in-person job. It's not something like that she does over the phone and stuff like that. So but again, that was something that that's in my head. Yeah.
Why do you think you go
we lost a lot of time over the holiday season.
When did she actually tell you that?
She alluded to it when she arrived on Friday, and she was busy on Saturday saying that she was running, things were running behind, and then she basically said I'm going to go back. She kept saying I have to go back early. Then after Jen left, she said I have to go back tomorrow.
So she mentioned it a few times, you had to go back early, but then after Jen left.
Right. in the morning. And I was like, well, that's somewhat surprising, but considering like the Thanksgiving schedule, the last 2 months, it wasn't surprising because she was supposed to be here for Thanksgiving, that got canceled. And then when she came back on December 6th, she was supposed to be here for 5 days, but she was only here for a few hours. She was supposed to be here for Christmas, New Year, Christmas Eve and all of that. And then that got compressed and then she drove up. So she's only here from 8 p.m. to 5 p.m. on the 26th. So all of that became a pattern that we were getting compressed on our schedules. That due also do with the flights and things like that.
Late on, forced to work so late on Christmas Eve, hard to believe.
Yes. No, I mean, I was like, why? Yeah, I was complaining about it. That's the best way to execute. No, I mean, no, I don't think so. I was just like that. I said, who else is working on that at that time? But they, I guess they made a decision to get all this stuff out of there early. I could see that, corporate style. And she did say, hey, the 24th is a working day in retail, Brian. And that is true.
What was her title?
She was the regional general manager.
Both like a problem occurred in one of these buildings, not anybody underneath her.
There's GMs, yeah, definitely. But she, yeah, that's a good point. Absolutely. Crossing did not have a GM for a long time. So she was playing GM over there. That guy Graham who called me was the new GM. And then Mazda was kind of her project because it was closing. So she was very hands-on over there. For the other buildings, there was less talk about the other buildings.
And just so I'm clear on the timeline, she had a flight Christmas morning. She worked late Christmas Eve.
Yes.
Okay. When did she actually show up in Christmas?
8 p.m. on Christmas Day.
On Christmas Day
Yes.
at 8 p.m.
Yes.
She just drove straight through.
Yes. Well, she missed her flight was canceled. It was like they're canceled, and they're like, maybe we'll get you out. That's when the whole storm came, and then she just got in the car and started to drive. And I said, no, get rest, which might have been better, but that's very her. That is her to very all out all the time.
Okay, so 8 p.m. on Christmas, she pulls in.
Yeah.
Yeah. You said you didn't suspect her out of the line here when she arrived, but if you ever suspect her of sleeping in
No, not when we're married. I mean, like when we were dating other people, it was a bit different. But like in the last, 7, 8, or 9 years, no, absolutely not. We were 3 kids, and I after I was arrested, I remember writing her notes, and this might not be the life I had promised you. If you want to leave, I understand. She said, no, let's do it together. And we were, we're focused on our relationship and the kids. And it's more than just us; it's the children too. So. I really couldn't imagine that. She was very focused on work and family. And this would be it would be totally outside of her, value system.
How would you react if she told you that? Angry or would you just say
yeah, I should. I mean, I would say. Yeah, I don't even know. I mean, my first inclination would be like, we're going to get divorced. Yeah, I would. I mean, I wouldn't even expect something like that to happen. But if she said, I mean, again, the story I made out is that she's like, I'm leaving you for someone else, not like I'm sleeping with someone. Well, I mean, I assume that if something like that happened, she would say, I'm leaving you for someone else. Not like, oh, I'm having an affair. That would be kind of weird. I don't know. I mean, she's very direct, but we always have these conversations. I said, I know it's been tough being separated, she's like, yeah, you have to get to, but her whole thing was like, you and the kids get to DC as quickly as possible. That is not someone who's like having an affair. What do you mean? We've had conversations about, the struggles that we're having being apart. And she was like, you have to get to, you and the kids have to get here as soon as possible. Not, you know, there was nothing other than that. That was always her main focus. Yeah, there was it was certainly difficult, but you know, we did see each other enough, and that we were able to be intimate, you know, on you know, a regular basis. Not the same as if you're living with someone, but in some ways, we took advantage of the time more than had we been together. I remember her bringing that up. She said, "Well, you know, when I'm here, like you definitely make it a priority." Whereas when we were together, you're like, well, you can always wait another night, but here we can't. So that was something that we did discuss. But she didn't like this house. That was another thing. I mean, she was always complaining, like, we're a rental, she needs rentals. So. But her having an affair, I just like, you know, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Also, where's the time? She was exhausted. She was always flying. At every moment, she was flying here or working. I mean, sure. I mean, anything's possible. It just sounds, all of the scenarios seem improbable. Certainly that does too, but maybe I'm not, I only see it like one way. And then who would be with me? I was like, I don't even know.
Is work emergency common? Is that anyone that should pick up on?
Yeah, picking up and leaving was not common. Work emergencies were, I mean, maybe the word emergency is being misused, but, you know, upticks or something that, you know, just, like an outlier. You know, there was a time when the FBI, you know, hit the crossing building. She was, all of a sudden, she was like inundated over there. And then of the leaks at Mazda, TJ Maxx wanted to leave Mazda. Like these things that came up that like were disrupting her daily work were things that, you know, we talked about all the time, and that it was, you know, it was a huge pressure for her, and she didn't have all the personnel in place.
Actually, just to backtrack on something you said, she came home December 5th or early December, you said, and she was supposed to stay for 5 days?
Yeah.
She was home for a few hours. Kind of.
Yeah, so basically, yeah, I guess it was the same thing. She was gonna come in on, remind me to use the calendar here. So she was gone. Yeah, I guess she came on the 7th, which is a Wednesday. And she had left on the 23rd, so 2 weeks in Belgrade. She was gonna stay and leave on Monday the 12th. And then she told me she had to leave on the 8th. So that was so it was starting to get used to it. I was like, wow, that's tough. I mean, and we did have I was upset. I waited 2 weeks, you know, in Belgrade and 1 day here. You know, kids and I, you know, need more than that. So,
Your Honor, Mrs. Gilman, if I could ask you to pause. Your Honor, would it be an appropriate time now, or would you go this?
No, pick a time now.
Thank you.
So jurors, thank you for your attention today. And I
Thank
know,
God.
From firsthand experience, and now you do too, how tiring it can be just sitting.
Yeah.
all day.
You think? Exhausted.
Get some fresh air. You can either lunch.
That was brutal,
My experience.
having to listen to all that.
I'll leave you today reminding you of the 4
No
obligations.
social media, news.
And I expect to know you will be obedient.
No, they won't. Let's be honest, Judge.
Do any research about this case. Don't speak to anyone.
It's the first thing some of these people are going to do.
Don't access any social media or news media, and continue to have open minds. I think of you as sponges in the jury box, taking in all of the information that's provided to you during the trial. Have a good night. And before you leave, don't think I'm oblivious to the fact that we're getting the first snowstorm.
Tuesday, and we might. It's a might, Your Honor, okay?
And so,
Christ.
say this out loud, but I will anyway. I don't have a great confidence in, because it is such a complicated business, what the meteorologists are predicting. I
Yeah.
did ask my clerk to check earlier this afternoon, sometime between 2 and 4. It sounds like they're downgrading the expectations. But I don't want you to think your safety and your security is a priority to me, as is everybody that works here. So I'll be thinking about that tomorrow, and if it's appropriate to let you go earlier, I will if the forecast changes. But well, I don't want to jinx this. So I'll leave it there. Jurors, have a good night. And again, thanks for your attention today.
All rise to the court, please. Jurors, close your notebooks, leave them on the chairs. Follow me.
The sad part is they will. They will. You know, sad part. Some of these jurors will do exactly what the judge just told them not to. And that's the part of our system that we need to work on. We need to make sure that they can. This is why jurors can be sequestered. Judges don't use sequestration like they used to. But that's why it's an option. Okay? We need a way to stop these jurors from just doing what they want and then coming in and swearing that they didn't do it when they did, because otherwise neither side's getting a fair fucking trial. Let's just be honest.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Please be seated.
How much longer is that interview was the question? Like, come on. I don't want to hear that tomorrow. I want to hear questions and answers from the fucking witness.
What is the plan for day 2?
Yeah, for the love of God.
Your Honor, we have approximately 40 more minutes of interviews to play. I believe I have about 30 to 40 minutes of an examination left of Sergeant Schmidt. There would be cross-examination. I leave that to counsel. And then we would put on Trooper Guarino to go over the
data,
results of the Safari searches, the Safari history of the MacBook. Also mentioning the iPad and some of the work he did on one of the phones. I anticipate there's binders of information that would go in through him and that would be reviewed with him.
Those are binders that you, I think they're on my bench, but are those the 3 binders that we previously discussed?
Yes, Your Honor.
And remind me, I think I remember this correctly, that you have binders for each of the jurors? Or are you going to do them on the, all in the electronics?
We're going to do it
Better.
on monitors. It's a lot of paper.
It is.
And I would easily break the machine. So that is the intention to do that. We are also going to call in another half a dozen witnesses if we go fast. And I will give counsel the list of the extra witnesses we'll have because I'm not too sure what the cross will be. So I want to make sure we have more business available for us than we might get to.
All right, I appreciate that. And then I will keep an eye on the forecast. It's what I most recently read is they were downgrading it slushy, but the commute tomorrow, leaving work might be messy. If it starts to get messy here, I'll probably cut the day short. Hopefully the weather will stay rainy instead of snowing, but we'll be limber.
I also think that right now we're ahead of pace.
Good. All right.
Oh, really? Oh, fuck's sake.
There was another question. I'm just hesitating to get up because I feel like there's something else I wanted to ask you. Can't bring it back right now. So I'll remember it right after I step off the bench, and then I'll pepper you with that either by email through the clerk or otherwise. Oh, I know what it was. I think earlier today when we were talking about the William Fasto text messages, I did see the final paragraph and went back, and it was exhibit 199 that I was referencing, or paper number 199, not paper number 197. It's motion eliminate number 13, which goes back to the same arguments with regard to state of mind evidence. But at one point I knew where to find some of those, whatever was marked for the grand jury, but I don't see it anymore. 2 things. One, best I can tell, according to my records, the defense never opposed that motion in limine. So if the opposition is different than the substance of the opposition to paper number 199, specific to Mr. Fasto, The defense should let me know that. When do we think we're going to see Mr. Fasto?
We're working on Thursday, Your Honor.
Okay, so everyone knows when it's going to be. And secondly, so that I can get prepared for those arguments, I want the Commonwealth to get me a copy of Mr. Fasto's emails.
Text messages.
Thank you.
Copy today, I can give the court.
As-
It's not, I think the one that the government would expect to introduce, I think has some photos blurred out, but just for the court to see. And we did submit a written objection to statements relating to state of mind. We didn't specifically reference his. If it would assist the court, I can certainly have something by tomorrow morning, even just a one-page highlighting and specifying our objection.
Right.
But I'll pass this up now just so you have it.
So I do have whatever you objected to for 199, and I went through Qualls or Quails or whatever the name, like how you pronounce the case at the time, and some of the cases that followed it. So I'm familiar with what the law is with regard to the state of mind exception. I just want to refresh my memory. There's certain of Mr. Fasto's text messages with Anna Walsh that I remembered from prior hearings, but this will help me. I'll take a look at this tonight.
And I'll get a one-page, just brief draft or brief memo, just outlining the argument a little more concisely. with
All right.
respect to this.
All right. That's all I can think of right now. Any other questions, comments, needs? Commonwealth first.
No, Your Honor.
And defense, anything you want to raise with me? Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Sorry, I was muted. Well, that was that. And that was brutal to listen to that interview for that long. I don't really know why they played the entire interview. Usually they play, the important parts of it. They chose to play the entire thing, and there's still, I think, he said 30 minutes, 40 minutes left of it. Insane. But thankfully that'll be right in the morning and it'll be done. I want to hear questions and answers. That's what I want to hear. I want to hear Nick Garino talk about the data, which he's going to do tomorrow. Thank God. Because listening to that is effing brutal. It's brutal, dude. It's brutal, right? We know he lied. The point is he lied to the cops. We know this, right? And I think the point of pleading guilty to lying to the cops was just try to get some of that evidence sort of cut out. And as I suspected, it did not do that because it's also part of the murder charge to begin with. So once again, I called it. I knew that wouldn't happen because you can argue that it was, take it out because he pleaded guilty to lying to the police, but lying to the police is part of the murder charge to begin with. So I don't think I knew the judge wouldn't just toss it. So I guess that, pleading guilty didn't really do what they thought was going to happen. Anything new from the interview? No, just him lying to the cops. Just him lying to the cops about remembering whether he got gas and telling them which cards he used and that they didn't argue or have any arguments or fights. And he thinks he got in a taxi, or maybe it was a lift, or maybe it was nothing really new that we already didn't know. I think we'll learn more new stuff with Garino tomorrow. He is the Massachusetts State Police data expert who does phone downloads, tablets, computers, things like that. He'll go over searches and websites that Mr. Walsh looked up and read. So, that was exhausting, and I'm already exhausted because I don't sleep well. But holy shit, that was brutal. I'm not even gonna lie. That was freaking brutal. I don't like just sitting there listening to an interview without questioning happening in between. You're going to put the jury to sleep just that way alone. You're going to make them tune out just that way alone. Come on, man, come on with it. And let's all remember too, the Sewer Turtle has court Thursday and Friday. So we will work that in to this because this can be paused. Obviously I can pause this and do the, whatever court hearing happens and then unpause. We can do that. I would ask if you didn't hit the like button today, please already do that. There's 1 million people streaming this trial. I looked earlier and I'm like, is this real? Even all these people who haven't been covering this case thus far decided that when the trial started, that's what they're going to do. And it's kind of insane to me because some of these people haven't even like prepped their audiences like we did a couple days ago, for them to understand what's happening. Oh my God, they've downgraded the, I'm looking at this other screen. They have downgraded the weather, but that doesn't mean it will increase. We're looking at snow here. Thankfully, I'm in this sort of like mostly rain C1 area here. So I don't really like between the C1 and the mostly rain. So it looks like I won't really get much of anything. But for all of you who are Western Mass-ish, looks like you would get the most, which would suck. That would suck. But I do see that there are a lot of content creators covering this case that didn't even prep their audience on what this case is about, which is like sad at this point. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me, but cool, sure, whatever. Also, just in case you guys didn't know, I'm going to play this clip for you real quick because I think it's important. I think it's important to play. The sewer turtle has admitted to lying about his defense fund and that it has been all paid and he is just trying to recoup the money that he spent, which is called a scammer. It's funny because he calls anybody who had legitimate GoFundMes over the years. Like, I'm a low-income family, right? So I had one when we had a fire. We lost everything. I'll never forget the look on the firefighter's face when I asked him if anything was salvageable. He didn't even want to answer me. Like the pain in his eyes when I looked at him and asked him, and he just looked at me and like paused for like several seconds before he like shook his head. And of course, like the two things I was most worried about were the two things that my 2-year-old was crying about, which was her blanket and her cup. All right. That's, she kept asking for things that were gone, right? Her blankie and her cup. And, but so we had one for that. And then we had one back years ago to bring my daughter to a children's hospital. So yeah, I'm going to play it. Hold on. Let me get it on the screen here. Let me get it up. But he calls people who had more than one GoFundMe for actual valid reasons of things that actually happened and they needed help with. Anyone else is a scammer, right? But he can make a, $300,000 defense fund and then say it's all been paid and he's just trying to recoup his money. And in reality, it was paid a long time ago. He also told people recently that the original retainer for Bradle was $100,000. I guess he seems to forget that he told people on air, by the way, you can go back and look, that it was $60,000. So he just upped it about $40,000. The original retainer with Bradle, he told people was $60,000, and I suspect even then he was sort of increasing it. But the original was $60,000. He now claims the original was $100,000, forgetting completely that he told people it was $60,000. So just saying, like, we're not, just saying. Hold on, let me pull up this clip because I think it's important to see. All these people that just believed in nonsense that comes out of his fucking mouth is amazing to me. It's very easy to see, very transparent when you know what a narcissist looks like and when you see what's happening. Let's see. Here we go. Also, if you guys haven't hit the like button, please do share the video. That'd be helpful. If you'd like to donate to the channel, there's a bunch of different ways you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, Revolut. We have Chime. We have a link in the description and also in chat. It's pinned to the top. You can use credit or debit. You can remain anonymous throughout any of these. We are a small channel. We do depend on our viewers to help us out so we can cover costs. November was a real shitty month for the channel, so I'm hoping December is a little bit better. Oh, yay. You can hype 3 times a week, actually. You can hype a video or 3 different videos 3 times in 1 week. So hyping actually apparently helps small creators. So if everybody, the video doesn't do it when you're live. So once it's not live anymore, I think it takes like 2 or 3 minutes. If you go to the video and you hit the hype button, you can do it 3 times in 1 week. And it's supposedly supposed to help smaller creators sort of get seen on like the top page there. Yeah, you use them all. You have like 3 a week. every week, and then I think they like make you pay for it if you want more than that, which is a little crazy if you ask me, because it doesn't go to the creator, it just goes to YouTube, which is nuts. Okay, so the clip, and of course people are like, what the fuck? Like, he's such a liar, right? So what he does is he uses this entire stream to lie and gaslight, and at the very end, he says what Meredith said is a lie. That's not true. It's a lie. But at the very end, he then reiterates that actually it is true without realizing he's like completely telling on himself. He gets nervous and he just outs himself in the end. Like a dumbass.
And yes, I have paid off. I've paid them all. I am recouping what I've paid.
He's recouping.
I'm the center of the fucking universe. Everyone's there for me.
Really
everybody wants a fucking, that's not bragging. It's just a fucking
He really
fact.
believes that. The sad part. Blind.
And now come the lies. He made millions off this case. Okay, Mello. Okay, Mello. I have not made millions off this case. If you guys could see my tax returns for the last 2 years, you can see that I've certainly not come anywhere.
Speaking of tax returns, I do my taxes as a sole proprietorship. Speaking of taxes, though, let's just remind everyone of this. Aiden's business expenses and or legal fees can be written off in his expenses on his taxes. Let's all remember that. So he's like triple dipping, essentially. Okay? Anybody who does their own taxes would know exactly what I'm fucking. These are expenses, including legal fees, that you can write off on your fucking taxes if you run a business. Whether it's a sole proprietorship or an LLC, whatever you choose to run it as, or register it as, pay your taxes as, you can recoup certain things. Like for me, I can recoup the cost of the internet per month, and obviously it doesn't let you recoup the full amount of it, but it lets you recoup some of it, right? I can get expenses for like paying for documents, for all the lights that I use, for the computers, for the desk, for the things that I need to run the show, all of the apps that I use to make my thumbnails and do my research and make sure I'm using the right hashtags, and all of those things are recoupable expenses that you can write off on your taxes. Do you get all the money back? Not always. No, you get a portion of it. That's how taxes work, right? But legal fees are something that you could write off on your taxes. So he's essentially trying to triple dip here he just assumes everyone's a fucking idiot and doesn't know shit about shit.
Close to millions because, oh yeah, I have a shitload of expenses to pay.
Welcome to the club.
Especially primarily legal fees that just keep going up and up. I had to pay another 20 grand for this New Jersey shit. Just 20 G's. You got 20 G's lying around? Because every time I get fucking paid, I got more bills.
Oh, please.
Against when we were together. It's hers.
Please.
The only person who made it a competition was him. No, resources are finite, like money. They're limited. People can only give so much. They can only order the small cheese pizza so many times. Right? And so they are put in a position now where they're like, well, I could give to this one or this one. And I think this one's more worthy because this guy is fighting for his life. And this woman turned down and Meredith knows this.
Hear this.
When this happened.
Hear it.
More urgent than Karen's case. This is simply not true. His defense fund had already
cut it off, but he complains that she turned down a $1 million deal, blah, 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 all these episodes of this thing, blah, blah, blah. It is literally because this jackass here, right, tried to force her into that. And that is what he's so mad about when it comes to Karen. That's what he's so mad about, is he's not going to make that money anymore because she said no, right? That's what he's so upset about. Well, you don't get, that's the thing, right? You don't get it all. You get a portion of it. And then what happens is it sort of offsets what you owe in taxes. So essentially you'll owe less taxes because of your expenses. So it's like getting it back, sort of, right? What happens is I usually still end up owing something, might not be a ton, but it's still something. But if I made the kind of money that he's making, he wouldn't be paying, he's not paying anything in taxes. Let's be honest here. He's not fucking paying shit in taxes. He's getting it all back. And then some. Me either, Lisa. I don't either. But just listen.
Covered all of his major legal bills. See, this is a lie. This is what's called defamatory, Meredith, and you need to take that part down.
He says this, right?
The legal defense fund is raised, what, like 280 G's? Something like that. Meredith knows what my bills are. She knows what I've paid Bradle. I signed, and again,
her a
I'm
liar.
not going to get into the numbers with you guys. I got receipts of all this. Meredith knows it all.
He's not going to get into the numbers with the viewers. Why? Why not? You say that Karen Reed should have transparency on where the money went. Why shouldn't you? Where'd the money go, Aiden? What are the numbers? People, I mean, where's your transparency? Or does that only apply to everyone but you? And it's funny because he stumbled and didn't know what to say. And I called this at the time on Billy Bush when Billy Bush asked him because he couldn't give a number. He couldn't give a number because he knows he's already fucking paid it off. And so he stumbled and he didn't know what to say and he wasn't going to give a number. And I'm not going to say the number. There's a reason for that. Also, he's given a bunch of different numbers. He said that Bradle's retainer, way back when he got it, was 60 grand flat fee. Now, he seems to forget that he told everybody that on air. He now claims here that it was 100 grand flat fee. Which is it, bud? Which is it? 6, 7.
Hired Bradle. It was a flat fee, a big flat fee, 6 figures. Okay. And that agreement was that he was going to take the Canton witness intimidation cases. And then I went to jail and I got locked up. And all of a sudden I had a few more new indictments and a host of other legal issues that was not covered under the original contract that I signed with Tim Bradle. So he added that a whole bunch on top.
Sure.
And she knows what that number is. And then there was just more and more shit coming along. And it was too much work for one attorney.
Right, Jimbo?
So we brought on Mark Betterow. And Mark Betterow is as good as it gets, as you know. And
wrong. No, he's not.
Because he's as good as it gets.
Sure.
He charges as good as.
Now, let me just be clear here. Betterow is not as good as it gets. He is not some amazing, awesome lawyer who gets paid top dollar. That is just completely false and utterly ridiculous. His quote mega motion was a fucking joke. It could have been half as big as it was. He repeated a bunch of nonsense. He put in fake medical. I mean, that's not top lawyer work. Just saying. Okay. So he, again, upsells his attorney to make everyone think it's more expensive than it is, right? Betterow and Bradle are both fucking repulsive because they're willing to lie and scheme. Bottom line, and I retain this, that they have blown up their own careers at the end of all of this because Aiden will blow up anything and anyone to get away with anything. I promise you. Right? He will give up Karen and anyone else, including his own fucking attorneys, if he thinks he'll cut a deal that keep him out of jail.
Okay. So she knows that I've raised what, 280? I'm not going to tell you what I've paid my attorneys. It is significantly more than that.
So he claims right now, I only made $280,000, but I paid my attorney significantly more than that. But then he tells on himself and says, well, I've paid it all, but now I'm just trying to recoup what I spent. Sir, what? That's called scamming. You don't recoup what you spent. It's like buying groceries and then saying, well, I'm just trying to recoup from you people what I spent without telling you that it was already paid for and still pushing that I need groceries. What? I mean, obviously, as an example, we all need fucking groceries. I think it's like a daily thing, right? But my point is you had a defense fund and you use that to pay for some of your legal bills. If your legal bills are all paid, you don't continue to ask people to push that defense fund so that you can just recoup money that you spent. That's not the way it fucking works, dude. And that means you were, at least up until this point, lying to people. Shocker.
Significantly more than that. And on top of that, my private investigator, Mark Chiapetta, I've had to pay him
What are you paying a private investigator for witness intimidation charges? Just asking. Because as far as I understand, what he really pays his private investigator for are trivial personal matters that he wants investigated on people, not for his case. That he's actually using his private investigator to investigate people or dig up dirt on people that have nothing to do with said cases. Also, he claims in this that he's hiring experts. What experts exactly would you hire for witness intimidation? This is a good point. I would also like to know, what experts would you fucking hire for witness intimidation charges? That's kind of weird.
Healthy hand sum of money to do various work. She knows that. We've had to hire experts, right? We've got a whole bunch of shit we've constantly had to pay. And then that's not even counting the site charges, the New Jersey charges. The 20 G's I had to pay for that.
Again.
Constant.
You're constant because you won't stop.
So she's just lying here. I know because I was sitting right next to him when the invoices came in. Bitch, no, you weren't. You weren't with me.
But then,
sadly, yes. He has racked up new charges since. Has he racked up new charges since our breakup? Sadly, yes. but the bulk of it was paid long ago. Wrong. And yes, I have paid off. I've paid them all. I am recouping.
So he literally says wrong and then tells on himself. Make it make sense, right? Says he paid the bulk of it long ago. Long ago. He immediately goes, wrong. You guys didn't read what you read. You didn't heard what you hear. And then says, yes, I paid it. And I'm just recouping. So how is that wrong again? Just explain to me how it's wrong again. Like, listen, I got no problem calling Meredith out on a lie if it's a lie. I got no problem calling anybody out on a lie if it's a fucking lie. Let's just make that abundantly clear. I think Meredith did some really mean girl stuff to people that she should take accountability for, right? But what the, like, how are you going to say wrong and then immediately say you've paid for it all and you're recouping?
What I've paid. And people are happy to do it. And yes, I have paid off. I've paid them all. I am recouping what I've paid. And yes, I have paid off. I've paid them all. I am recouping what I've paid. And yes,
recouping what he paid. What? Sorry, what? No. And people are happy to do it, right? They're just so happy to let you triple dip and keep saying that you need money for your defense fund that you paid already. I'm sure they're so thrilled to do that. Now, will there be turtle idiots that will be thrilled to do this? Sure, there would. Absolutely. Also, he's like buying a house, right? Where do you think you got the money to buy a house? If you needed money for legal defense fund, you think he'd be buying a house? Just, 2 + 2 usually equals 4 in real life. In Turtle Land, it equals 22. But in real life, it equals fucking 4, right? Common sense, or at least you would think is common sense, right? There was a text message, I think I read it earlier, where he admits that, he'll do anything to stay out of jail. Now, how long have I been fucking saying that? I said he'll throw his own family under the bus. It doesn't matter who it is. He will throw Karen and everyone else under that bus to make sure he stays out of jail. And you can bet your ass he's going to continue doing that. Now, there was a screenshot taken earlier today where someone says, Karen Reed was worried about John, right? And Aiden's response to this, I have the screenshot, okay, was, and I quote, "Then why don't she knock on Brian Albert's door if she was so worried?" He's already conditioning his audience to turn and flip and say, well, now I think she's guilty and I think she got away with it. Can't say I didn't call this, but, a little birdie, must have been a little birdie that told me. It's not common sense that would have told all of us that this was going to happen. I mean, definitely must have been a little fucking birdie instead. To me, it's so abundantly clear, all of the things that have been sitting in front of our faces that people have chose to ignore. It's called willful ignorance. So Bonnie Barron here at Raccoon Girl -OF says, Bradel, $120K for witness intimidation, which again, the turtle seems to forget that it was a $60,000 retainer that he now claims is $100,000 that now turns into $120 somehow. Bradel, $100K for Lindsay. Betero, $20K down plus $10K. Private investigator, $15 to $20K. $20K allegedly for the New Jersey case. $280,000 defense fund. Free Karen Reed merch he pocketed all of. Halloween and event fundraisers. The sold out the Wilbur and turtle chats and social media income. You do the math. Yeah, my defense was paid, but I'm trying to recoup my losses. It was not his loss. He's trying to make his fans pay twice for the same legal defense. So who's the real scammed and ungrateful one? Him or Karen? He said Karen needs to be transparent about where the money is going. Where is his transparency? It's a good fucking point. But my point of all of this is the man will always lie. He cannot tell the truth. He forgets what lies he tells on a daily fucking basis and then just tells another one. And it's so easy to pick out because you can remember and be like, wait, didn't he just say 2 weeks ago, a month ago, 3 months ago like this? Then now he's saying the complete opposite. So one of those times he was lying, right? One of those times he must be lying. Yet it just goes right over their heads. And instead of them being like, wait a second, hold on. There's some shady business happening here. They decide they're going to take whatever dog whistle he gives on whoever's name he drops that day. and attack that person. Well, it's that person's fault. Why did that person do this? He's on bail. Why did they say he's doing blackmail? Why did they say he's doing wiretapping? Here's an idea. If you don't commit those crimes, nobody has to say that you're committing those crimes. Imagine that. If you were out on bail, it would be kind of smart to just stop committing crimes. Most people don't just commit crimes on a daily basis to begin with. No. If you're the sewer turtle, I mean, that's apparently the thing that you love to do the most is manipulate, lie, steal, and, commit crimes. Wiretapping, blackmail, extortion. Cool. Listen, if they do not slap him with some serious federal RICO charges, I would be shocked at this point. Color me fucking shocked if the feds did not hit him with some RICO shit. Just saying. I'm just fucking saying. And again, he outs himself for another fake account the other day. So that's what, 3 fake accounts in the last 3 streams? When I told you guys he has dozens of fake accounts, dozens, I was not kidding. I was not lying. I was not exaggerating. I meant it. Dozens and dozens of fake fucking accounts. He talks to himself on the accounts. He contacts people he has orders on with the accounts. Like, this is what he does. Does that sound like a smart person to you? Someone who wants to stay out of jail? Does that sound like someone who's fucking unhinged and not well mentally? Gee, I don't know. He needs 4 walls and a straitjacket for the rest of his life. And I maintain that he belongs in fucking prison. Period. He belonged in prison a long time ago. Because until that happens, he's going to continue lying, spinning, creating narratives, rewriting history, doing the things that he does to make himself the victim and everyone else the bad guy. And it's so abundantly clear. Do you know how many people I have had say to me, like, once I was out of the cult, and they admit they were actually in a cult. I kid you not when I say this. Swear to God, they say, now I can realize that I was in a cult. And there's an actual real, like, deprogramming process that they go through, where they're still, like, sticking up for him and they don't even realize it for the first, like, couple of weeks or even a couple of months. That's real brainwashing, folks. That's what a cult is. Just remember that, right? We have hate watchers. So, implore you hate watchers, there's over 200 of you watching on X, to actually do some goddamn research about this man before Karen Reed, and you'll see the patterns. They will emerge very clearly to you, and you'll say, oh shit, I didn't know all this. Well, you didn't know because you didn't listen. You didn't know because you weren't willing to listen. There's a big difference between just not knowing because, no one said anything, and not knowing because you wanted to be willfully ignorant. The difference here. So, I love your stinking faces. I'll see you guys in the morning. It is 4:38. I have been here 7.5 hours. I'm friggin' tired. I'm friggin' hungry. Do me a favor on the way out. Hit the like button. Appreciate that. Hit the subscribe button. We appreciate that. I didn't, but he's done like 24-hour and 12-hour streams to make money. It's ridiculous. So I'm sure, But I love your stinking faces. I'll see you guys in the morning. If you'd like to support the channel, we could definitely use the help. We're just a small, we're not 30,000. We're not even 10,000 subscribers. We're a small channel trying to push it by just like everyone else. And so we need your help and your support to do so. You guys know the ways to do it. All the information is also in the description of the video. Remember, today's Cyber Monday. Get yourself some good deals for your family for Christmas. Amazon's having some pretty good, I saw this morning, some good Cyber Monday deals, but it is Cyber Monday. Don't forget, you can get some decently cool deals on maybe something that your family member or loved one wants. I will see you guys in the morning. In the meantime, you guys know how you can get in touch with me. Text message, Discord, X, Facebook, email. I will respond. Might take me an hour or two, but I will respond. I love your stinking faces. I will see y'all in the morning for day 2 of the Brian Walshe trial and this circus. Bye, everybody.